That's right. It's time to clock in once more. It's shift number 11, kicking off with the UZP here with Jason and Uber. And gentlemen, we are here on the eve of Trolley EU this weekend, and the team's still a lot to play for here today.
I mean, I was mind blown, ZP, just the level of participation we had in Trolley NA, and we know what Europe is like with Deadlock, right? Very distinct, unique region if you compare it with NA, very competitive. And I'm looking forward to seeing that level sign up, and this should be a great precursor. So if you're seeing the Trolley tournament coming up and you want to know what it's all about over in Europe, this is an amazing taste test for what's to come this weekend with that higher stakes level of competition.
And we had some great teams as well, like teams we didn't really expect to make it through, to be able to challenge the likes of our top dogs that we've had over in North America for such a long time. But to have 49 teams sign up as well, I thought NA was dead past like 3, 4, maybe 5 teams. But to have 49 sign up, that just shows Deadlock in North America is alive and well.
Well, it's not just North America, it's also alive in EU, where we have 70 teams signed up for this weekend Trolley tournament.
Yo, what?
Talk about what is going on here tonight. We'll get more on the Trolley tournament later today, but the matchup here tonight is going to be a little bit familiar for those who've been following Night Shift in EU. Going to be kicking off with our challenger match. It's going to be Abrahams versus Lotos, two teams not a stranger at all here to the Night Shift. And the interesting thing for me, Mitch, as I look at the matchups coming up, is that the teams, they may be a little bit more experimental here tonight than the norm.
Yeah, I do think that we're like a couple weeks out from that patch that, looked at Veil Walker and a couple of other things, right? And I'm kind of hoping we see some different prio on some of the heroes as opposed to in the past. And we know Lightbringer, we're going to see Buff and Joys a little bit later. He's always cooking something, so I'm curious to see how that pans out. And we know there's always a bit of a contrast between these two regions in terms of what the hero prio is, what the flavor of the month kind of is. And I've felt in the past, NA has kind of followed EU's lead. So curious to see if these guys are again going to be the progenitors of some new spice.
And not to mention, Uber's always been a fan of being experimental here. But consider we have $5,000 for first place on the line at the end of the weekend. Do you really want to throw everything you have that you might use later on in the week today? And I think that's something we might have to keep in mind. And some teams might keep some things reserved into themselves, considering, well, if you're Buff and Joys or for Abrahams, if you're Lotos, you're three of the biggest teams in EU. And a lot of teams are going to be looking and analyzing what you're doing.
True.
Of course, it's not just the gameplay here on the Night Shift. Don't forget, later tonight, for those who are our patrons or Twitch subscribers or YouTube members, we got the Graveyard Shift coming up. But head to head, we're going to look at that first and where we're at here. And yeah, Abrahams versus Lotos. It's been tough times for Lotos, even though some of these matches, Jason, have been a little bit closer than they might appear on paper.
Yeah, we can't, forget as well that Lotos was able to beat Abrahams back in core number 7, I believe it was, about a month ago now. They beat him at a best of 1, and then they got slaughtered in the best of 3 in the finals. And for honestly, for Lotos, I think this is a great opportunity for them to really get some experience here going into it. Because if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be the number 3 seed, right? So they will actually be put into a group with Abrahams, and Buff and Joys will go with the 4th invited team, which I believe is Melly team, if I'm saying the name correctly, the old one winner
Mel team. The
Mel team. There we go.
Yeah.
So this is a really good chance for them to get some experience in, considering there's a good chance they could meet in the winners match, and the winner of that goes directly into the playoffs.
Yeah, also, one thing here that I think is actually liable to change a lot today. You look back at last week, we had our hero pick priority, and there's some winners and losers. The biggest winner that we had, probably Victor, where Victor kind of came into his own, and that was even reflected in the Trolley NA tournament. But there's rumors that some of the pick priority has been shifting in EU over the last week. And Mitch, one of the things we heard our ears to the ground about scrim results is that the doorman apparently might be knocking a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this plays out, because obviously, and we were showing a doorman build as well before the show. I think it was Low Main's particular build, but not a lot of changes to doorman in the last patch, right? It's just some quality of life changes in terms of how the doorway is placed. So in theory, allowing it to be a little bit more intuitive, and you can place it on the fly in some of these fights. And I just think doorman is a fantastic conduit for like that level of skill expression and imagination that you don't always see in games like this. This was obviously our pick priority last week. You can see, like, obviously, Yamato, Kelvin, still very hotly contested. Victor as well, Infernus. Those are probably the 4 that I'm really going to have my eyes on.
I'm looking at this pick priority too, and I'm looking at, oh, McGinnis 0. And then I remember, oh yeah, this doesn't include the trolley event, because we did see McGinnis played once, which was awesome to see. But I think, as I mentioned during the trolley event as well, that we had certain heroes massively skyrocket through the pick priority. A couple of them being Yamato, for instance. We saw her get a massive amount of play last week in the night shift, and of course over the weekend. Infernus as well, which we've been hearing he's kind of been figured out now with the ideal build to run. Then also, man, Calico ZP just shot up out of nowhere. I swear she was like 0 picked or like 1 pick for the last 2, 3, if not longer periods of time, and yet we see her at the very top.
Yeah, and I think Calico and Warden are actually two sides of the same coin, in the sense that you had one hero that was just getting buffed and buffed patch after patch, a little buff here, a little buff there.
Yeah.
And eventually people realized, okay, Calico is just like past the precipice and is a really good hero. Conversely, Warden goes from like 1.6 spirit scaling in the last stand down to 1.3 over time.
Get him out of
a bunch
here.
of nerfs. And over time, when you keep getting hit with these mini nerfs or mini buffs, it eventually hits a point where you're either going to be picked a lot or just not picked at all. And the patch changes, they do matter, Jason.
ZP, I'm so happy too, because not only do I like seeing Warden get nerfed, but now I know your main hero got nerfed as well. So you've had to experiment with a couple of different things. I know you've been playing a lot of Holiday, to be fair. So could there be some Holiday nerfs coming back into the realm very soon?
This checks out. ZP was a Cassidy main in OW, so this is right up his alley, honestly. I'm not surprised
Bro,
at all.
I remember he played only Widowmaker and Genji in the very early stages, and Hex and I were like playing like 2v1s against him, and we got so angry that he only played those. I think it was only Widowmaker then at that time.
Bro was sweaty, man. That's how it goes.
He has his heroes he likes, and he sticks to them. I gotta respect it.
But I think, like, on the Calico note really quickly, just it's like quality of life changes, right? The leaping slash height is a pretty big difference maker. That extra distance you get with it, because obviously it procs all your melee effects. So like Spirit Snatch also getting changed in that patch, I feel like works really well. Return of Shadows having a wider range that obviously you can increase with itemization. I think that's like in lane, it's really hard to avoid that when they're like leaping slash in instantly all. It's like as soon as you get that ultimate, that 4 online, you're like ready to fight. And if you are first, you have that brief power spike, like you almost get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, the key of Calico is that she's just breaching safe zones in a way that other heroes don't, is able to confirm kills that others can't with her mobility.
There's the reach.
Yeah. We're going to get into it, though. First team to look at here tonight, it's Abrahams versus Lotos. We got to talk about Abrahams. The storyline to me coming in here is that Abrahams, they've been second in EU for a while now, a little bit off the throne for longer than expected. But Jason, especially when it comes to the bigger tournaments in the EU, like the Trolley tournament coming up this weekend, it has always been Buff Enjoyers that have won it. And to me, the question is, can Abrahams be the team to finally take one of those big tournaments wins away from Buff Enjoyers? And do they start with that here tonight?
History proves they're not able to. Thinking back to the 1-win bombshell, it was always VP or Buff Enjoyers winning. I believe they won every single time. I have to like really jump back and jog my memory if they won the last time we've had one of those bombshells, but they've always been stumped by Buff Enjoyers. I hope for their sake they will be able to give a proper challenge to them when we do get to the Trolley event this weekend. I mean, but this team, if we're talking about like pick priority and heroes rising through the ranks, I mean, we know Jamside is a great Infernus, which is perfect considering he's insanely strong right now together as well with Yamato, but also Shiv having a lot of high priority when it comes to North America. And then Paradox on top of that. I feel like most of these heroes, except that one I see with Saf, I don't know who that guy is anymore, have very high priority these days when it comes to Deadlock. So it kind of fits exactly with the way that they maybe want to play, which is a good sign for them going into the event.
It's been like 3 weeks since Abrahams have been able to take a map off Buff Enjoyers in our decider as well. So it's been a hot minute. They've had a couple of night shifts where like they've, been sort of rinsed out in straight games. So I think like, outside of this game, I'd like to see them, look to take a map off of, Buff Enjoyers, even if that means I have to dip because time constraints. But it'd be nice to see them step up. I think this is a really quality team. I'm always interested in what kind of hero Jamside is going to force into a gun build and find success with. So it's always like a fun mini game for me.
Moving right along, of course, into the opposition, Lotos, a team where I feel like they're just in between in a way. Like they've been the gatekeeper team of EU where they're good enough to give a fight to Abrahams or Buff Enjoyers in the challenging match. Very rarely do they put together a full game where they're actually able to take that team out. And yet when you look at the rest of EU, they're often over basically every other EU team when we've had, other EU teams against Lotos, whether it be here, just in the general community. Lotos is incredibly strong. So, Mitch, it's kind of interesting to see Lotos almost take the role of this gatekeeper team. And you kind of wonder, what's going to be needed to take the next step.
Yeah. Quickly as well, someone in the chat wants to know like how Intel are involved in the show. So I just want to point out that like the prize pool and the entire incentive for competing in the night shift is provided by our friends over at Intel. They are supporting weekly tournaments in Deadlock already. So if you're wondering what their involvement is, it's that. They're keeping the lights on, guys. So please, join us in thanking them for, this infusion of life into the Deadlock community, this early stage, and hopefully it's something we can continue doing in the long term.
And to go on your notes, ZP, I'll pick it up with Lotos. One thing that they've lacked, and I said for many weeks now, is they don't have that kind of star player. And losing Sonya Sniper, which I believe he went to Meld Team, if I'm not mistaken, and bringing in Colt, yes. I don't know if Colt can be that person for their team to do that for them. I know they've had some good individual plays once in a while, but there's never been that player, at least in the matches we've seen here on the night shift, where there's that one player you can depend on to get that 50K farm and then carry the team. So that's one thing I still want to see with them adapt in the future. Maybe when we get into these best of threes, it'll be a little bit more fair to them, because we've only really seen them best of ones. They've never made it past Abraham's, as we saw the head-to-head before. So we've never really seen them have the opportunity to grow into a series. So I'm looking forward to see what they can do in Trolley and see what they can do here today.
Yeah, and again, for me, it's interesting because I feel like we've had multiple avenues in both NA and EU where you have teams basically go from, okay, we're getting good, to all of a sudden they get really good in their main team. Melee Creeps in NA probably the best example of that, where they started as like kind of a third, fourth place team, made a few roster changes, and eventually, recently have kind of taken the crown and then some. But speaking of fights here at the night shift, we're about ready to get in the draft, but we can't quite do it without getting into our Mode Crow 1v1 to decide which team is going to have their choice of first or second pick. Mitch, the moles are ready.
We need some argy-bargy. I'm so glad that our representative from Abraham's changed their name appropriately here, but that's fine. We at least have Pyro, of course, on the side of Lotos here, who's a little bit mistimed on that parry. This is going to be a close one, guys. One of the closer Movie Crew 1v1s that we've seen.
I'm a little bit sad to see this mid pit without the sugary deliciousness in it, to be honest, after that whole weekend. But it looks like Abraham's will win. Go ahead, Mitch. Wait, what? Where are these people coming from?
Whoa. I'm glad they cut the tape. That is ungentlemanly to say the very least. Goodness me, guys. Save it for the real game, would you? My God.
I just didn't realize the underworld of Mo boxing just had that part there.
Dude, it's like the Khabib versus Conor McGregor fight, right? Like Khabib, they all jumped into the ring and started fighting, bro. That's crazy. Come on, boys, keep it gentlemanly out there in the cursed apple. Thank you. My goodness.
Look like a little fight club down there.
We're getting into the draft here, Jason, and here's what I wonder. We've heard the rumors about first pick Doorman coming in, but in your mind, does that change the entire dynamic of first pick Kelvin, or is Kelvin, if you want to win the game, going to be something you need to put into the freezer for your opponents?
I think you still have to just first ban Kelvin. Honestly, he's just too strong as is. I actually talked to like Saya and John after they won the trolley event this last weekend. And they're talking about like he needs to change. Like in his current state, he's just too effective. What he does is insane. His ultimate is ridiculous.
Lose lane. He can't lose lane. That's the thing. He just doesn't.
I mean, you say that, but I played Kelvin and I've lost lane before many times. But down in Initiate 1, it's a different thing than competitive play. But I think Victor and Kelvin are pretty much just going to stay the top two bans for now. I don't think Doorman is. I don't know. I want to say he's not as impactful in a way that like a Victor could be, because when Victor gets out of hand, he really gets out of hand. If Doorman gets out of hand, he's still just kind of Doorman.
They're completely different. I mean, Doorman, obviously, his emphasis is on the utility that he brings, displacement, isolation, whereas Victor is like just amazing in the numbers sense, right? Like Pain Barrier getting charged up the way it does now, he does less damage to himself. Like he's hard to kill, and then you don't want to kill him, but then he just stacks all these area of effect items and stands in the middle of your team and kills you with Torment Pulse. So you've got to. It feels like it's a damned if you do and damned if you don't kind of scenario. So first pick Infernus here feels pretty safe. It's like, obviously we have a capacitor carrier. It's going to be important. And there it is. Doorman is locked in. Wow, we really foreshadowed this well, ZP. Nicely done.
Yeah, look, Scrim Intelligence, sometimes the Scrim Bucks pay off, and I think Doorman has just kind of hit this point here where the buffs to the door reliability have helped, but also there's new builds that you can use. Players have gotten a lot better at landing a cart and just gunning people down with a more gunman-oriented build. Yeah. And also, I think people just play around Doorman better, both around Urn and mid-boss. But Calico number 2, Jason, as I look at this is a little bit surprising because I thought for sure if you're going to first pick Infernus, at a bare minimum, you're giving up a Paradox.
Dr. Miles, 5 gifted. Thank you.
Whoa. I'm so sorry. I have to jump in here. and change the subject completely because he said he would gift 5 subs if I did this, and I only did half of it so far. So.
Oh my god, this is
What in the
You wanted me to
world?
twirl my mustache and do an evil laugh. And
You are like Waluigi. Yeah. You make a great
Waluigi.
Waluigi.
We need Jason to get the mustache out even longer, and then we need to have Jason versus Josh in like some form of
yeah.
mustache-related contest. Like, who
Yeah.
can be the better Dr. Eggman?
He
I think
has the
Jason's gotta be
VCP
the
makeup
bald
artist
one, right?
like styling it for him. It's crazy, bro. He needs extra time in the chair. It's
And
next
my
level.
wife asked me today, she's like, when Halloween's done, you're getting rid of that mustache, right? I'm like, yeah.
Oh no, dude.
She gave me the illusion of choice. She didn't say,
You
I
need
could
to
say
be
yes or
the
no.
evil train conductor for Halloween, honestly. This is so good. We missed a bit of the draft.
It's too fun to play with. Anyway, sorry, you asked me about
I'm getting
Calico.
Linus here. I'm getting Linus. Mitch, we've gotten to the picks here, and Lotos, they're going a little bit more by the tried and true. They go, okay, you don't go for the Paradox. We are going to go for the Paradox, and they get Abrams for the front line. And Abrahams, meanwhile, they secure the pocket, but you stop and look at it here. You do wonder for Abrahams, does this kind of signal that maybe they're looking for a Bebop or a Holiday a little bit later in the draft if they want a little bit more playmaking potential?
Yeah, we just do feel like in this day and age, you still need some form of initiation. Is Mo and Krill, I haven't done EU for a little bit. Are they sort of contesting that pick in this region at the moment?
A little bit less.
I would say a little bit less, but what we saw this last week in the NA event with having like a Paradox Mo together, or I guess you could do, if you're ready to creeps, Bebop.
We're banning Lash, bro. What? Why are we banning Lash?
Guys. Lash won 1 game in North America trolley event, and it was Dafty of all people. It doesn't mean he's super strong right now.
That's super interesting, I think, as a ban.
I mean, I know you want to say something.
Yeah.
No, I mean, honestly, that is a little bit surprising to me, but okay, the Bebop
There it
comes
is,
in,
okay.
and Jason, to me, especially after seeing what John was able to do in NA, makes a lot of sense. And this is kind of why I feel like Abrahams maybe didn't prioritize the Paradox in the beginning, because they go, hey, for playmaking, we're going to get Tass back on his Bebop magic. That was also, if you think back, one of the times where Abrahams was the scariest was when Tass was super locked in on the Bebop.
The city could use
Yeah,
some new blood.
I think it fits perfectly for him. I mean, it's Paradox or it's Bebop, and he's going to be just as impactful on either of them. I would like to see like a second bit of lockdown off the back of the Bebop. Maybe like Mo and Krill could be what they pick up coming into this, because if you can pull an Amina and you combo her before she can use Sanguine Retreat, well, she's going to be dead. Also very good against Infernus, so you can stop him from running around. I wouldn't be surprised to actually see like a something.
What are we doing here? Holy, what is this?
What? Sorry,
Dude.
I had to bring that back
Multiple
from the trolley
glasses.
event.
Someone in the chat earlier was like, yo, run it down. Someone run it down and just play Spirit of Viper already. I mean, to be fair, Viper did get a fair bit of a look at that previous patch CP. A number of sort of
Massively changed.
Yeah.
You know, you don't go Gun Viper anymore. You go like Spirit Viper because of the
Screwjab dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you go back and look at where it was. Like, I'm hesitant to say it's a deny pick, but ABL did actually play a very dominant Viper. The one time ABL played it recently in lane, and it was against Lotos that ABL went wild with the Viper. Now, maybe Lotos is just thinking back to that, going like, we want to do this to you. I'm not convinced every player would be able to do what ABL did on Viper, nor overall am I convinced that Viper is in that level of pick, but, you know, Lotos clearly thinks the same. But here, Mitch, what Jason was just talking about has come to fruition. They decide, yeah, we got the Bebop, but we want a little bit of extra lockdown. Mo and Krill comes into play with last pick.
I think that's it. That's perfect, right? You've got good utility, fantastic mobility, good ability to take the fights. I don't know if the Holiday is really necessary when you have the Paradox like locked into this setup. You might want another, sort of hard to engage tool, right? I think that having Paradox and Holiday running around, even with like, they're still good Veil Walker carriers that can still sort of cause you problems and set up some of these fights. I'm really interested in how this, how the Viper plays out, because there's bullet resist shred on the Screwjab dagger rank 2, which stacks, right? And it all stacks, frankly. So very, very interested to see how the Viper looks. We know, of course, that it's very unique in that your slide distance means you have large amounts of ammunition. You still want to do that gun damage, but we're very much in a Spirit direction. So I don't know what to expect from this particular pick. Abrahams have so much lockdown because we just glossed over the fact they have the telekinesis of Wraith as well to add to the mix, as well as a pretty reasonable gun carry and a capacitor carrier in terms of the Bebop.
Jason, I'm going to put you on the spot here because we're getting ready to get into game. You look at
Abrahams.
both of these drafts. Which draft right now do you like the most of the two teams?
I want to say Abrahams, to be honest. One thing I do like, though, about Lotos is the lasso from a combo, because you can pull Mo and your teammate back, so it acts as like a mini, oh my god, rescue beam.
Counter engage. Yeah.
But no, it's got to be Abrahams for sure. Like the Mo plus the Bebop plus Wraith, like that's too much control.
Well, the stage has been set. Abrahams looking to get that matchup against Buff Enjoyers once more. Show that they have the meta on lockdown, both here tonight in the night shift and later this weekend. Lotos, though, looking to prove that they can compete on the mic for the challenging match. It's going to be Uber and Jason.
Thank you very much, CP. Moments away from jumping in now. Abrahams v Lotos. Again, Abrahams definitely have their eyes set on Buff Enjoyers this week. Would love to make a statement before our upcoming Trolley 10K on the weekend. Europe has been waiting in the wings for that particular competition, but for now, they're going to throw it out there here in the night shift. And Jason, we speculated that perhaps these two teams would be hiding strats, maybe sandbagging a little bit. But looking at this draft, I don't think that's the case at all. Viper's Venom also something we didn't touch on. You know, it scales pretty well with Spirit, both the minimum and maximum amount of damage, and it also cares about the target's missing health. So fantastic execute to finish people off. Caffeine has to get rolling. I think that's obviously, you know, a given here. I'm curious to see what this new look Viper can do out there.
Yeah, because we've only had one actual match seen it played here in the you know, professional scene. It's kind of hard to judge where she is at, because she still does lack, even with these changes, a lot of survivability. Yeah, you can slide for really long distances and you're pretty fast, but one combo and you're dead. Like one telekinesis and you're dead. One hook and you're gonna die. So for Coffin in particular, you have to still play around that really well, and you don't really have a strong front line to facilitate that. At least you do have some initiates with Paradox and Holiday to give you a little bit of freedom to play. I mean, not really from the back lines, because you can't really play from the back lines. You need to be up close and personal.
Yes.
But I do kind of wonder, with like Calico who can assassinate you, a Pocket who can do so, Saf on Doorman, if he carts you into a wall, he's probably going to kill you with Gun Doorman. It's going to be very hard, I feel like, to make Viper effective. And honestly, I think in this matchup, Abrahams don't really have to show anything too crazy. I think for Lotus' sake, maybe you need to start trying some new things, because honestly, you haven't beaten this team before in the night shift. Yes, you beat them in a best of one for the core number 7, but you need to be able to prove you can beat them in a best of 3 going into the matches on, well, potentially on Saturday. Yeah, on Saturday.
Yep, on Saturday. Absolutely. Great point by Geglash in the chat as well. Look for the QSR rush for the Viper into Merc Magnum. Obviously, it works really well because it's until the next reload. You just slide around. Either way, okay. ABL caught out by that one. Not ready for the parry, apparently. Back under the Guardian we go. Rayek laying it on thick on this right side of the map, because this is the lane that does feature the Infernus and Holiday. So pretty annoying. Crack shot plus the ticking damage that you get from the Infernus means that sustain is going to be pretty important for Abrahams here.
I'm actually a little bit surprised to see the way Lotus is playing out these lanes. I, for some reason, thought we would have like Holiday Paradox together in the mid lane, and then you would have like Mina and Infernus, which I believe we did have in one of our NA matches over the weekend. Because like Holiday and Paradox is so much harass, especially if you connect Carbine into a crack shot relatively easy. Plus the barrels are really easy to hit. You have double pull-ins, so you have a lot of kill potential there. But I guess they wanted to split them up here a bit to maybe help Colt in particular on the Mina have a decent beginning of the game, because you need your Mina to have a good game here if you want to be able to win this.
Yeah, you really need to get fed. You really need to get her off to the races. Coffee and Hero, obviously extra charge, picked up early, as we know. Goes into that rapid recharge, so more screw jab daggers, more GGs for young Caffeine. Here it is together, does get poked down a little bit by it. You can actually see like Lotus's lanes in general are looking pretty good, at least the outside lanes. Caffeine obviously laning out alongside Pyro on this Abrams. So good pressure now, also trying to interfere with this tier 1 take. A little bit of free souls here as Caffeine can back away, and the harassment is really being felt, I think, by Abrahams in that lane. Here's that Doorman, though, hitting hard towards the Mina, and that's not what you want to see. Colt removed by Saf. We know that headshot booster is pretty scary in the Doorman's hands early.
I mean, not only him, right, but to have Tass on Bebop next to you. I mean, you're saying when retreat's going to be on cooldown all the time, and if it's never off cooldown, there's definitely some good chances for some hooks to be hit and a lot of pressure to be applied. So maybe just biding their time, as you mentioned before. Lotus being very aggressive in all 3 of the lanes. They do pay the ultimate price, at least in towards middle. And Colt at one point, 7,000, going for the Imp Spirit off the bat. Going for the... Actually, yeah, it has love bites. Doesn't have Sanguine Retreat yet, so you have to be very, very careful.
That is pretty risky, I guess, against the Bebop lane not to skill that, but you obviously need to start with Love Bites and maybe Rake to help you shove a little bit more.
Well, the Rake gives you sustain too, more importantly. So if you
That's
take any
true.
harass, you get to heal off minions quite a bit, which is very, very helpful.
Yeah, and even more so off enemies if push comes to shove in that regard. Here's South, of course. Sort of building towards that 1800. Long range picked up. Okay, so big investments already in that gun. So wants to be a real nuisance here in this lane. This looks easy from Saf's perspective. I'm telling you, it's not. So hitting these shots definitely can be quite challenging as there's a little bit of travel time involved. What is this door? What is this door? Okay, call billets. Oh, come on. Pyro calls a pause. Now, in fairness, Pyro's not involved in this little engagement, but well, this is slightly awkward now. That door for a hard engage. Abraham's really want to take this fight.
I think Colt was yelling, pause to his teammate there. But also the door, keep in mind, I believe, yeah, from what I can see, Saf did level it up to level 2, which means he gets the extra barrier. So if when you go through the door the first time, you get the barrier, which means you can be even more aggressive and really take favorable trades when it comes to this fight in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he doesn't have level 2 door yet. Never mind.
Not yet. Yeah, I think he just...
Oh, he does have it.
He does.
It's just
Thank
the
you for
UI
that
bugging out.
service. Yeah, normally there would be a rim around that. So Call Bell, great poke. Obviously, the gun of Doorman, very effective. I think laning is a little bit of a menace in general. And the baggage card is not something you want to run into, especially if it's combo. Look at these hits, like just chunking for like 120 each time.
It's got
nothing to
highest
sneer
gun
at.
damage in the game per bullet.
Yeah.
From what I remember.
Okay, a little bit scary here for our Infernus. Arzo looking to try and back away here. ABL and Jamside holding with the door. Lotus really getting aggressive, trying to interfere with a lot of these sort of creep camp takes on that right side of the map. Don't want to allow Abrahams to pick up those supplementary souls as these waves have been getting shoved into them. Also not being able to deny any of those away as we've seen Lotus back away, looking like they're taking a camp. Dangerous here though. My goodness. Oh goodness, Sai. Colt rather, caught out by the uppercut of Taz. So this mid lane setup for Abrahams has definitely been their best look so far, and now they're in deep trouble. Sai, bye. Enjoy the hotel, my friend. Gonna take that big hit of damage coming on out, and Corbell will finish the job, Jason.
Yeah, and you're seeing like the power of this lane and how deadly it can be. That's why I kind of wanted to see like a Holiday Paradox together. They're gonna have a little bit more survivability against this with the jump pads. Speaking of Holiday coming in from the backside, but again, the door.
Sorry, bye.
Immediately getting Saf out of trouble here, but the last one comes through and he connects onto this Mitch.
This is a big investment. Saf, they're gonna be brought down by the Rake. So Colt does get that pick off. There is a Hyper Beam. It's pretty hard to connect in this lane, especially with all the occlusion of the environment. I like the Doorman's door set up to try and get you away. Speaking of escapes, Jamside has one on this Wraith, but it's very, very low. Maybe just over pushing a little bit now. Jamside eventually falling, but good Guardian damage at least done by Abrahams here, despite a bit of an unfavorable trade-off. Pyro, though, down to Saint. Important pick off here for the Moon Krill.
I am also curious, ABL, did he go first by Majestic Leap to get around the map? I'm not sure if he's felt confident enough to do so. Oh my god, another hook's in the
no, the cart!
And the cart as well to knock him back. It's not going to matter. The bomb's
not
going to kill
enough.
you. Oh no, he used the single one to actually get away from the bomb damage, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, you want to dodge away, but you have to use that probably the second Sanguine dash to avoid the bomb damage. Either way, I mean, this Doorman lane is scary. Saf is putting a lot of pressure down, being able to circumvent that Guardian. Here's Saint, though, head-to-head with Pyro and Coffeen. You have an ABL, of course, on his pocket, and you got your answer, Jason. It is a pretty early Majestic Leap.
And the reason I bring that up is he likes to be very active around the map. They definitely look for a very early Guardian to free him up to farm up as much jungle as possible, and then you can leave Jamside here to defend. I think we saw him actually be one of the first people in Night Shift to go for a Majestic Leap as one of his very, very first items.
Oh, that was the Viper ult there on Saint. Looks like it bought a little bit of room for an escape for Coffeen, but it's going to be tough now. Here comes the slam. Pyro looking to engage. Saint's still healthy. Shoulder charge, good connection. Saint locked down for an extended period of time, but Coffeen's already too low to get involved. Leap forward there for Together misses, but it's pretty fevered back and forth trading now. Coffeen's just trying to get topped back on up as quickly as possible here, and that's tough. That poke damage is real.
Yeah, you really have to respect it. And again, like as a Viper as well, you're relatively squishy. You can see on the HP pool here. You have to be very close to do the damage.
Okay, telekinesis here.
in.
Corbell, big damage. Not enough to secure the kill. There was enough of a distance gain before the telekinesis hit came through. Will. So annoying. That baggage cart continuing to come through. All right, hotel guest going to be used straight away. Now, how do you follow up on this? It's going to be Arzo just not bothering to try and get it. Oh, I love this emerging inside concussive combustion. Maybe to try and dissuade anyone from getting too close, but will end up going down across the map. And again, it's just Abraham's laying it on thick. They're going to have a lot of Guardian damage in this exchange.
Help me kill the detective.
You know, one thing we also haven't talked about when it comes to Doorman that ZP brought up during the trolley event was up against League in particular when he was playing Ivy. Is it's such a good way as well of just taking out the enemy carry from the game for a period of time, so you can kill other people and not have to worry about them. Even experimented with like the potential refresher Doorman ultimate, so you keep them out for a very long time. You don't have to deal with them. And right now a combo's going to come through. Petrifying Bullet comes through to actually stop Saint's combo, and the whole team's here.
Yeah, Rayek's taking far more damage than they would have expected. The bomb takes him out in the end. Taz to the rescue. I'm not sure if Lotos had accounted for the Bebop just turning up in this fashion. There's a rotate coming across the map as well. Saf is actually headed towards the right side. There's 3 Abraham's players here, though, on the left. It's very dangerous for Pyro to linger, and they're probably aware of it. That's the Guardian down on the right. Here's a paradoxical swap catching on to ABL. He doesn't have his cloak available, so he's going to instead pop that affliction, try and get away. Good damage here being put down onto Arzo, but there needs to be a follow-up, someone else to add. And it looks like Arzo wasn't even affected by the affliction, so he's able to come in as a third party and pick up that elimination.
Oh, we get third party. Side gets in directly behind Jam side. Connect Carbine goes off as well. No paradoxical swap and no backup to be seen. So just going to back away either way. And we will see a Guardian take in the mid lane here. The first for Lotos.
Jeez,
though Colt's being chased pretty hard here.
Yeah, 140, like coming in for the Doorman straight away. Sanguine Retreat used instantly by Colt. Does not want to fight, but this gives so much priority in mid for a shove. Abrahams can push this forward now. And we have the Pyro very, very low. Dangerous situation to be that Calico damage is really starting to add up. Siphon Life is not going to be enough to keep you standing. And so Pyro falls on the left. More pressure surely, but there's Viper involved, and Rayak actually makes a rotate over towards his lane, and it doesn't seem to bother together. Still wants to come forward with the leap. No Guardian here, but now he can take the Sinner away. They got to fight for this, Jason.
I mean, I think you kind of can if you're Lotos. It's not really worth it for Sinners. Petrifying Bullet comes in. It does catch up together, but where's the follow-up?
I mean, you just don't feel like you can. Also, you're at 2.5k souls. You probably don't have a power spike. You're not favored in that regard. Jam side down, there were a lot of Lotos players on this right-hand side of the map. Hotel Guest is at the ready, and you can see this push up from Abrahams. They're contesting yet another set of Sinners. So as soon as we get past that 8-minute mark, that positive lane prio for Abrahams is allowing them to dig a bit deeper into the Lotos jungle and get that soul lead.
I think one of the biggest micro, I guess it's technically micro changes we saw from the event this last weekend was the emphasis on these Sinner sacrifices and denying them away from your opponents.
Yep.
Looking at Sneaky Golem, AVG in particular, on one of his games on Yamato, he literally was just at Sinners almost the entire game, taking them away and stacking up those buffs. And right now, Saint, he has no Warp Stone, though he's going to be binded up next. Was looking for a combo catch, but even just trying to pick up the urn to move it across the map here.
It's so risky for Coffeen to be playing solo in this lane.
Oh,
yep, there it is. Combo. Easy done. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, you see Bebop and you see Mo and Cool, you know they're there. Like, you know, you can die from extremely long distance. I think they pinged out on that Walker, and I think at least Abrahams are going to shove this, but I think the earned possibility is attractive to them, but they don't have good positioning on the right side around the earn turn-in location. They need to fight for that first. Here's ABL that wants to try and work this Walker. I think that's fine. You keep Lotos busy, Jason, on the right-hand side of the map. Lose your Guardian. Trade a Walker might well be worth it.
Oh, 100%. And the thing is, you might even be able to run the urn on top of this. They're going to get this Walker for free. Eventually, Coffin's going to come back in, but you really can't defend against the 2 players with Tass and ABL there. In the meantime, as you were mentioning, Lotus have gone for push on the right-hand side. The side split is back. Impact connects onto together.
Ridiculous, taking no damage, bro. Like 0. That is crazy. In the 1v3, Return of Shadows was there. Healing Right can't be used. Spirit Lasso surely is going to be curtains now for this Calico. Yeah, I mean, you've done well. You've defended the Walker. You're going to see now a convergence of Abraham's players towards this side of the map, but they lose Jam side and together. But they keep the Walker alive, right? Walker for Guardian. You take the trade. You have earned possession on the right. Zipline boost could get you back into the fight pretty quickly. Here's a hook. Nox Nostra has to be used now by Colt. Not really much damage to speak of, though. And now that Urn might head towards a turn-in location. So I think you're going to have to double back if you're Arzo here and defend this. But Lotus aren't in position.
Yeah, they're not going to defend the urn. It's going to be a free turn instead. Their idea is let's push the left lane Guardian so we get a flex slot, which is what they're desperately going to need. And they're going to get it for sure, though it might cost them a couple of people here, especially that hook landing directly onto Pyro.
Pyro has pretty limited defensive items, honestly, to lean on. There's a reactive barrier there, which does, of course, help against the Bebop. Whoa! What is that? Return to Shadows for together, but can't maintain the jump pad momentum. But there's a right side Walker being scrutinized now by Lotus. They are saying, by Abraham, sorry. They're saying, if you want to take our Guardians, we're going to trade up, and we're going to get these Walkers away from you, thereby extending our sphere of influence deeper and deeper into your jungle. And Lotus are like a couple beats behind on a lot of this, right? They're just coming back off buys or off respawns. They're going to have to defend that right side because there's a big extension for Abrahams deep into that part of the map.
And you're seeing also why Doorman can be very good beyond the fact of the door, as the speaking of him gets caught out here and he will fall. Is the doors act very similar to like the way we used to see Spectral Assistant being used for Sinclair, because you can pop it really far behind you, go run up, get free damage on the walker, and then pop it back. Very similar with the doors, so you can use that even with your teammates for safety. You might see another catch yet again here onto Pyro.
Okay, Plague of Frogs. Pyro has been, he's been getting caught out on a number of these occasions, right? This is Abrahams just responding to the punish of the overextension on that right side of the map, but there's no walker to play for here, so it's very much about these camps, but we're not far enough into the game to be able to easily pick off those tier 3s. If you got cult sacrifices, you nab one of them, you sort of get the heck out of there. I like that. Wishful thinking from Taz. No connection now, though. Dangerous for Cult. And no Sanguine Retreat available, so 500 HP is going to have to be enough, but that Barret doesn't quite catch on. Into the rescue comes Sai. So now the Paradox, at least here with the minute, there's a player advantage now for Lotus. They can definitely exercise this, and together once again just falls into the net. Lotus have been punishing Abraham's desire, I think, to try and close this game out or really punish deep into the jungle. But again, this right side walk is getting looked at. It's push and pull stuff as Abrahams are the ones asking the questions consistently of Lotus across the map. And that pickoff is pretty big. Arzo out of the game. That's the Infernus now no longer able to intervene. And it's another walker picked up for the Amber side.
I mean, it seems to be the game plan for Abrahams. They'll give up one player, but they'll get a walker from you. And that's a trade you'll take any day of the week, though. We do see a walker be pushed on the left-hand side. Even Saint coming in from behind here to potentially alleviate this pressure. Even Task coming in from base. There's a real chance they could get a catcher if they want to go for a chase on this.
Yeah, okay, Saint actually does not get punished for this. Lotus aren't ready to go for him. Okay, maybe now. Slam doesn't quite connect, though. Looks like the Warpstone was able to get Saint away. Now back to safety. Even uppercut backwards by Taz just to make sure he was safe. I credit there, Jason, together, who was able to defend that walker against like 3 players, and now Lotus are in an awkward spot. Being encircled on this left side jungle, Together's looking for an opportunity to engage. Those gloom bombs hit, and the return to shadows isn't even needed.
And you cannot forget about how fast Calico can be to get around the map. I mean, honestly, we're at the point right now, 15 minutes in, where we realistically could see a bad fight for Lotos turn into a mid-boss for Abrahams, as they get themselves both buffs on the right and left-hand side, and the urn is up. This is where it goes from bad to worse here for Lotus. I mean, not down too bad in souls, but if they keep getting picks like this and catching people off guard, there's no chance for Arzo to become a threat on Infernus. He's only at 14,000 souls. I mean, Tass, who isn't even supposed to be the carry on the other side, is at 18k.
Right, I mean, Pyro also does not have the farm priority to be remotely tanky here, Jason. So Lotus do not have a durable team composition at all. Here comes Coffee now. Bowler to start the fight. Uppercut instantly, though, able to avoid much of this pressure, but Pyro's caught in the middle, and the Abrahams is going to struggle to stay alive. Tanky as he is inherently in our 1 versus 2, left alone by Coffin, who realizes he's likely to lose his own life by trying to get involved in this fight. So another ugly engagement picked up, and this urn should be chilling, heading over towards that top left side of the map here. It looks like ABL's been pretty comfortable defending this walker, and now there's going to be reinforcements. Dangerous here for cold damage onto South. The rake was fine, but at best it's a trade, and that urn is getting turned in, Jason.
It's getting turned in for free too. I mean, they got 2 kills, they lost 1, and they get an urn turn off the back of that. And ABL gets a kill on Will. You know what, mid boss, it's right there to be taken for them, honestly, if they wanted to go for it. I think they should have the damage to pull it off, but instead they're going to be looking for themselves a Ray to be taken, and I can already see Together rotate on the map to maybe catch him out. But this is some good stuff from Abrahams, to be honest. They're rotating well, they're playing well. And ABL, considering Mina's going to be one of like the strongest counters to him in this game, he's doing a great job of just mostly staying alive and keeping his farm up. That Nox Nostra, it's a free silence wave for you up against ABL, and Pocket is already very susceptible to spirit damage.
You don't have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's negative spirit resist to start the game, right? If that doesn't make it obvious to you, I don't know what will. So 2 walkers down, both the outside ones for Lotos. This jungle access for Abrahams at unprecedented levels will allow them to continue to extend their lead, even up against that comeback mechanic that Lotus will be experiencing. If they go even on souls, of course, they'll be getting that little extra. Right, slowing Hex catches on pretty much straight away. Not great for Jam side, but he's going to respond with a telekinesis of his own. Drop down. Bro has a bag, so needs to be pretty careful. Bit of a stash happening upstairs, though, now, as we do see that wall thrown up. It's like a paradoxical swap was employed amidst that. Taz is hunting, though. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Turns out the fight comes to you sometimes. Big damage from up here. No hook required. Cult simply ceased to exist. And again, we have that capacitor in Taz's hands. It's a huge power spike. And everyone's getting hooked up and booked.
I believe as well the capacitor, when you see the Sangren retreat used once and you hook Mina from that, you capacitor her so she can't use the second charge of it, and it's almost a guarantee, or it should be ideally a guaranteed kill since you don't have the safety net of the second escape. Honestly, Abrahams, as we saw what Jam said, they're initially getting caught out. They do such a great job of rotating in to reinforce anyone who's been caught initially. And that player in particular does such a great job of just staying alive long enough for that to happen as a flying fist comes in from the side, picking up Pyro.
Yeah, and together just can't be killed here. 1,000 health, also pretty tanky, and has Return to Shadows active. So Lotus are getting to the point in the game where their carries are just not farmed enough here. And Taz is starting to get pretty out of control in terms of the itemization. Think together back and on away here. Parry came in, not needed at the end. Pyro is trying to be the initiator, but frankly is just getting blown to smithereens every time he tries to step up. Once again, Abrams is out of the game. Together, big chilling. Door used, back to mid, healing right popped, and now that mid walker is going to be looked at.
If you want to have an idea of how confident Abrahams feels right now, look at what Sap picked up recently. Glass Cannon. I find that a little bit of a BM buy, to be honest, but when you're ahead this far, it makes sense.
Well, you saw the counterspell there, used a little bit early for Azo, as the hotel guest simply came out later. So they take that big hit of damage as they come out. Everyone's waiting. And yeah, this is starting to get out of hand pretty quickly, folks. A pretty large soul lead to contend with. And now the mid boss going to be taken here easily. This should guarantee that you can convert into a mid walker now. Those buffs, of course, going to be crucial. You'll have all of those rejuve credits. There's no contesting this for Lotus. They're hoping for something on the left-hand side of the map. Now, can Jamside hold them at bay with 21k souls? I think it's still... He's putting question marks in the chat. He's like, why are you here? We took mid boss. What is going on? The Dira shift going to be used. There will be the damage. Oh, no, excuse me. That's a rejuve buff being expended as Jamside picks himself back up. And Lotus put themselves in a pretty risky position on the map. Give up mid boss to just exhaust one rejuve credit, Jason. Am I reading this correctly?
Yeah. I think, to be fair, they were maybe looking for the walker take, so you get something out of this objective being secured out of Abrahams, and you get yourself a flex slot, more importantly, because they are at 102,000 souls with only one flex slot unlocked. So they're definitely being hindered in their economy, or at least in their items, because they don't have these slots available to actually, pick up some things. But it's really tough times. I mean, they're down 32,000 souls now. They've really been unable to get any of these buffs for the last, I want to say, like 10 minutes. And I mean, a survival buff for Saint, like, I think it's going to come down to maybe just like 1-2 more fights at this rate.
We have the Merc Magnum online. Tesla bullets also in effect for Jamside. So not only does he have that lockdown potential, he's also hit. What? Bro, he's moving so fast. Veil Walker among Cruel, man, his stats wrong. Okay. What's ABL looking for here? Just to shove this lane in if at all possible. Does know he's going to get some attention now. But what really can Rhea do about this? We're about to find out. Lasso connects. And we are going for a bit of a ride now. Silence Wave also affecting the pocket. ABL will try and escape here. Has the satchel. Okay, that's going to be another rejuve credit burned now. Decent little pick here for Lotos, but there's about to be a fight, and I think they know it. Going to try and not overstay. I don't think Arz is going to have the option to get out. That's 40 seconds out of the game for the Infernus, and a earn turn in about to happen. His Walker presence is good. Good pressure from Lotus here, but they're losing out, of course, in these incremental value trades, and they're going to have to fight for their lives in a couple moments.
I mean, they might get the Walker, but they're going to lose all three players here, which allows Abrahams just go for the full-on push.
Please get the Walker.
Stunned up by the Walker, and they finally get it.
Now, if you're able to Pyro for this, might be considered worth it. Sai's going to have to be very slippery to get out of this one, and I hear the telekinesis go off, so it's very likely the Paradox is currently being held aloft and punished. Yep, well, they are down. Not ideal here for Sai, and that's that mid-walker guaranteed to be picked up. So slowly Lotus are, pressuring these rejuve buffs down. There's only one left, but still 90 seconds of that for Abrahams to turn this into a soul lead. Manifest that statistical advantage into one of a fiscal nature, and that is a disgusting hook that comes in with a combo follow-up, and Arzo is back in spawn again.
I think I have to disagree with something you said about Pyro getting that Walker, about it being worth it. He didn't say worth it in chat, so I don't know if it actually was worth it. You kind of have to say it in chat for it to be true.
Otherwise, the assumption is that it was in fact not worth it. Exactly. If you don't say GG, it was in fact BG.
Exactly. Well, we do see the push coming out of Abrahams here into the base. The first shrine will fall, the second in just a few seconds. And honestly, Lotus are trying to go for a last-second fight here. I saw Pyro charge straight through the entire team as the Spirit Lasso has connected. But do they have the damage? And that's something they're lacking.
Bro, what was that? The night shift logo? That was great. I don't know what caused that logo, but I'm here for it. Okay.
It's a scorn, my dude. Whenever Mo and Krill scorns, you get a night shift logo on the ground.
Oh, man, that's so base. What a cool skin. Okay. Back to the action here. Coffin already had made use of that bowler earlier on, so now I'm basically on the backslide, literally and figuratively, in towards spawn. Here comes the push. Nice lead from Together, secures that elimination. Now only 4 players up here for Lotos, and you see Coffin really trying to do something, but the Viper just hasn't really had the time to get online, and Hyper Beam is sizzling over the patron pit. Now, of course, that'll be that. Abraham's very decidedly advancing to our best of 3 money match.
Yeah, honestly, Abrahams look just as good as they ever have. They didn't really seem to struggle too much. I mean, I think at the beginning of the game, you did point out they were pushed back towards their own Guardians for the first few minutes, but in particular mid lane with the Doorman Bebop combo, once they got 1 kill, it was just hold W and get more kills there after that. Abraham's looking as good as ever, and Lotos, I still kind of worry for them going into the week or the event this weekend that they really need to show something different if they want to be able to take down the likes of Abrahams in their group.
Abraham's coming in the EU Challenger match with a new fresh look, and that fresh look being the rumors that we heard coming in. Doorman is back and in action, and to me, watching from the sidelines here, Jason, what really looked interesting to me was the part that you got the return of the Bebop Doorman lane, which not only has good poke damage, but dealing with the hook character in any sort of game is a little bit problematic in and of itself, but then you add in doors for extra angles of attack, more ways of getting in. It just felt like a nightmare for Lotos to deal with.
Yeah. And you're talking about, hooks being problematic as a mechanic in most games, unless you're playing League of Legends against Mitch and he's on Blitzcrank and any other team, then you don't have to worry about hooks at all. But it is very difficult to deal with, especially when you do have
10 years ago. Like, let it go.
Okay,
I mean, 12 years ago. Let it go.
Mitch, I want you to tell me any highlight here that reminds you of Jason just eating dirt in your experience. He got cheap shot at you, you get cheap shot at him.
Oh, dude, I don't even know. Jason's always been better at video games than me. I accept that, right? It's just not a thing.
I'll tell you what, though, ZP, Mitch has always been better at casting than me. And he's also been better at farting as well, because his farts
okay,
are
listen, bro, that diet did work for me. Okay? That's all I'm trying to say.
It did. But no, like you're very right. Like the fact is, like Bebop, he's very frustrating to deal with. But I feel like when you get an insanely good player on Bebop, that frustration becomes even more exponential in having to deal with it. Because like these hooks here in this specific, if I get my words out, moment, this hook on a Viper, like a normal Bebop wouldn't hit those, but Tass does, and that Viper doesn't get away when you're playing against Tass on Bebop.
Reactive barrier does nothing. Not a thing. It's just, you're just so far behind. Bro is, again, capacity is a really powerful item, right? Just like denying a lot of those non-ultimate buffs and really allowing you to lock someone down is very hard to say. Someone, obviously, we talked about obviously being an anti-cube measure, but there's so much more to it than that. When the Bebop starts to run away with the game and you're getting resets on your hooks when you're hitting the uppercuts, you've skilled enough into it. Like, you can just do this over and over and over again. Talk about a snowbally character. And I'm glad that we CP questioned in the draft that we'd see the Mo and Krill, because it's just not as popular a pick in this region, but it's just a match made in heaven for the Doorman, the Bebop, and the Mo. Like, Hotel Guest is amazing. The combo, obviously, is just a huge part of that lockdown setup. So, the draft, I think, from Abrahams was really good. There's a really defined game plan here.
Mitch, we've talked a bit now about what was going well for Abrahams, and we will talk more about that in a moment. But, balancing the scales a little bit here, it was somewhat close into the early and mid game before things really broke away. What did you see out of Lotos as working well? Because I feel like Lotos always does this, where they'll look good for a period of time before the wheels fall off the cart. And, what worked for them here before it didn't?
Yeah, I honestly thought some of their early lane aggression was quite good, right? I think that Rayx Holiday as well, a couple of lassos that were pretty important. I think if you're going to draft that Paradox and Holiday, you've got to be punishing misposition. You've got to be running around the map. So I think that they had an edge that they could have exploited there, but as soon as there was grouping, as soon as you really see the power of the mid lane setup, when Tass and Saf rather are able just to head outward to those lanes and assist, it all starts to fall apart. So I like what we saw. I don't think CP we really got to see the best of the Viper, but a couple of those petrifying bowlers were pretty good. They were punishing the aggressive overextensions into their side of the map by Abrahams. It's just when they did so, they couldn't trade that up into an objective. They were always getting a Guardian for a Walker because they were just that step behind heading into the mid game. And unfortunately, the hole just got deeper for them.
Jason. as we were looking at here. We kind of went through some of the things that went well for Lotos and things that didn't go well for Lotos. What you saw from Abraham's here. Obviously, the next match going to be coming up is Abraham staying on Buff Enjoyers once more. Do you think if Abraham's gets the Bebop that they can take it to Buff Enjoyers with this sort of comp?
Just Bebop, no. I think the Mo was such an important factor for this Bebop working as well. Beyond the fact of these hooks, honestly, if we're talking about like Kelvin needing reworks, I think Mo needs a rework because his ultimate in this kind of stage of the game, it's almost like a guarantee kill, especially in that mid game. We talk about Hayes having a power spike in mid game. Mo for sure has that power spike, especially when you get like Veil Walker and you get, as Mitch pointed out, how fast you can move with the burrow. If you catch them with a warp stone, 99% chance that they're gonna die. So I feel like having just the hook alone isn't strong enough. Having some sort of lockdown to follow up with, like the Mo and Krill, which we saw Melee Creeps use to great success just this last weekend, is a really key point to the success of how they come together.
Yeah. Like you can't reactive barrier or debuff reduce. Like you can't really itemize against it enough. Like you can reduce the duration, I guess, but also the Mongrel can invest in increasing the duration of the ability, which he always does because it's just you buy a superior duration for God's sake. So yeah, it feels like as a point and click ability, it's very powerful, bro. Yo, Taz the 10, 0, and 16. That's pretty messed up. That is some good gaming. I'm not gonna lie. Also, notice I would say like the farm priority here, like Saf getting a heck of a lot of those neutrals under the belt. Jamside also was heading to a pretty deterministically terrifying late game. Surge of Power, Merc, Magnum in the inventory. Yeah, he was going to be blowing people up.
Jason, as I look at the stats here, it's kind of interesting to me just how much Wraith is still siloed into late game, because you look at Jamside, this was clearly hey, if the game goes to actually 30 minutes, Jamside, you will be a key part of our team fight. Otherwise, though, you're just going to be in the jungle hitting stuff the entire time. Let us take care of it. When you look at the overall damage stats here, you got a Wraith at 13k. It was prepared for late game, Jason.
It makes sense, though, I think, in the aspect of a MOBA. I think you look at like League of Legends. I can't talk about Dota because I've never really played or casted Dota, but you always have those AD carries who come online later into the game, and it's about like your spirit heroes or your AP heroes in League's case that carry the game in towards that late game stage. I do like how they kind of set themselves up for if we have to go to late game, we still have Jamside in the back pocket, but they didn't need it in this match. And I kind of wish it didn't take that long for Mouse One heroes to come online, but it does kind of make sense when comparing it to any other MOBA out there.
Well, we've compiled the data. We have the answer. The votes are in. MVP for our challenging match. Mitch, it's got to be TAS, right?
Yeah, dude. I mean, the guy's kind of insane. I also love, it's like a pretty early, not early. I mean, it's in order, but the Coltac pickup there just times really nicely with this Bebop just pushing into enemy territory. Getting that buff is huge. And, we know that Capacitor is so good. If you're ahead and your opponents don't have any, effect mitigation or any ways to, stop themselves getting absolutely owned by being hooked out, it's so hard to do anything about this. Let the battle vest pick up pretty much straight away. You want to be aggressive, you want to be high health in that lane. The combo here with the Mo and Krill, it's like PB&J, works perfectly, and that's only after you get to leave the lane, right? Tass heads over to the left hand side of the map and constantly just creates these unwinnable scenarios for Lotos that almost always results in big damage on an objective or its entire loss, right? This position also is kind of messed up. This hook coming out on the Viper. So stuff dreams are made of, bro. Very, very scary on the Bebop.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing as well in this clip we just had is that Coffin. You talked about the petrifying bolas for at least 15 minutes of the game, or for a very long time after maybe the 12-minute mark. He was being forced to use them defensively every single time, which if you're trying to counter combo, that's a good way to do it if you're not the one being locked down. But they never got to the point for it to ever be super effective. They got picked off left and right, partially due to TAS and partially due to Saint, and they didn't really have opportunity to force these team fights that might have given them the chance.
Well, you take a look at the bracket. We are here at a result we've seen many times before. Buff Enjoyers versus Abraham's. Number 1 and number 2 of EU going to be facing off soon on the broadcast, but also, a little bit preview of what's going on in the NA side of things later on today. Melee Creeps looking to complete their victory circuit here, Jason. They took down the Trolley NA bracket this last weekend, but beating Sneaky Golem twice in a row may be difficult, and they still have to get through Kawaii Crew first.
Bro, they did it undefeated. And honestly, I mean, ZP, feel free to agree or to disagree with me here, but that series versus Sneaky Golem didn't even look like they were truly challenged. They looked like they had control for the most of the game, if not the entire game. I think they've really shown that the time they've been putting in has been paying off. And honestly, I'm worried for any team that has to play against them tonight.
You know, though, I do think the net takeaway from Sneaky Golem there is going to be just don't give up the Bebop. I think, especially after what we just saw here in the last match, Bebop almost feels like he's back in the spot of he's going to take over your games if you don't do something about him. And to me is still one of the heroes with some of the greatest variants in the game, where when a Bebop is on Mitch, it just feels like the other team is at his mercy.
I mean, you can see what he does when he gets ahead, right? Especially now with the itemization paths available to him and how they really contribute to him snowballing the game away. Just to buying a reactive barrier in lane is not really enough to deal with him. You need to have that same, I don't know, like the same proactivity across the map to create opportunities away from the Bebop, find ways to stop him from being relevant. But that's hard to do against a good Bebop player.
Alrighty, well, the challenging match is over, but the money match is yet to begin. Abrahams taking on Buff Enjoyers. Is this going to be the week that they shake up Europe, or will Buff Enjoyers remain on top? Stay with us. We'll be back soon.
Here comes the man. Can't hold him for long.
Welcome back, everybody. That was, of course, our first match here in EU in the night shift. We still have to get on to our money match, and it's me. I'm Jake. I'm coming in, pinch hitting here for ZP on the host role. But a great opening match of the day, wouldn't you say, guys?
Oh, dude. I mean, it was fun. I think we were talking about this in the break, right? It's a bit of a playmakers meta right now. A lot of Bebop getting involved. A lot of those like initiation heroes, a lot of high skill expression, and we're in a region for it right now. So I'm stoked. It was a quicker game than I expected. I won't lie. Lotos still in the doldrums and struggling to make that money match, but Abraham's, they look pretty determined this week, I feel.
Yeah, determined to take down Buffingers because honestly, it's been what, 3 weeks since they've been able to beat them.
October 1st, I want to say. So yeah, it's been a couple. Yeah, 3 weeks.
It's been a bit, and I mean, honestly, it's got to be tired being on the losing end of this matchup every single time.
Yeah, it's not ancient history yet of these two teams being able to trade wins, but Buffingers has had the better for the last four in a row, man. So it's starting to feel kind of calcified, and coming in to that trolley tournament coming up just this weekend, right? Like, you really want to feel as Abrahams that you can get this win. And I think that's what makes this week's night shift so particularly important for these teams.
Yeah. I think someone was sort of saying in chat that they had read or heard in a stream that like a couple of these Abraham's players were really pissed off and wanted to find a dub this week. This would obviously be the third week. They had to win a map here. That's what at least I want to see. They actually haven't taken a map in 3 weeks, was what we were talking about. It's been even longer than that since they've got the win. So want to see them give us at least a 2-1 here. They look so good. It's so funny. Like when you see the sort of tier breaks between some of these teams, guys, where like Abraham's look incredible in that first game, and then we see them struggle against someone like Buff Enjoy, as it can really make this very solid team look a little clowny sometimes. So I want to see some really, really close Deadlock here.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get just that. Of course, we do want to thank our sponsor this weekend, which is, of course, Intel, making this possible, having the prize pool. But nonetheless, as an entire group, as a tournament, I mean, as really an ecosystem here in Deadlock, we couldn't be doing any of this stuff without the fans, the supporters, and especially our Patreon. So the Patreon is a great way for folks to give back and directly support the broadcast. And that's been an essential part to us, like building up this consistency, being able to bring more and more brands in. I'm really excited. I think we have a lot of good things on the horizon as far as more connections, more opportunities to watch competitive Deadlock, as we're of course having this great 2-weekend tournament series sponsored by Trolley. But becoming a patron is a great way to sustain that here. Remember, this is still early days in Deadlock, and we really need that community effort.
Yeah, dude. I mean, and like something as simple as like over this weekend, like we had the trolley tournament, we're able to bring a social media manager in to like, get up on the on Twitter and stuff like that. Like just little things like that. You guys at home are helping us like level up our production, bring more night shift action, bring more Deadlock action to everybody else, obviously alongside our fantastic sponsors. So the Night Shift Resident tier, right, gets you access to that Discord where we basically just hang out in general, but also access to the Graveyard Shift, our post-show show. We, bring a guest on each week. It's one of the players quite often. We get a chance to look behind the curtain at what's going on in Deadlock at this early stage. So really insightful. I also use episodes like that for prep, just to sort of know what's happening in the ecosystem and on a little bit of a deeper level. So if you're really into Deadlock and you really want to take your game to the next level, I think that's a great place to start. It's $5 a month. Price of a cup of coffee. You can support us, keep the lights on, and get some great content as well.
For just the price of one coffee, you too can support, cue the who sings that song for all the like adoption agencies for dogs. I can't remember the name. In the heart
This is a deep cut, man.
of an angel. And then just us with sad faces, for $5 a month. The cost of one cup of coffee, you too can support us. No, but the thing is, we do this because we love it. We love doing the show. We love helping the community out. We love being here for the community. We love having you guys around to help support us as we support you and looking into the future of Deadlock and how it grows. And not to mention, we're looking for more ways of how we want to give back when it comes to the Patreon. We had a game night back last month. We're looking for new ideas. If you ever have them, feel free to shoot them our way, and we'll see if we can make it happen.
Yeah, definitely. Chat, Discord, a lot of great places for that feedback. By the way, we do have just a regular public Discord. Always a great opportunity for people to join. Every time we mention the Discord, we get spammed with the suspicious join activity request. So I feel like it's a good idea to hit that more often. Clearly, there's more folks who don't know about the Discord who maybe want to get in, even outside of the Patreon tier, just to stay informed about what's going on here at Night Shift. But that's enough for the promos, guys. We're on to the match. It's about to get started, but we got to check out the rosters. Let's see who the opponent is going to be in this money match.
Well, I mean, we know Abrahams. We just saw them earlier on. Pretty filthy performance, overall. And if you remember, it was a composition that featured the Monkrul, the Bebop, Calico was in there, and the Doorman. Those are the standouts to me, but it was actually ABL with all the farm prio doing a disgusting amount of damage, 25k damage in 23 minutes on that pocket. So I really liked the draft we got from Abrahams. I think maybe Lotus took a couple risks, let a couple things through. The Viper was, experimental. They also had the, Paradox and Hold. They doubled down. So, don't know if we're going to see a Lash hit picked off, but there was a Lash ban from Lotos, right? So clearly they're onto something. They know something. The Abrahams might have been working that on them a little bit in scrim. So want to see this team give us a really strong game off the back of a first, game win, which was so dominant. Like a 30k soul lead after like 14 minutes is pretty insane.
I think for this team in particular too, I think one thing that they need to be able to have in their back pocket is playing a Shiv well without a Kelvin. Because I think we can almost assume Kelvin's going to be gone almost every single time. And you look over at North America this last weekend, and we saw multiple Shivs being played constantly without that Kelvin support. It's a very good success. We know Together is a fantastic Shiv, but they need to be able to play around that well for him to have that snowball potential that we've seen. And also, man, give my boy Tass Paradox, because like Paradox has had some ridiculous play in this last weekend.
Yeah, it feels like a great meta for Tass with Paradox and Bebop being just mainstays in the meta. However, they have a very sufficient competition to give them a competitive game. The team that has beaten them 4 times now, back-to-back in Night Shift events, it's the Buff Enjoyers.
These guys are just not giving up maps right now. Like, they are insane. I love Obakim's approach to the game. We'll pick some really interesting heroes to play as like a support, right? Won't get the Kelvin quite often, very reasonable, but we see like the Haze picked up with a lot of those aura items, slowing hexes, all the rest. Really understands that itemization is king in this game, and if you have any sort of hero that has like stealth or just the ability to get into the fight, you can look really, really good. Zergy, obviously the trackball goat, he's going to be dangerous. This team is just I think the best in the world right now, and I don't know how much argument there can be. We don't have a lot of crossplay NA and EU, but these guys for me are the gold standard, Jason. They're an insane roster.
I'm sorry I have to do this to you two gentlemen who were not here over the weekend, but Viper Pregnancy Enjoyer. She was played in the first match. That's a callback for Puckett. If he ever goes back and watches this, he'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Yep. It happened.
I'm going to leave that unexplained for myself in the chat. Just, all right, okay.
Cool.
But yeah, Buff Enjoyers, man. Like
Jason.
everything Mitch said, 100% true. This team not only has the grip on the meta and the grip on being one of the best teams, if not the best teams in the world, they also have the longevity beyond them as well. I mean, they've been a solid roster for such a long time. We had Michaelis leave and Hoot come in. We had Piggy dropped and Obikim come in, but 2 roster changes in basically an entire year is insane to think about. And not to mention, if we ever do see, M1 heroes come back to be a main staple of teams when we get to these longer games, you got your boy Zergy there to back you up. So it doesn't matter if they have to play an early game or a late game comp. This team is all around very good.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, Jason, that name is egregious. The Viper Pregnancy Enjoyer. Don't want to know where that came from. How did you get a space in your Twitch name?
I'm okay. So I'm not even kidding, just to play hard to get. But when this happened, I was told to not tell anyone how or why. So I have to stick true to that.
Right.
I don't want to be departnered or something on Twitch, but I think there's like 5 people on.
Surely they're not at the company anymore, right? The person that
they are not in the company anymore. I can confirm.
That's legacy. Okay. That's legacy.
Damn,
legacy
dude.
Connections
It's
there.
OG.
A subtle flex from the OG here, Jason Kaplan. I gotta say, snakes don't get pregnant. Don't they lay eggs, man? Am I crazy about that one?
They
Viper
do.
Pregnancy Enjoyer, you're gonna have to stay hustling out there, stay grinding.
Do we consider that having an egg to lay is pregnancy?
No.
Look
Okay,
at chickens.
Okay, all right. Okay, would you like the
You
eggs
guys weren't supposed to dive that hard into this. I'm just telling you right now. This is a quick one-off, but you guys went into it. But you know what? You bring some very good points.
Crazy.
We've had our formal discussion of snake reproduction, and now onto the draft. What I know the people are sad to see, of course, the end of that conversation. But we have to do the draft. The sponsors, they make us get a move on.
Anyway, let's jump in. Obviously, the usual suspects had to be targeted here. Kelvin, obviously, is not something you want to give to Overkim ever. So, you should see that find its way into the ban phase here. Victor, of course, is... This is so shocking that you see a Victor first ban here, because usually I think I see him in the first round, right? Him and Kelvin.
Yeah. Well, it's more interesting that they went with Victor first because they want to get Kelvin. So they're forcing Buff and Joyce to take away Kelvin where they didn't necessarily need a ban of Victor. So they're trying to get the opportunity to pick up a Kelvin, I think, as a first pick. But I don't think Buff and Joyce are going to let them have it. Yeah,
no way. No way, bro. Okay, so first pick, obviously, for Abrahams here. It's the little leg up we give to our challenging team heading into the money match. They have an opportunity to try and find an edge over the current king of the Hill. Yeah, Infernus first.
Is Infernus that top tier for the number one spot?
I would say so right now with what we've seen of late. Like Pocket obviously can be very good between these two teams, but Infernus for who?
Honored to serve at your pleasure.
Okay, so you know what the Scrimbucks that ZP talked about.
Doorman Prio, crazy, bro.
All right,
Holy.
the Doorman carry potential is pretty sick. I think really the reason you picked this hero though is the lane dominance, especially in the mid lane. This hero is just a monster in the harassment position, and there's other characters you can pair with him that are gonna give him a nice lane combo. And then you also haven't really committed any which way with your draft, right? You could have Doorman be the gun carry. He could also build like a spirit catch, sort of a supporting low eco style as well. So you have a lot of options open for Abrahams. And the holiday first pick for
very early,
pretty wild, right? Like not Paradox.
Jason knows something,
I like
bro.
that it's no, I don't know something. I like how they don't prio her over Paradox because I think Demov is way better on Holiday. Oh my god.
Okay.
So they're forcing the Bebop in a top 3 pick here is my guess. What I was trying to say though is I think Demov's a much better Holiday than he is a Paradox player, to be perfectly honest. But by doing this, it's like you either take Bebop in your top 3 or we're banning him and you're not going to have an initiator.
You have to take Bebop.
Hear me out, guys. Bebop Mo.
Yeah, Bebop Mo. I think you have to, right? Okay.
Okay, they're going to go the opposite route, which is picking heroes who don't mind getting caught and initiated on, right? And that Calico is certainly one of them who can take this frontline gig. And honestly, double initiator versus Calico, I mean, Calico's naturally going to scout them out, kind of see them coming, sniff them out, and then that creates opportunities for your team to punish Paradox and Holiday when they're thinking they're going to get in on the action. But I do think a Mo or a Bebop are great call-outs here. And okay, they're just going to further quadruple down on just we're gonna catch you, we're gonna see you first, we're not gonna allow you to start the fight. It's a little scary. I mean, now the bans can come, right? The ban, you could get rid of Mo or you could even, I mean, I wouldn't mind Buffingers taking it for themselves.
You just take Mo.
Take Bebop take Bebop or Mo and ban the other.
Sorry.
I don't think you want Bebop. What the heck is going on? Okay, bro, we're trolling.
No, cut the feed. Buff Enjoyers, they default lose right now. There's no way they're being given this. They are not showing anything before the event this weekend.
That's crazy.
Oh my god, guys, I can't cast a full 3. I'm gonna have to leave, please. No. Okay.
First 3 pages. Well, I don't know. Is that the first time we've seen that? Genuinely?
When I last saw it last week, I think
yeah.
6th pick. Yeah,
that's what I mean. I feel like I don't mind Paige squeaking in as a last pick and like, okay, looking pretty all right in the draft and, you know, giving you some strong laning early potential. But the playmaking is certainly active here for Buffalo. A lot of mobility.
Has Lightbringer been to Machu Picchu on an ayahuasca trip and come back with some like forbidden apocryphal knowledge? Bro saw something in those cave paintings, man.
Just meditating with the monks or something like that.
What is okay?
There's no way. Like I can't justify this to myself, Jake. I don't know about you to have Paige Paradox Holiday as a top 3 for a team.
Especially if you consider the quality of heroes that Abrahams have picked up, right? Like these are 3 heroes that great like early game laners. Pocket has crazy snowball and carry potential. The Billy comes in for Buffalo. So I mean, they have a monstrous ability to lock down characters and deny them from escaping. So this could get a little scary, but I mean, once you get like E-shift on Pocket, all these catch kills, I mean, like good luck, you know, like you're going to need it.
Can you satchel out of Chain Gang? Like Return of Shadows out of it?
Return of Shadows, yeah, I believe, because you're untargetable.
I don't know if you can press those kills. Like I don't think because you can't use your ulti on Calico when you're slowing Hex. So I'd assume you can't do it if your Billy ult did. But the problem is,
maybe that's true.
You're not gonna like it's pretty easy to just like jump in and press your ult, and then like Billy's like, what am I gonna tank?
You can't
2,000
use
damage
movement abilities when you're in the effective show. What, dude? I haven't covered EU in a while, here. But
it gives them. It gives them.
Sinclair
it does give them access to that extra hard engaged tool, and he's a bit of a
mid boss
bully.
contest. Yeah, and then I think stealing the Page ult is like one of the most broken ults you can steal because it's legitimately an insane ult. It just has a ridiculously long cooldown. And so when you steal that away, I think you can really turn some of these fights around. But I feel like Abraham's getting everything they want, and I do not envy the laning of Buff Enjoyers coming into this. I mean, Sinclair Doorman in the mid, like, goodness gracious, that sounds just devious with the amount of poke.
Is it Sinclair Doorman or is it Bebop Doorman?
That's a good point. I mean, honestly, I don't think you can do no wrong in this. All these lanes. I mean,
Sinclair has
lanes.
Of course, Vindicta, because you know when you lasso or paradoxical swap someone in, then you captivating read them, then you chain gang them. You of course need another lockdown in the form of a tether. I mean, come on, we should have seen this coming a mile away, guys.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I did. The Sinclair lane with the Vexing Bolt is kind of insanely powerful. Vindicta, as you can see, not lost yet. So curious to see how that plays out. Wraith comes in, obviously, it's very reasonable. A Merc Magnum carrier with the gun carry potential, lockdown, of course, for that telekinesis, all very reasonable. I love the draft from Abraham's. I want to know what Buff Enjoys are cooking. Page is so immobile. I feel like if Sinclair gets to copy the rallying charge, then he's just like a better hero in every way, basically. Page obviously can empower a lane teammate, right? Because the barrier is pretty good if you get those. If you get good points into it early on, you can add fire rate, which might matter in the case of some of these with that second rank of the defended fight. But yeah, man, this is very, very interesting.
Let me ask you two a question, actually, because this is something I kind of pondered when it came to a previous show we've done. Global ultimates. So in League of Legends, you have like Lux. I don't know if you know who she is, but you can shoot this beam across the entire map and it can kill
Not
people.
the tile map. It's quasi-global, but sure.
But okay. God, get out of here.
Sure.
You get the point, right? How do you guys feel about like global ultimates in Deadlock? Because we only have a very few of them. Like Page has one, Mirage has one, and I believe that's it.
It's really hard to use because you have an extra axis of play, right? You have a Z axis in Deadlock. And so that's another, it's another direction you've got to sort of aim that stuff in. It's also a very, very big map relative to you. It's much harder to hit them. And I don't think anyone is ever trying to use rallying charge across the map, right? It's just too many things. If it's sped up, or I think someone said if it got marginally larger as it traveled across the map, then maybe, like, not too big, right? But, to a limit, then maybe it will be more reasonable. But I feel like most of the time it's like within line of sight, you're just sending this.
Yeah, I think Mirage is the only ult that's truly global, but realistically, even like the Ivy ult is like arguably global-ish. You can cross the entire map with the Ivy ult. It obviously takes a long time, so I think it's fine. I think it's like part of. I mean, it's obviously an insanely strong tool, but it's also why Mirage less dynamic, a little bit less powerful in like the raw damage kit. Like you have some sacrifices in the balance, and I do think that's definitely a big feature in Dota. There's a lot of global ultimates in Dota, and it does always spice it up. But speaking of spicing it up, guys, we've got to get into the game. It's Buff Enjoyers with an absolutely crazy high tempo wonky draft taking on Abrahams, who want this win. They want to make a statement. Take it away.
I feel like I'm observing just contagion in a petri dish here from Buff Enjoys. I have no idea what to expect, I have no preconceived notions, I guess, is what I'm saying coming to this. So clean slate, open mind, return to Monkey. Let's see what Buff Enjoys have for us now. It's going to be the Holiday Paradox grouped up in this mid lane, something I think that was touched on earlier. But of course, it'll be the Doorman and the Bebop, and already a Cool Bell finds some connection on the Zergy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the Lotos matchup, right? They had Holiday and they had Paradox, and I wanted to see them paired together in middle to deal with the pressure that could be coming their way. But if we're brutally honest about this, I don't think there's any world that Buff Enjoyers are showing us this comp and saying, yeah, we have a new meta that we're developing. I'm not that they haven't necessarily practiced this, but there's no way they're showing something like this right now as something that's going to be, I want to say, super serious and something they perfectly intend to play in a big grand final worth $5,000. But you know what? If they can win with this composition, I don't think Abrahams comes back in map 2. I think they're too tilted. There's no way you come back from losing to a Paradox, a Holiday, and a Page first 3 picks.
I want to say you have a very tanky front line for Buff Enjoys, right? He's very, like, getting through the Billy and the Lash. And the Shiv. That's asking quite a lot, I want to say. You can see Battlevest queued up here for Task first on, so would like to be as oppressive as possible in this mid lane. You can see that, Hoot and Zerg, you've already been dealing with some of this damage coming through. There's another hook here on the Hoot. Obviously no skilling into the uppercut yet, but a very large amount of damage on the Holiday to follow that up. That's extremely solid. Listic and Saint here dueling it out. Captivating Reed. Did it catch on? No, doesn't look like it. Not quite there for Sharik, but the idea was there.
And I just feel bad for all the people in the chat who bet their house before they saw all the picks come through. I guarantee they're like, okay, I gotta cash out. Hold on, let me change my pick because this is an interesting one. But yeah, I mean, again, like captivating read, the lockdown from that is fairly strong. You pair that with the ability to give the Guardian Ward over to him if you build it as a first item, plus you give him the shield as well. There's really easy setups with like the rushing ram into the captivating read, and you can do a lot of damage because of that. I was thinking maybe you pair it with Stake as well, or instead of the Billy, but they went with the Billy and the Page combo to give Billy that support. Instead, we're seeing the Vindicta and the Shiv together in the left lane, which I want to say is probably the weakest lane that Buff and Joys are going to have.
Yeah. And despite that, Jason, they've had a good bit of shove and even found some early Guardian damage. So things look okay for them on that side of the map for the time being. Saf here has to go for a healing ride, taking a pretty healthy amount of damage here just to, incidentally as this lane proceeds. Obviously, it is going to be Wraith and Pocket that is challenging this Shiv lane.
Did you notice? I just noticed this. I didn't look at the top. Look who's on Paradox.
Wait,
I didn't realize
okay.
it was Zergy on Paradox. I just looked up and I'm like, okay.
Wait, is this like a Alkfire support Vindicta vibe from Obikin?
So we got to see Vindicta this last weekend with Aiden the Destroyer, and he went with the Assassinate build because of the nerfs Vindicta's had, and he actually got target banned because of that, because he pulled off some amazing plays. So I don't know actually what route it's going to go, if it's going to be like an Alkfire carry as a support, since Tether has been nerfed quite heavily, so is the Crows. But I also wouldn't mind seeing the Assassinate max just for the extra damage that they might need in these fights.
Yeah, especially with the nerfs to those Crows. I mean, you see here, Together has the mobility to avoid the Billy at all costs, because Listic, if he has blasted up and if he has a shield up, like, you're just not beating him. You cannot out damage him in that kind of melee situation. Shariq doesn't have escape. That is the problem. So big vexing bolt damage catching onto the Page here, and now this poke coming in from Saint. Yeah, definitely nothing to sneer at. This was always going to be one of the biggest issues in this lane. Now the wraparound coming from Together, but Listy might have caught this out. Gloom Bombs, though, all catching out on towards the Billy, and then the Hex, man. I don't know how the heck Listic got out of there. Turned into a bunny and forced to run for the hills. We're already seeing just the laning pain for this Buff and Joyous comp.
Yeah, to be fair, Hex, a very good counter to Listic. Without the rushing ram up, you're almost going to get a guaranteed hit, and that's a lot of extra damage. And more importantly, you're denying a lot of healing that he can do with his melees because of the blasted proc. Not a bad pickup here. I'm kind of digging this Sinclair, since we haven't seen him in a very long time.
I mean, Buff and Joyous have the last hit with the Page in this lane right now as the wave cam crashing in.
Yeah,
it's
good luck.
Like, it's so bad. Having Listic forced out of the lane will probably mean a pretty significant loss in farm. At this level, though, I reckon they can still overcome that, but it is quite challenging. Train of Shadows used here, apparently. Nice little catch on Listic. He was stunned up, and boy, howdy, this is brutal stuff. The Sinclair Calico lane is terrifying. Guardian down, and Shariq forced to run for the hills. So in mid, a little bit more life here being showed by Buff and Joys. Big shove on towards this Guardian now. Over the top goes the Holiday. Bebop now has that ultimate online, and Tass is wanting to chase. Hyper Beam at the ready also for this Bebop. Drifting across to this lane is Saint. So now Sinclair's going to be present.
Oh, he's just going to go back, though, with the Spectral Assistant. I was hoping for a potential gank in there, as the Affliction does go on. It does catch on to Demov. And again, Shiv, the only hero who can just flat out die from that. I do see Obikin with 2 points and Assassinate already as well, but he hasn't banked any more points, so we don't know if he's going to continue to go that route and go for that damage. Get extra charge being picked up too. So I want to assume this is actually going to be an Assassinate build for him. And the funny thing is, we never really get to see how good of a player Obikin is. We always talk about mechanically, like his movement and stuff like that, thinking back to a ridiculous Holiday play he had a long time ago. But he is an insanely accurate player too, so I feel like this Vin build, if he goes for it, could be pretty deadly.
Stun there affecting Saf as that door went up. It's unclear what that was. It was a Guardian take, though, here on this mid part of the map. Bit of a fight to be had here. Shariq needs to back away. Too much damage, surely. ABL falling. Hook connecting. Defend and fight active on Shariq, but that shield is not going to be enough. Captivating Reed does lock Tass down for a time, but the bomb was appended. Together's able to get there. 4 players. So Abraham's here in the middle part of the map. Return to Shadows now being used as the rest, and Buff and Joys commit. Chain gang active. Line of sight broken up at least by the Calico, but Saint not nearly lucky enough to escape. And this Billy is looking scary. Listic, dangerous in this middle part of the map. Now it looks like Buff and Joys are happy enough to peel off. And a switch for Shariq heading over towards this left-hand side of the map. So something brewing here, maybe to try and put the Page in a safer lane for now.
I think he's going for the Sinners at the moment. Is he going to try to facilitate a gank here? Again, you need to hit a tether. Hitting a Captivating Reed by itself when the enemy team has stamina is really hard. But it looks like they're actually going to group up for a push. Try to take this Guardian down, get an objective lead. And there's really no one to defend against this. So a quick parry comes through and they're going to take this one for free. No contest coming out of Abraham's. In the meantime, Listed getting all this free farm on the right-hand side as well. And funny enough, all tied up at 30k souls apiece.
Yeah, okay. Considering how tricky these lanes are to play, Buff and Joys are making this composition work. There's the slam comes in. Second one, not so good. Saint tries to get their Hex. He's got to run. Rising Ram comes in, but together is present. Listic doesn't really want to roll the dice in a 1 versus 2, but more than happy to keep them off the Walker. That's Saf going down. Doorman out of the game. Pressure on this left lane. Unlikely to result in a Walker take because there's no wave prio here for Buff Enjoyers, but they are definitely rattling sabers at Abraham's. And what's the plan here for Saint? Going to be able to get out with that Spectral Assistant for now, but needs to hang around because he knows there's pressure. There's a legitimate interest in taking Walker in the middle part of the map, but there's a paradoxical swap. Hex on 2, though, is good, but Saint is still stunned up. The Captivated Reed held him in place.
I'm not sure what he was going for there because he stole. That was the audience participation paradoxical swap that came through to switch positions with Zergy, but it's not like he really had any assistance. There was no one near him on the map to actually help out. And just as I talk about it now, he's going to continue to stick around here. He still has Tass up to the side with the Bebop. Also has Together on the Calico in the near vicinity if a fight does break out, but he's just trying to farm up as much as possible. And the Captivating Reed catches out onto 2.
Just interfering with this Sinner sacrifice take by the looks of things. That's still on the table, and Buff and Joys know they want to fight for it. Billy up front and center. They're going to take the Sinners behind this. How annoying for Abraham's. Buff and Joy still emanating a very respectable amount of threat, and they're still fighting deep in this part of the map here. Okay, well, Listic might have gotten more than he bargained for here. Chain gun going to be used, but he is hexed. Now the Hyper Beam coming on in. It's cutting him low, but he's still willing to fight inside that blasted mode. Eventually, he falls. Very much outnumbered in that locale. Hood also falling, and Taz is going to be exchanged, but Sharik cannot hang around. So a 2-for-1 trade as Buff and Joys audaciously step into Abraham's territory for those Sinners.
I think that's the mini adaptations I've been talking about in that last game with Lotos up against Abraham's, of teams really investing more heavily in these opposing Sinners, especially taking the pudding building, the one with the double Sinners, because it's so nice and delicious. I think, no, I completely ruined what the guy told me about that. But yeah, taking those away, because again, it's a double win for you. Denied it from them, you get the buff for yourself, and those do stack up quite heavily the longer the game goes on, especially if you give it to your like tankier frontliners like Listic, for instance, in this case, or maybe even Demov.
How do you feel? Okay, we'll get onto it. All right, Zergy here forced to fight together up in his face. Big Gloom Bomb connection. Defend and fight used to try and keep Zergy in the game. He's looking rough. He still has a healing right, though, to top himself back up. There's plenty of fighting to be done. Here we go. Top up. Continue to fight. Buff Enjoyers are well and truly still in this game. It's a negligible soul difference. And Obakim's on the hunt.
It's a good day.
Jeez. This
Still got one more snipe.
Oh my goodness. Obakim nails him with the quick scope. Okay, that is the Sinclair out of the game. Guardians are being traded out here. Together wants to fight, though, on this right side of the map, and is going to go in for a Captivating Reed. Locks him up. Parry attempt to be used. Not going to be gratified as Sharik cleans off the Calico. And now it's all Buff and Joys on that right side to shove up a little further.
I didn't know Simple plays Deadlock, man.
Dude,
ridiculous.
So sharp, right? Is it cold zero moment? Anyone?
Yeah, man. I didn't know we were playing Mirage. I thought this was the cursed apple. I thought we were in New York.
But I mean, look how much health that Saint still had there. Like this purple build, this spirit investment for Obakim is pretty filthy. And obviously the extra souls you take from those kills is going to matter. All right, Saint might be in trouble yet again. Hex thrown down. Spectral Assistant gets him out despite the paradoxical swat threatening to catch him.
Can we go check out Obakam really quickly? Because I don't remember. I never remember the exact value, which is something to get better at. But I want to know if he's max leveled his Assassinate now, because he doesn't get the extra 800 souls until he does max it out. And that's something, again, you have to kind of keep track of, because if you get those souls from Assassinates, they go into your bag, right? They're unsecured. They did max it out, so he is going for it indeed. All right, so this means any kills he gets him an extra 800 souls to spend. But it also technically is an extra 800 souls for the enemies if he does drop the bag. Yeah,
I mean, but again, if you just buy, it still uses those unsecured souls, right? So you just want to try and very quickly get back to a shop and spend those. Taz, not too shabby there. Great little parry. This puts Hoot in a bit of an awkward spot, doesn't it? Affliction ticking down, and he scales the heights up the rope, but surely going to be pursued now by ABL, who wants a piece of him. Can't do much about it. Obviously hit by the crow here. Might just offer some farm. No, the chase is coming through from Dimov. Can't quite finish off with that ultimate. Rage peaking. Kited for a time, but eventually Papoka gets caught out. Got the macro here for Buff Enjoys, despite a comp that you thought might struggle to stay in step with them, has been very good.
This is what I'm saying, is that if you lose to this comp, I mean, I would be on Giga Tilt if that happened to me right now. I mean, I think Abrahams will keep their cool, but this is tough, and I think this is showing again like how good of a team Buff Enjoyers are if they can make a comp like this work. I mean, yeah, Paige, I think in general we're saying she's kind of weak at the moment when it comes to competitive, though I think we think Drifter's probably lower on priority. Actually, I don't know. I support Drifter's interesting. But Shark and Buff Enjoyers, more importantly, are playing around these captivating reads so well.
Often it's, yeah, I mean, just you need to guarantee it. It's just such a wind up on it, but you have other abilities like we mentioned, Listic being able to use the bash down to knock up into it. You have the stake as well to guarantee an easier time hitting that. Number of abilities. Also, like you just combo with like a swap or any of that. So, Shriek, pretty important part of this composition. And don't forget that when we get into these fights, Listic is really benefiting from that rallying charge, that healing that's going to be provided. And Buff Enjoy is really pushing up the map. And you're going to notice them probably start to extend that solely a little bit, just with how many camps of Abrahams they're able to avail themselves of.
I mean, deep down, I feel like they still need to worry about like a big affliction coming through, because I can still really hold them back. And I think honestly, like if you're either team, I mean, maybe Buff Enjoyers, you want a team fight more often. Abrahams, I'd say you want to get picked, but without a Mo and Krill to support this, it's kind of difficult to do. So as the chain gang has come in, and so did the affliction. That's be a quick kill in the ABL. He's only on 10,000 souls. He's been having a very tough time in this game.
I feel excessive. I feel paradoxical swap into chain gang, but Buff Enjoys have a lot of lockdown. They have a lot of pick potential. And honestly, in those longer fights, I think Billy and Shiv really shine. And they also can scale pretty ferociously into this later stage of the game, which is not something that we normally feel Holiday and Paradox are able to do, just, stats-wise. Here's the hook. It's going to be a telekinesis. How does Hoot get out of this one? Okay, Divine Barrier going to be used. Hoot backs off. Sharik protecting here. Captivating Reeve also going to be used. And the healing right provided. Hoot's going to walk away from this.
He got hooked mid-jump too, off the launch pad, off that jump pad, and yet he still escapes. Like the damage just wasn't quite there. And again, like for Jam side in particular, it's a Wraith early game. You're really not going to hit those bigger spikes until you're around the 30,000 soul mark, where you can start to do some serious damage. Very unfortunate for them to not pick up the kill with so much invested into that. At least for them, being on the right hand side of the map, they do secure their pudding and get these extra souls, or these sinners for themselves, more importantly.
Although there's a fight brewing on this right side of the map, I suspect. Saint, though, getting to pick that up is pretty crucial. Knockdown, obviously, in the inventory is you've got to start to be concerned about what this Invicta can do. The itemization here, we do have a number of green items being sort of picked up, of course, and Guardian Ward also that builds into that Divine Barrier, which is going to be important, especially if you're trying to debuff the Vindicta, knock it down and such. So that's going to be an available option. With the investment also in that Assassinate, you're still hitting very, very hard for lesser investment in the Spirit department.
And funny enough, like one major conversation we had with seeing Aiden on Vindictas, when you talk about like how many mouths you have to feed on your team, there's a limited amount of economy on the map at any given time for you to take. Having a Vindicta max assassinate, and if you can get those kills, you basically take Vindicta off the map of needing too much farm, because you get so much extra income from the assassinates if you do hit them, obviously. So it makes it easier to feed over this farm to like specific heroes in particular. The lasso connects mid-air onto Saint, pulls him back in. They don't have the damage for him to just get away for free.
Spectral Assistant used. Dimov here, mindful, of course, that a Hyper Beam that's going to be cancelled, though, out by Taz. Buff Enjoys have a chance to continue to come forward now. Abraham's splitting somewhat, and it's raw mobility of Dimov being used to stay in hot pursuit of Taz for a time. So it's going to be converted into some map control. There's just not a lot of neutral camps to fight for on this part of the map for Buff Enjoys. Listic leaves the hotel. There's the Affliction straight away, though. Satchel going to be avoided. Chain Gang in play. Looks like it tugs two people back, but Listic's still waiting for assistance. There is a Vindicta hovering around this situation. That's an earn take. Hoot going down. Tass able to find that pick off now. Listic getting very, very low and very, very deep here. Yeah, was Dimov going to get carted backwards? Not going to be able to find purchase on Abrahams, but Saf and Saint are very, very low.
I mean, they have the man advantage here on the side for Buff Enjoyers. Finally, Dimov does get one back for his team. Jamside, in the meantime, is pushing this right-hand lane. So someone has to go and defend it. Most likely Zergy, but he might be able to get the Walker down before there's even a chance of response. That would be massive for him and massive for the team getting themselves a flex stop, but instead he does back away. The fight does continue as Dimos being chased by ABL.
Yeah, now finally we start to see that Shiv getting a little bit low. ABL feels like there's more chunk damage that can be applied to the shift to keep him out of an oncoming fight, because that turn-in is number one priority right now for Abrahams. And they've got a pretty good setup here. Now, from mid, though, we're going to have Obikim float over. We know that Hoot can very quickly cross this kind of ground. So Buff and Joy is not comfortable giving this up. This would start to push the soul lead to a more uncomfortable state. And Abraham's realized that Buff and Joys are lying in wait. They've also got this split push here from Zergy active. So shove that right lane in, maybe put some more pressure down to Abraham's, maybe try and force an error. Dimov carted back very, very low. Even when that bloodletting bro is getting chunked on down, Dimov can't escape, just lingering a little bit too close to the sun.
This is your opportunity now for Abrahams. You didn't invest any ultimates into the fight. It was just simply a hook into a cart. You know you can position yourself around a turn in here. Maybe you want to go for a walker yourself if you want to continue to shove this mid lane. But a fight has break on the left-hand side together, entering the shadows, and will escape away from Hoot, but he still has the lasso available. And you can see Buff and Joy's Mitch, they want to contest this turn in still.
Lasso for Hoot, trying to isolate this pocket. Going to be hard to hold him in place. Affliction is going to be the answer now. Chain Gang to combo with it. Saint going to be jerked forward briefly. That turn in, definitely not a factor right now. There's a telekinesis. Saint is very, very low. Gonna make use of the door to try and get on out of there. The dragon conjured up and will carpet that area in flame. And there's a cold front activation now. Listic's getting a little bit low, and then Hyper Beam has to be respected. Buff and Joy is now retreat, but they see Saint quite deep in their midst. Might have an opportunity to punish this, but Sharik, doesn't quite find the doorway. Has the Guardian ward himself. Hook did come in either way. Captivating Reed will ward Taz away, but he himself is now getting low. Then Invicta damage coming in from on high. Chunks him down to less than 200. So back through the door we go. Dimov unable to pursue as the door has been removed. Now, to the Baroness Hotel we go. That is going to be the Shiv taken out of the action for the time being. And look how low BER. Listic, Sharik, Hoot all have to get back. They can't be in this fight, but the Urn was picked up by Obikim amidst this whole engagement. Dimov finally emerges from the hotel and takes out his frustration on Jam side. That puts Buff and Joys at a numbers advantage, and they might be clear to turn this Urn in.
How the hell did they get away without losing a single player in this fight and potentially Urn? Not to mention, they got a walker on the right-hand lane for this for free. This should never have happened. I mean, we had an amazing chain gang to start things off with Poland. I think it was 3 or 4 players with the captivating read from Shark right after that to lock them down. But there was like 3 players on their team who were so low on HP.
Stake connects. That is together for a time held in place, but they are able to skitter away. Obikim doesn't finish off the Sinners, but takes some extra souls away from that. Yeah, that's scary. I mean, there is an answer, I guess, to the Vindicta here, if you are Abrahams. But, you know, you've got the knockdown of Saint. Tass obviously can hook. But it did look like Obikim was free in that fight to do as he pleased.
Yeah. But he I don't think he was hitting very many assassinates, or at least he wasn't confirming them into kills.
All right, maybe no one was low enough here. Okay, a lot happening here. Zergy has to back away. Yet another Affliction going to be deployed in this fight. The grenade being danced among by Zergy. A stake was attempted there from Obikim, but no catch. Glass Cannon picked up here for Hoot. I'm curious to see what this holiday build is shaping up to be. Some interesting itemization, to say the very least, because Glass Cannon was also picked up, of course, by the Paradox, excuse me. That that extra weapon damage on here, plus just the oh sorry, that's Lucky Shot, excuse me. Glass Cannon, fire rate increase. Anyway, here's the chain gang, Jason. Wall's going to be used to try and break that LOS, but Saint was a little too slow.
I mean, ABL, he's looking for something, but he doesn't have Affliction up anymore. Immediately gets forced back by Listic. You can see in the meantime, Hoot is over on the right-hand side of the map. I think he's going to teleport over to join the fight. So Buff and George is just focused on trying to stay alive here and trying to buy time for Hoot to get in towards this fight. As you can see, that's Calico together being held down to the ground by the tether, but immediately forced back yet again. And honestly, like Abraham, they have decent damage, but they just can't convert this damage into kills.
The own priority is kind of crazy here, right? Tass caught up with the lasso, going a little bit low, and now won't be allowed to escape. Dimov finds the pick off. Obikim obviously was hoping for an assassination there, I'm sure. But all this fighting has meant the Buff and Joys can't prevent an Urn turn in now. Across the map, ABL has been hot footing. So Abraham sacking Tass in order to get this extra little infusion of souls.
I think this is mid boss. I think Buff and George is just going to rush it, realizing, okay, you guys can go for Urn.
Oh, no
but
way,
with ABL carrying it, he's not going to be there for an Affliction. So there's a very good chance that they could take him before he has a chance.
He can make it.
With Majestic Leap, yeah, he's going to have the opportunity here to contest. And you can see Abraham's immediately go in for the fight.
All right, mid-boss has gone down, but it's still a question of the rejuve now. In come Abrahams. This is where it gets a little bit more dangerous. Okay, running in charge, comes straight through. Rejuve buffs being split between him, and Abrahams actually getting themselves one. That's massive. One apiece is together is going to be brought back in the fight. So Abrahams don't have the buff to work with in this fight. Saint returning to the fray. Buff and Joys with the advantage in a play that can soul revive and get back into the fight. Saf down for Zergy. That's a 2-for-2 trade as Sharik fell earlier and Overcome now is going to fall. Abrahams with a slightly better team fighting composition are making it work for them. Captivating Reed catches together, but ABL is ahead of the game to find Dimov. And this is Abraham's team fighting setup that gives him the edge.
And Dimov dropped a massive bag as well in that fight you saw towards the very end. And it might not be done just yet. Listic with the knockdown coming through the chain gang just to buy him a second of time, but he'll fall nonetheless. And Abrahams, they get the earn and they get 5 kills on top, or 4 kills on top of this, while stealing away 2 of the crystals for only losing 2 players. Fantastic take for them. But the thing is, Mitch, it only equalizes the souls. It doesn't really give them a big advantage. It doesn't give them the lead whatsoever. It's just more of a catch-up play.
And obviously, they're at risk of losing base guardians here on that right side of the map. So obviously, Walker went down amidst that fight. But that is that infusion of souls that's keeping Buff and Joys well and truly in this game. Now, they can return to shove left side lane, farm their creeps on their side of the map. But we can see how this fight went down a little bit earlier. Pretty insane how these rejuves were split, Jason. Straight away, Doorman set up, gets caught out. Rallying charge thrown in instantly. You see Affliction committed super early on in the fight, and now Buff and Joys look like they got a little bit split. You can see they're heading in any which direction. Barrages were coming on in from ABL, guaranteeing that damage increase. Dimov fought well. Saf got picked off pretty early, but it's not like he's accounting for the lion's share of that team damage. And eventually Dimov just gets caught, even though Sharik tried to save him with the captivating read.
Those alchemical fires too, just like 2 thrown on the ground. A lot of extra free damage. You can see Listic has one. I don't remember who the second carrier was for Buff Enjoyers.
Overkill?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I'd say most likely it would be him, but also it could technically go on Zergy though. I mean, it's Zergy. Is he going to pick up something like that? Probably not. But still, I mean, ridiculous play too, because we also saw Saf. He immediately went for the hotel guest onto Hoot, so there's no lasso to pull someone away from the crystal, so they can try to secure as many of them as possible. And with that last, oh my god, the tether on the leap from the vent completely catches up together.
Divine Barrier had to be used there. Looks like Listic went to the Baroness Hotel briefly. Let's see if he can pop himself back out. Zergy is low, but Abraham's taken a lick of damage in that first fight. Well, that first part of the engagement at the very least. Zergy eventually goes down. He was the low one, so this is a worthwhile trade for Buff and Joys if they can find more. Sharik slow, but to stay out of the fight. This is going terribly wrong for Abrahams. Dimov soaking up so much attention, so much damage. Can try and walk away and clear some of this sort of delayed damage, deferred damage that is, but he will eventually fall. Still, Buff and Joys probably pleased enough with this exchange. They still have Overkim in the fight with big damage available. Listic is very healthy. Saf goes down and Hoot is on the hunt. Saint has fallen and it's just the ABL. He can try and defend his left side Walker, but Buff and Joys are just going to go for the mid one.
Mitch, this is why I said for such a long time that honestly, I mean, drafts, they do matter. But at some point, it just comes down to how well you play as a team. And Buff Enjoyers, in no right, I feel like should be winning this game based off the pick order they went with Paradox, Holiday, and Page in the first 3 picks. And yet we can see they do have a slight lead in souls. They do have a slight lead in control as well, having 2 walkers down. Just ridiculous stuff. I think it shows like the true caliber of how good this team is. Even another, oh yeah, the glass cannon picked up here for Hoot. I don't know how many stacks he currently has. And I think ABL, he might fall from this 400 HP left. Does create some distance from Zergy, but I mean, Zergy, he's gun build.
I mean, I think that's why the glass cannon sort of makes sense here, because all these picks are generating kills, which is obviously giving you those glass cannon stacks. So Hoot and Zergy want to guarantee themselves the chance to scale into this late game and be able to be relevant, even if they're more initiator and pick oriented, and their builds don't lend themselves to big scaling damage spikes. Together goes down. Overkim looking dangerous there. Assassination stacks, of course, still at the ready, and Abrahams might have lost their grip on this game, but the soul lead is close. There's not much to speak of, but with another Walker being looked at and a free earn turn in here for Buff Enjoys, this could still blow out of control.
He tried a Paradoxical Swap and Spectral Assistant to pull all the way back to where he was. That was, the idea was very sound and very cool, but it didn't work out. And we can see the urn being ran while this is happening. Potential hook to come in from Task to steal it away. You can even see the door positioned there appropriately too. The hook's, it's got to be coming. There it is. Pulls in Dimov.
Okay, didn't quite get the earn turn, and they're definitely going to fight for this paradoxical swap there used by Zergy. Hyper Beam coming in, and Dimov just does not care. The defend and fight gives him more than enough durability to shrug off that bebop damage. and get that little infusion of souls. Here, though, it's looking a bit more dangerous. That Walker is hitting quite hard, and Dimov has to defer some of that, or rather clear some of that deferred damage that comes his way. Flying Coat got to be used to get ABL out of the fight, but Sharik was staring him down, and Hoot's able to find that elimination. Pockets out of the game. Affliction, of course, doing its work, but there's no one here to follow up on it in the aftermath.
Kind of crazy to see how much shield as well, or how much barrier Dimov had in that fight. Like he was getting focused down by a Bebop, and I think it was a Doorman, and yet he still gets away with like a massive 500 shield from Shark coming through to protect him. Guardian Ward in there, not to mention the heals he was able to provide. If you're able to keep like Dimov alive in that situation, which honestly he should have died. It's kind of crazy to think that like Buffingers are making this work for them. And the weirdest thing to me, Uber, is that this game hasn't felt very equal, other than the fight we had at mid-boss with Abraham's winning out.
The gun holiday, bro, is giving me flashbacks to PayPal. That's crazy to see this come out here. Bro, come on. Oh, yeah, the guy cheated. It's fine. He's persona non grata, but it's not like Voldemort. Like, we can still talk about it. I will also want to point out
you're
that, like,
doubling up here. You say the P word and the V word. My God.
Yeah, you got to mind your P's and V's on air, folks. Just bear that in mind. Again, you get extra barriers given out to additional teammates when you've got big investment in defend and fight. So, you know, that plus the rallying charge heal provided can be really, very significant. Dimov is very, very rich right now. Hasn't really had a time to go back and buy. Has an open inventory slot, so surely wants to make use of that at some stage.
And he's got the most important power spike, I'll say, for Shiv. I could be completely wrong on this, but for me, it's always this max level killing blow. On that ultimate, he gets the resets. It makes him so much more deadly in these fights. We see him, you know, using it on, for instance, like a Bebop before onto Tass. This is a good hook into a telekinesis onto Zergy. And I mean, there's backup there. So again, like another heavy investment of a hook into a telekinesis, not netting anything for Abraham's here, not netting that mana advantage. They wanted to take the Walker potentially mid boss, but we can see Listic rotating over from the mid side, being followed up by Saint, as a fight most certainly should be breaking down here.
How's he alive, bro? Zergy walks away again. How many members of Buff and Joy support Divine Barrier at this stage? I've got to wonder. See that, of course, on the Billy, which makes perfect sense. I think Obicum picked one up, or at least was working towards it with the Guardian Ward take earlier on in the game. What an absurd match this is. ABL picked off yet again. I think Abrahams are losing their grip on this. Mid-boss obviously is going to be a consideration now, as it is active, and Abrahams have successfully defended that left side Walker. Are you ready, Jason, for another absolute clusterstorm of a fight at mid?
Get your cinemas ready in chat. We can see Buff and Joyers going for it. Abraham's most certainly going to go for the contest here, and why wouldn't you? You do have Hex. You do have a lot of potential here to lock this one down. You can see Buff and Joyers respecting it, backing away, and even Shark getting a fight up against together outside of the mid-boss.
Hoot's low, might get caught here. Hex doesn't catch, but yeah, Hoot picked off by Saint. Good opportunity there to try and even up the numbers, but still Abraham's are disadvantaged by one, and Avos Taz. Buff and Joyce just peel off the mid-boss, say, okay, we have a player advantage. We're going to turn and burn and punish you for trying to interrupt us. Now they're going to go for it yet again. Mid-boss should fall this time. It's only Calico, Sinclair, and Doorman left for Abrahams to contest this, and they're going to try something.
Oh, he stole the last charge.
Here it is. Charge comes through from both sides here. A lot of horses out there, but it's all Buff and Joys all the time with the rejuve pickups. And Saf is going to try and drag himself out of this, but hit with a slowing Hex, this is going to be a tough ask. Can't even get through the door. And Buff and Joys got everything they wanted from that mid-boss exchange.
I mean, the rallying cry steal was good in theory yet again, but it was nullified by Shark having his own still up with him being alive. At least while this was happening, before we initially had this mid-boss being taken, Abrahams did secure a left-hand walker out of Saf. But something we have to put our attention to here, Mitch. Look at the souls for Buff and Joyers, and look who has a majority of them. And look how big that number is. 43,000 for Zergy.
It's a big number, dude.
He's 10k ahead of Jamside, who's supposed to be their M1 hero on the other side.
Zergy has one kill too. He just has one kill, bro. Oh my god. Bro is absolutely farming up a storm. That is insane. So that second outfire is on Obicum, which is kind of what we expected. Not sure if he should be TPing right now or not, but that is the earn turn in destination just above him. So Buff and Joys are going to be ready for yet another injection of funds. The Page is far on the left side of the map, though. Sharik a little bit low and trying to bait Abrahams, I think, away from the turn-in location, which makes sense. Page herself doesn't have the best escape, and ABL is in hot pursuit, so that could go badly for the bookworm. But Still, Buff Enjoyers definitely got what they wanted. It's that left side of the map they got to scrutinize at some point, but Saints hit with the ground and pound, baby. No escape for you. Chain Gang going to be committed, and now some base Guardians being dragged down.
Bro, D-Mod is buying so much time on this left-hand side and so much information. He saw, was it 4 players out of Abraham's there, which allows the rest of Buff and George to say, hey, we're just going to push this right lane. We get an easy catch on a Saint. D-Mod, he wastes a Reju Crystal, but he still does not die. And they're back pushing them away from this, and the last is not going to connect, but who does ridiculous damage on this
What is
Holiday?
the fire rate of this Holiday, bro? That is, it's like a semi-automatic weapon at this point. Clearly, the glass cannon is doing some serious work. Patron is knocked. Abrahams have to turn around and defend, which means that Demo continue to be a pain in the neck and go after this Walker. Now Buff and Joy is back up towards the mid. There are base Guardians there, and Abrahams know this is the time. They've got to fight now, but Saf's already been picked off. Together has to respect the pressure of the billion. Oh my goodness. 2.3k damage off the Holiday. What the heck is Hoot doing, man? Hitting like an absolute truck. And there was nothing that Abrahams could do about that. GG is right. What a performance. A ridiculous draft from Buff Enjoyers. Has some rocky moments in the lane, but as they get out, the macro paves the way for some smooth sailing from this team. And I mean, you could not ask for a better way to start this series. A bizarre draft, but the execution is still world class.
Bruh, like, what is this? What is this draft? What is this play? I think Buff and George, as you said, they just showed us, like, it really doesn't matter what you give them. They are still the most skilled team out here in the world at the moment. And with a wonky draft like that, I mean, I don't think most people out there would have expected them to win, but they sure as hell didn't. They came to play today. I
gotta ask Jake. I'm really curious to see how Jake weigh in on this, right? Because it does feel like that gun investment for the Paradox and the Holiday were intended to give Buff and Jordan some artificial scaling potential, or at least a way to make use of those souls that they were getting.
It's a great point, Mitch. I think the highlights of this game really show. I mean, there are many opportunities where Abrahams are fighting well, and you kind of look at this draft in Buff and Jars and you think, okay, is this just like a meme comp? Or are they just trying to do, this crazy strat, maybe trying to hide strats going into the trolley tournament, of course, this weekend in EU. But I think also the fact that you can just play Holiday and Paradox as gun carries, this is Deadlock, right? You can build characters in ways that people aren't really building them right now, because a different item build yields a completely different result as a hero. And this is pretty much textbook Zergy. He's 1 kill like late in the game, top souls by 10k, and just monster gun damage ending the game off the back of a couple good team fights. So, you can play gun carry on Paradox. It works. Holiday 2, Hoot and Zergy just showed it.
Oh, man. This is crazy. I mean, yeah, we obviously saw the double page ultimate here from this mid-boss take, and credit for it's due to Sane, who really tried to work this Sinclair into the game, but it felt like, Jason, it wasn't long before Sane got left behind by the play and wasn't able to be quite as relevant outside of those lanes. Look at the fire rate on this guy, bro. The damage is so sick.
Blood Tribute, man. I think we've had someone on the Graveyard Shift not too long ago, or maybe it was an interview after one of the matches, talking about how Blood Tribute is secretly an insanely strong item. It was John, as you guys were, slipped in a little bit of Deadlock talk beside your engineering talk, I heard. It's easily going to be a ridiculous item once people realize how good it is and what heroes it really slots into. But yeah, you saw there, just, I don't know what else to say, honestly. That was...
And now you got problems, Abrahams. Coming into that next match, you got to think about like this draft. You got to think about the previous weeks. You got to think about the upcoming tournament, and you're down 1-0, backs against the wall tonight here in the night shift. However, before we go to that second game, before we go to break and let the players get ready, we do have a surprise announcement for the fans, folks who caught the NA aspect there of our trolley tournament the first weekend. You might have seen our mid boss. You might have enjoyed that trolley mid boss, pretty epic mod from A's Lion, which we really appreciate him putting that together for us because it came out immaculately. And by popular demand, we are going to be able to release it to you, the community. So we're going to be dropping the mod, allowing everybody to bring the trolley mid boss into game. We got approval from Trolley. They made it happen. They talked to the corporation. They got it settled, and now you can have this absolute beast of a mid boss in your own game.
Dude,
Exclamation point mid boss in the chat.
It's the worms at the bottom that look like arms around the belly. Like that kind of does it for me, man.
It waves its little arms. This is so fire.
That's awesome.
It's perfect for Halloween too, because some of the worms' faces look like they don't want to be there, and they wonder how the hell did I wake up and get to this point. but amazingly done. And I think we're so happy as well to see Trolley be so receptive to the feedback from all the viewers out there, loving the mod, wanting to have it in their own game, and giving us the opportunity to give it to you guys at home.
Yeah, and I want to point out that, like, who knows, like, down the line, obviously, I don't know how long we'll be able to do this for, right? Just to be honest with you guys, I don't know, like, some point of Valve are like, we don't, I don't know how we feel about that, but for now, like, we're making the most of it. Hope you guys enjoy it. It's all in good fun, and obviously, a great way to commemorate Trolley with a huge involvement in Deadlock Esports, alongside, of course, our friends at Intel, really getting behind the scene, pushing it, giving these players a reason to compete, and getting everyone super motivated. So we're super thankful for them to partner with us. Hopefully we can do it again in the future. And yeah, enjoy your wormy mid-boss, folks. It's it's one for the ages.
One thing we talked about during the event as well is, what if we had a mid-boss similar to that with our faces on it?
Oh, that would be so Gers. That's the night shift mid boss, is all of us in like tangled up.
Could you like
oh my god,
could you like put my head on Urs Kalachinsky's body doing a front double bicep while I was blasting people with my like laser beam? Dude, I would
the lasers would come out of your biceps.
If we want the mid boss to be like 80% forehead, I think it's possible.
Oh, okay, bro, that's crazy, dude. Anyway, it's great what we can do with this game. It's kind of awesome that, you know, we can, I don't know, bring some of the stuff to life. Obviously, we are not like super corporate people, right? It's not what we do. We're casters and we're gamers, right? It's just kind of awesome to bring those two worlds together. And the fact that Trolley like want to partner up with like a bunch of new, idiots like us to make this fun tournament for you guys, I think is awesome. I guess I'll speak for myself there, but it's great. And all I can say is I want to do more of it. But dude, speaking about utter nonsense, I'm very curious to see what this game 2 looks like, because I don't know who was said it. Jason said Abrahams will be boomed after losing to this. If it happened, well, read them and weep, baby.
Look at that monster farm on Zergy, 50k souls, and he's got crippling, he's got glass cannon. But it's also impressed me, the degree to which this style, like, I mean, this is so interesting. I'm like, am I reading into this too much, thinking that there's actually legitimacy in being able to use picks like Holiday and Paradox to run as your gun carry, thinking that, hey, they're fine gun carries, they're gonna be effective, but also you're having really valuable skills. Like, it's not like you're not gonna use your lasso and your swap and your wall. Like, there's great utility on these kits now. And you scale as a gun carry, and you're blocking the opponent from really getting the initiators the comp that they're hoping to find. And I mean, we see the execution from Buff Enjoyers on such a level where those questions don't even necessarily matter. You can't even tell if this team is trying their best. They're just that good.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's crazy. You can see a crippling headshot here for Zergy alongside the glass cannon. For Hood, it's glass cannon, lucky shot, picked up, all these tier 4 gun items, kind of allowing them really to be impactful. Look at this Holiday damage. We used to think a gun Holiday was a bit of a meme, and obviously there was a controversial situation that involved that certain build, but bro, these guys are really making it work. What an entertaining game. One of my favorites, I think, despite Abraham's probably differing with me on that opinion.
Also, a big shout out to Mr. Blaze in chat. I think he's given 2,200 bits over the course of this last game, and I think as requested as well by the chat. I think we have to do this before we head to break, and okay. I got my bleep button ready for this one. Because I'm telling you, Zergy is as cracked as he is jacked. I saw him at the 7-Eleven the other day buying Monster and adult diapers, and I asked him what are the diapers were for, and he said they contain my full power, so don't completely on these kids. Then he wall jumped out the door.
And with that, we're going to send it to break. Thank you for our community, and we'll be right back with the conclusion of this money match. It's Abrahams. They're down 0-1, but they're not out of it just yet. We'll see if they can take on the Buff Enjoyers after this. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, it's the Buff Enjoyers up 1-0 over Abrahams with a very unconventional composition, but they got it done, man, in classic Buff Enjoyers style. The execution, too clean. Was it Mitch or Jason who said the Abrahams would just be too tilted if they lost that game to continue? Do you think that there's any hope for them now, Jason? I feel like they got everything they wanted last game. It just wasn't enough.
You know, I kind of regret saying that because I think at the same time they're not really too fussed about it, considering what's coming up this weekend. Like $10,000 on the line, 5K for first place. They have to refresh their mental and get ready for that one. It's got to be so tilting losing to a comp like this when they drafted like a really good composition on their side. They just got outclassed.
I think it goes to show that you can, in Deadlock, you can always itemize out of some of your weaknesses, like as a team comp. We've often talked about how teams that over-index in those like hard initiation sort of heroes that maybe pick up more utility-focused items can struggle. I think we saw it like last week. I think it was one of our NA teams tried to really abuse Veil Walker before it was nerfed, actually, and they picked like 3 of the hard initiate heroes and just tried to sort of use that. And that was counted out by a comp that fought better as a team. And I just think here, like, Lightbringer understands what the weaknesses of the comp are when they're going for a lot of this initiate and says, okay, let's make sure we're relevant in every stage of the game. The early, mid stage, because of our utility and our initiation, and the late stage because of our raw power. And knowing when to itemize away from one direction to the other and make that sort of shift in paradigm, I think is what really sets Buff Enjoyers apart. They know how to play to their strengths. The power spikes when you're more utility focused look really different, right, to when you are more numbers focused and more damage focused, and playing to those particular peaks and troughs is really important, and it's really hard to identify when it's happening. So something well worth looking out for these top teams.
And Buff Enjoyers just have shown, I think, consistently that the execution, the team play, their ability to fight on these objectives is second to none right now in Europe and likely the world, given the state of Deadlock here today. So they're definitely laying their claim here on that first place prize in the toy tournament. By the way, guys, set your clock, set your watch. It's going to be coming at you live this weekend. So that's when the EU portion is arguably the highest level Deadlock in the world. We saved the best for last. So the Night Shift X Trolley Open coming at you live here October 24th to 26th in Europe. So Friday, that's going to be that open qualifier day. We won't be broadcasting here, but we will have a ton of co-streamers, a ton of people, putting those games on, streaming their own games in the quali. And then, of course, joining with the top 4 of the open quals on our invited teams, the best in Europe. That top 8 is going to take place on Saturday, Sunday, the 25th, 26th. 20K prize pool put up for grabs by the good people at Trolley. Show them some love on social media.
Important to note as well, on Sunday, we do have in Europe daylight savings time hits. So the times won't change for Europe, but they'll change for North America if you're trying to watch the show. So keep that in mind when you're coming around to tune in. But yeah, big shout out to them, man. It's so great, as we said before the break, seeing these big corporations get involved with like grassroots events. I mean, Deadlock, it's in closed beta. And we're having like Trolley get in here. We're having Intel get in here. It's been so fantastic to see the support for the game and support for the show as well. And also big shout out to Flint Stowe, who's gifted 16 subs so far now today. This man is gifting nonstop. And not to mention Mr. Blaze gifting 10 himself. And I believe that puts us actually at over 1,200 subs on this channel. I mean, on DFN, I think we're at like 200-300. I never thought we would ever break 1,000 subs like this.
We're so, support. Thank you very much.
The good people. We reached our milestone. Appreciate that. And I mean, it's just been insane seeing the level of community engagement around Deadlock as a game. And, like you mentioned, having the sponsors coming in, giving these players something to play for. Like, even though Deadlock is in beta, you got to hand it to these players. They're grinding the game. Like, Buff Enjoyers is putting work in to be this good, to master things on this level. And for us to be able to put on this kind of esports content, we couldn't do it without the community. We couldn't do it without the players, their incredible passion for the game. So many layers of support really coming in from all directions. And I think the Twitch subs, it's just a number, but I think it is indicative of that level of, just excitement for the future of this game, Deadlock, that we all know and love. And speaking of this beautiful game, we're going to get right into this draft here for game 2 and see if Abrahams have what it takes to at least even the score at 1-1. Mitch, I think you talked about this. Let's see a full 3 here. We want to see an Abrahams coming to compete, especially this weekend.
Yeah, thanks again, Mr. Blaze, for another 10 gifted that comes in. I think now Abrahams probably don't really know what to do outside of just draft a comp that once again works for them. So they're opening in the same way. They're putting Buff Enjoyers in the position where they have to ban that Kelvin away. Clearly, Buff Enjoyers felt, and reasonably so, that Kelvin would be a problem for them, even with their fruity take on the draft. So you should expect to see these first couple of bans proceed normally. I don't know if Buff Enjoyers are going to go for that same look. Abrahams cannot afford to ban out like any of the centerpiece heroes of that Buff and Joy strat. So there's always the potential of happening again. Flint Snow, thank you for
Another
the 10
10
gifted.
from him.
1,222 subs in total, guys. Thank you. You are absolutely blowing it up right now. We really appreciate it.
And another 10 for Mr. Blaze as well before that. Ridiculous stuff coming through. You know, I think I want to ask myself, Jake, is what's the worst possible comp Buff enjoyers could draft and still win?
Still
with?
win?
I'm thinking like, what could they go for here that would be even more disrespectful?
The classic
to Abraham's
McGinnis
Dynamo Drifter.
lane.
Oh yeah.
McGinnis Dynamo lane. Let's go. Let's see if you can survive that lane.
Oh,
I want to see the
man.
Zergy McGinnis. Honestly, high key. Thoughts on that? I want to see
Honestly,
Zergy
yeah, split
McGinnis
push a lane.
emerge from the jungle in 20 minutes.
We did have a McGinnis played in the Trolley Open this last weekend. Wander played it of all people. Didn't work out for him, but
Aw.
at least we got to see McGinnis.
I saw
We
the
theorized-
socials tweeting about it. I was like, damn, I'm missing some seriously good Deadlock right now. So if we see a holiday here, Buff and Joys are drafting the same comp. And they are just like wagging their fingers in Abraham's face here. It'll be very funny. It's just the draft has proceeded in the exact same fashion as it did prior.
Yeah, and why not, right? Why not? Especially because even though last game we saw these played as like this, the double mid laners, which they're both great on the lane where your item build isn't even really sorted yet, but do they both scale as gun carries? Is it the same players playing them? Those options are still open to Buff and Jar. So although it seems that they're doing the same thing,
That could go anyway.
I think sneakily they have a lot of options given these two openers, given that they've shown they can play the gun carry. But it's Abrahams who blinks first here. They're gonna go for the Infernus, so making a little bit of a switch up.
Yeah. I think that's important. It's going to allow them, like, obviously, it's a capacitor carrier, a late game scaling, gun carry, things that obviously Buff and Joys made sure that they had in spades in their previous game. It does require some time. And as you know, Infernus does require a little bit of space in order to bring that away. Shiv is going to be picked off from Buff and Joys. So now, like, their tanky frontliner options are limited a little bit more towards a Billy and Abrams direction, right? You could take Abrams. I think the conversation was that maybe later in the game, you like to be on that Shiv side of things. So Abrahams are trying to interact a little bit with Buff and Joy's game plan from game one.
Sorry, I'm a little late.
And I mean that's the risk of these glass cannon builds, right?
Nah,
is
bro.
they're
What?
powerful.
50 gifted, bro. Holy.
Dude,
No way, bro. Holy.
Hit him with the flex, Mitch. Hit him with the flex for that. For
Ba-boom,
50 subs,
ba-boom.
you got to hit him with the flex.
Ba-boom, baby.
I'm wearing a sweater, but you can imagine what's under there.
Yeesh, let's go, baby. Thank you.
Damn.
50 gifted. That's nuts, man. No shit. Hype train was started Twitch. No shit.
I'm also curious, like, now that I see these three again, and now we have a little bit more perspective from game one. The page shield, in theory, is super broken, but because it gives you these incredible gun stats boosts while it's active. The problem with it, though, is if you're taking damage, you're going to just lose the shield right away. You're going to lose the buffs it provides, and your damage is going to come back down to earth. But for stuff like Holiday, where you're just bouncing around, Paradox, playing behind the time wall, you might preserve that shield from Page a lot deeper into these fights. And when you're going Glass Cannon, Lucky Shot, Hollow Point, you're going this like all in raw gun damage build, like people are just melting in front of you. And so that's maybe just like a little part of the equation here that Lightbringer's cooking up for Buff and Joy.
I also, like, obviously we talked about how desirable fire rate is for Holiday because you have more chances to reduce crack shots cooldown and get that really crippling slow debuff. And that's what obviously Defend and Fight does with that second level of investment. So Holiday is super happy to get that fire rate increase whenever it's available. It's also like Loki, like with Hayes, it's kind of nasty. She loves a bit of fire rate too. Calico and Shiv though, Abraham's definitely drafting, and in the last game we thought that their composition was really solid. Flint Snow,
These
with 12
gifted are
Thank you.
crazy, dude. Just again and again and again. No way, dude.
Dude, what level
No
hype
way.
train is this, bro? I don't know.
We're leveling up. That's for sure. That is for sure.
Level 9? Level 10 now, dude. Oh.
Wait a minute. Okay, the Mo.
45
Okay.
gifted from Flint today and 30 from Mr. Blaze. Plus the 50 anonymous.
Insane support, but the Mo though, I really like this Mo pick because you get all this fancy trickery with your Paradox and your Holiday and being so mobile and stuff, but who better to stifle that than the Mole Man?
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be pretty important. And maybe something that Abraham's, skirted around earlier. We did see Mo and Crew picked up in game one, right? So it's, something that we questioned whether would be prioritized. The Yamato and Pocket, though, come in here. I mean, Yamato, obviously someone who can really be unleashed, especially if she has that supportive investment. And in lane, bro, she is so annoying. Holy crap. Crimson Slash reducing fire rate. The fire rate differential you can create here is kind of insane. And we just know what she does with Shadow Transformation. Very powerful. Ivy, the gun carry, still viable. We still saw gun Ivy, even after some of those tweaks to the gun damage growth over time. I think that's still a direction you can go with, but you don't have to. We talked about Paradox and Holiday being viable gun carries to a degree, right, based on the optimization of the last game. So there's a lot of different ways that this could branch.
Yeah, I mean, we should for sure see Gun Ivy still really strong if you can get to that point. But the thing is, they don't really have any tanks. They have Yamato to soak up the damage in the front, and it's probably going to be Zergia and Ivy, which means Demov's going to be on Paradox, I'm assuming, if they're going to continue to play the same route. But then is Hoot going to be on Holiday when you have Pocket available, since Hoot's the pocket player for the team? There's a lot of questions for them. But on the other side for Abrahams, I mean, if we were looking at this comp and we blocked off the team names and we didn't see that first match, I think all of us would be like, Abrahams, hands down, because they have a very legitimate composition with hooks into a Mo and Crew ultimate. I think with what they're currently running, we should see a map 3. Like, I find it so hard for them to lose with a comp like this.
Yeah, you know, the hard thing to bet against is just the Buff Enjoyers macro. I think they've staked such a claim on Deadlock right now that we can see a draft that, like, look, I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand this draft. You know, I'm looking at drafts, I'm like, Abraham should win. I thought that last game too, though, and clearly I was wrong. So, you know, the way Buff Enjoyers is taking the game right now is truly exceptional. It's one thing to be on top. It's another thing to be that #1 team and to keep pushing, to keep going to that next level, showing us something new and different, and still winning with it, right? And still making it really sing in terms of the composition here. So it's hard to bet against the Buff Enjoyers, but at the same time, I mean, I think this Mo is going to feast. I feel like this is a monster Mo game. It's just Lasso and then the Ivy Stone form as like reliable stuns to cancel out combo. And man, if they could if Bebop and Mo can cook, this feels like a super difficult game. Even Yamato, if you get hooked in by Yamato and Mo's right there, you get comboed, no chance to press your ulti. So I feel like the playmaking potential is absolutely there for Abrahams. This should be a super difficult game for the Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the Bebop Doorman like mid lane combination is definitely going to be pretty fearsome. But Paradox Holiday, like as a lane matchup, it looked okay, honestly, for Buff Enjoyers, right? We know how powerful just those lassos can be and dragging people under your Guardian. And again, good poke between crack shot, between kinetic, between a carbine, right? You can do a lot to try and take Abrahams very, very low. But I don't know. We have to. It's our job to get in here and look at the draft and say who we think's going to win based on it. Obviously, we were incorrect in the last game, but I don't feel bad about it because Buff Enjoyers just showed that extra level of macro, and we saw these incremental value wins for Buff Enjoyers again, which is just so emblematic, I think, of their great macro style. It's like managing to control urns. Like there was an urn that they shouldn't have been able to turn in. Like one, they're like, Abrahams are holding it until like, you know, for about as long as possible. They've got position, they've got a turn in location, and somehow Buff and Joy still end up with it at the end of a fight. They like roughly trade evenly and get the urn, and I'm like, okay, like it, fine, whatever. It doesn't matter what we think about the draft. Like that's just the way these guys play the game, man.
You know, I love how you two are here to keep us on topic because I'm completely looking at chat and what's happening. We got another 10 gifted from Mr. Blaze, which puts us over 1,300 subs. Didn't we just say we broke 1,200?
We were just at 1,200.
Dude.
And we just broke 1,300. You know what? I'm going to go one step further. If we can get 1,350 before the end of this next map, I will show you what I am wearing below the camera. And I'll tell you right now, it is very interesting and you're going to want to see it.
Mitch, I want you to carefully review the TOS.
It is not against TOS.
Okay, I want to carefully review the TOS.
I'm just going to
make these promises.
Consult with our
word of
legal
God here.
counsel.
How many to not do that? Like how many to do that above and beyond to not
If we can get if we can get to 1,400, I won't do it. But if we can get to 1,350 and stay under 14, then I will do it.
This is this is the best sub goal I've ever heard, man.
How much to turn off your camera for the rest of the show?
For a simple price of 200 subs, which is about 200 coffees, you can get me to turn off my camera for the rest of the show.
For the low price of 200 coffees. You can,
we are losing it. Bro!
Oh my God.
You got even the official trolley account is getting involved with this. My goodness.
Does this mustache mod make me look even more yummy? I guess I have a backup Halloween costume as Jake Kaplan. If not, you know what? That's fair. That's fair.
Bro, trolley gamers, bro. Holy. Okay, dude.
Let me tweak up the mustache a little bit.
Yeah, you got to get that.
So
get your wax
in
out.
there.
Get it twisted.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Get those like
You're gonna oil up
corners. I'm trying to see like that you're like prospecting for gold. You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe I want, Jason.
So this town ain't big enough for the two of us, you know?
Yeah, after we get a break, I can go wax this bad boy up and give you a little.
Wax it up.
But you know, we gotta wait for the game to end before we can get to that. But no, man, it's so great to see Charlie so involved with this. And you know what? The worm did it better. You know, I've been growing this out for like 2 months, and the worm.
You gotta lock in,
kicked my
bro.
butt. I gotta lock in. I gotta step my game up.
God, all right. What are we waiting for? These boys want to get in the game for us, or we must have
They're
mass,
waiting for us to hit the go button. That's
Yeah,
what they're waiting
obviously.
for.
Caster start the game. T2ers. All right, we are
We're
getting
doing it.
into it. It is Buffingers up 1-0
What?
over Abrahams. 50 gifted. Oh boy,
The
Jason.
peaceful Kraken.
Zoom out that camera, baby. Zoom out that camera. We are.
We are halfway there, bro. That's all I'm saying.
So does
All
that
right.
mean? So that means we need no one now to sub.
Stop
and say under
subbing.
1400
Chat.
if you want to see the pants.
No more
Stop
subs.
subbing immediately, please.
not
Or actually,
sub.
no. We need 50 more subs, please. I'm begging you. I forgot how this works. We need 50 more to stifle this.
Wait, don't we need
Of course.
150 to avert this disaster? Was
That's
that the
camera off. That's camera off.
okay.
50,
I mean-
50 more to get me to not show the pants.
Oh, okay, dude. All right.
All right.
Let's just get into the video game.
Irrepressible. Mitch, Jason, take it away, guys. Let's see if Abrahams have what it takes to keep this one interesting.
Already, Hoot's got himself snarled up in a bit of an engagement there. I think suffered a bomb and a call bell from Abrahams, whilst Zergi, well, did what he does best, which is farm. Picking up a couple of those souls here through the middle part of the map. Our lane assignment on the right-hand side. You see the Yamato of Listic is on that right side, alongside the page of Sharik. So I talked about the fire rate disparity you can create with Crimson Slash and Standard Fight, rather, Standard Defend. And yeah, you can obviously do that. You get that little fire rate increase, which is obviously not what the Yamato necessarily cares about, but then right clicks are pretty freaking annoying in lane in general. And this is going to be a really frothy mid lane setup here, Jason. Frothy,
huh?
volatile.
Now I just think of coffee, and again, the low price of 200.
200 of them.
Yeah, 200 of them. You know what's funny? You're talking about like bullet speed disparity or like attack speed disparity. I saw a video not too long ago where if you get enough attack speed reduction, you can shoot, but your bullets don't move.
Wait, really? I thought it was just fire rate and not the projectile speed.
The fire rates are the projectile speed. You can change that.
Oh, okay.
So I think I have to like actually go check. But is there a way
like
you can create
weighted
a
bullets
wall
and
of
stuff?
bullets? Yeah, you create a wall of bullets on the map somewhere, and if people walk through it, do they take all the damage from your bullets?
Bro,
Do the
what?
bullets disappear? I don't know.
That reminds me of playing Unreal Tournament and using freeze mode and then getting the Ripper and just firing a bunch of Ripper shots and then seeing what they do. Like they bounce around
There you
in the
go.
room and they crash your PC. So thank you very much, Flint Snow, for the 10 kills.
I mean,
God
Flint,
damn it.
you become the savior and the hero of the channel, but now you're approaching the point where you might become the villain.
He's lived long enough to become the villain, bro. That's crazy. Together here, big damage. My goodness, looks like a, excuse me, Kudzu bomb there. Tickling at him. Dimov, though, in a reasonably healthy spot here. It is Abraham's trying to get their hands a little bit dirty in this lane. It is, of course, that Shiv set up here alongside the Infernus of Jam side. So already, I'm just watching how these discs move around on the minimap. You can see in mid, very, very active. But Abraham's a good push here. Shoving a wave in under that Guardian, finding some decent Guardian damage as well. Okay, Crimson Slash being used. Shield also being given over to Listic just to allow him to go for some of those more risky trades.
I think I wonder how that lane's going to play out when we do get to ultimates. Because again, like Yamato, you can afford to play aggressive like this when you have the protective barrier of Shark there to keep you alive. And then also you have the escape potential with Captivating Read. It really makes it easy for any brawler in the lane, like a page of support, especially if you have early Guardian Ward, to just take a lot of damage and really not have to worry too much about escaping. Not to mention, Yamato is very sustainable with that Crimson Slash 2 on top of it. So it's going to be, I still say, a very difficult lane. And obviously when you get to ultimates, the combos can be very important, but I still feel like you're not really going to win on that lane against Listic and Shark with the ultimates they have online.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They have so much they can throw once they have those falls online that really slants that engagement heavily in their favor. Clint, thank you very much for the gifted there to our guy Arze, who's done some great job, of course, with modding here in the map. What is going on with the mini-map there in mid? Either way, slight disarm here. Doesn't really seem to bother Listic, as he can still throw the Crimson Slash in. Also, a Dragon conjured up. A burrow required there from Saint. Wants to try and unburrow. Scorn also used, but Listic is well clear of it now. Once again, gets that shielding. Power Slash catches onto ABL. Flying Strike also pretty good. Crimson Slash would have been a follow-up there. Just good damage. Yamato, dangerous as a laner. Low as Listic is gone. Still confident coming forward to take that damage.
Going for Healbane too as a first item, so really looking to get brawly here. Once you get one of those kills with your Shadow Transformation, man, you heal up so much. You know, to extend the duration of your Shadow Transformation in the fight. Again, this is gonna be such a difficult lane to fight back from. You almost have to invest in some sort of healing, which we haven't seen out of ABL just yet. some crazy stuff already taking place in this right-hand side. And you know what? Buff and Joyers need to chill with this because they're making Paige look good and making her look viable. And I don't know if I like that. I mean, I like seeing Paige, but I don't know if I want to see her in my games.
Anyone's going to do that, though? It's probably Sharika Robikin, though. I'm not sort of too surprised. God, that power slash is nasty. 173 damage to the dome here for ABL. Makes it that much harder to go aggressive with those leaping slashes to find that damage. And Listic, obviously, a heal bane already being picked off just to really try and punish this. But here comes the combo. ABL hit with the power slash, but Sharik burnt down too quickly. Listic has to get out. There is no winning this fight. Around the corner, avoiding the gloom bombs, and will live to fight another day. Sharik, though, can come back into this fight pretty darn quickly. He's already respawned, and Abraham's mindful of the Page being able to return to the fray.
I guess that's one way to beat him in lane. Get your ultimates before they do, and then you combo on Sharik and you get yourself an easy kill. I mean, obviously, Listic would be the target Buff and Joyers want, but if you take out the Captivating Read and you take out any sort of shielding, not to mention the ultimate of Page, like it is very possible to go for those kills, but a good timing by them to secure the kill.
They did it before
So
Shadow
far.
Transformation was available
Yeah, exactly.
for Listic, right? That's very heads up. All right, what we got here? A little barrage over the top. Majestic Leap being used. Together, not affected by many of those barrage shots, but Sap has fallen in mid. Not ideal, just the Bebop left now, so Buff and Joyers using both of those Initiator ultimates. Zergy hooked forward, this is just for damage. Taz trying to negotiate from a position of power despite losing his lane mate. Sap is going to be on his way back towards mid, but I told you it'd be volatile. Paradox Holiday lane, once they get that 4 online, is scary.
Yeah, very scary. It's just so much control you have to deal with and so much damage that they both can do, especially paired in with the crack shot on top of that. You're still having to respect these portals, and you have to respect the barrier that Saf and Tass are playing with those doorways. But so far, I mean, it's not that big of a lead for Abrahams, though I don't really expect a big lead to happen. I think what I'm more focused on is the Guardian damage being done on this left-hand side. Buff and Joyers getting it down below half HP already off the bat. And Obikim, he's going to be on the Ivy, and it will be leaving Zergy on the Paradox.
Okay, so, you know, maybe we might not see that sort of position 1 Obikim game again. We didn't get it last time either, even though it was on Vindictor, excuse me, went for that Alchemical Fire build. Okay, Satchel gets a good chunk of damage here on the Together, who was definitely looking to chase down the Ivy, but back to safety. Obikim was able to get, had to use that supply drop in order to do so. Scary stuff over here. Shadow Transformation being used on the right side of the map now. Return to Shadows, no connection, but good Guardian damage being done here by Abrahams. Listic in the fight wants to chase Saint down, but that Burrow's going to get him out of trouble. So it is slowly loss of value for Buff and Joyers on the right. That Guardian is getting beat up pretty badly.
I think it's going to fall on this next push, too. And once we have the return out of Obikim, you can see Jamsted's already low on HP, so it's really difficult for him to go for a defense on this unless they want to invest the combustion and look for a fight themselves. And by getting this kill, you can allow Demov to just get a lot of free farm in this lane and allow Obikim. Well, I guess it depends. Do you want to give the farm to Obikim or Demov? With Majestic Leap, I guess you're going to get around the map a lot quicker, so you want to focus him to get the jungle creeps and allow Obikim to get the farm in lane.
Yeah, can still be a really relevant threat. Still feels like you want to take faster as soon as you can anyway. Guardian down. Demov getting what he wanted on this left-hand side of the map. This is before Jamside is able to return. Buff and Joyers get that all-important first Guardian. Now Saint's got to have his wits about him. In under the Guardian he goes. Captivating Reed's going to lock him up. Great parry on the Listic though. Low is the Yamato. Listic with no Shadow Transformation available. Saint's going to have to give up his life for this, I suspect. Combo used, but Hoot is healthy. Maybe hoping that Listic was the one that would be caught up there. So the Moen Crew is going to be picked off. This now leaves Hoot free to rotate for a quick mid-play. Hot pursuit, though, for ABL, trying to chase his Holiday away. Make use of that mobility as Listic was looking for a bit of a fight. Here's the Doorman, though. Saf dragged underneath that Guardian, but can use a door now just to poke it from a safer distance. Look at this. In and out he goes. Hyper Beam going down on that mid-Guardian, and Buff and Joyers at risk of losing their foothold here. So the rotation comes in. Obikim now is in position. Hook straight away. Stone Idol has to be used. Stun on Taz is effective. He has to double back behind his own Guardian as the Kudzu Bomb spreads that damage. Looks like Buff and Joyers, though, still want to fight for this. Guardian down to now half. The Paradox has turned up. Wall is in the way. Hoot needs to get back. Given a shield, though. Bomb carried onto 3 players of Abraham's as Taz is trying to double back away, but Guardian is gone. Saf now next to fall, and Taz surely has to be next on the chopping block. Hook catches on the Zergy. Bombs there as he's knocked in the direction of the Walker. Big damage off the Walker. And that is going to be enough to bring him down. Nice turnaround by Taz.
Well, they get punished going so deep. While that was happening, Saint did backdoor the Guardian in middle too, so it prevents Buff and Joyers from pretty much getting a big advantage off that middle lane. And Saint even retreats back towards his right-hand side to make sure to protect their Guardian because they're currently down to just that one remaining, which means Buff and Joyers, they don't have a flex slot unlocked. With Obikin rotating towards middle, trying to apply the pressure there, it leaves Demov to get some free farm on this left-hand side up to 8.1 thousand souls, and he's going to be a massive menace when we get to these fights. And compared to the last game, Mitch, we can see Sinner sacrifices in the pudding buildings being taken by the respective teams. No invade this time, since the momentum of Buff and George was shut down on that last push mid.
And yet that last Guardian, like you mentioned, pretty important. For those on Buff and Joy's a bit more flush with souls, it's definitely going to be annoying. But again, still got a bit of inventory space that it shouldn't constrict them right now. They do eventually need to make a play for that Guardian. Buffs are up, of course. That's going to be challenged here. Jam side goes in. Looks like he's picked it up. Hoot now needs to back away. Pretty flush with souls as well this holiday, with a pretty standard opening to the build. Not really giving anything away about the later game intentions of Hoot. Hyper Beam, though, is going to make this one tough. Tass has got a nice little vantage point to spread some damage in. Obviously, that urn is going to be heavily scrutinized now as the most important objective in this phase of the game. Sharik picks it up at the cost of 40% of the page's health.
Also, we're seeing Abrahams go for a push in this right lane. Walker, only one player to defend against. It's going to be Listic, who's just already low on HP. He knows that if he gets comboed, he's going to die. So the reinforcement's going to approach with Zergy. Just going to back him up here while the urn's still being held by Shard to deny that away from Abrahams to get any sort of lead. And honestly, if you're Buff enjoyers here, you kind of want to actually go for a big push on this right-hand side. Maybe get the urn turn in. Maybe get that last Guardian done as well.
No Warpstone yet. Saint not able to find a catch. But this does allow Abrahams to push the line of scrimmage up past that urn turn in location. Buff enjoyers are going to have to do more to have a safe landing spot for that objective. And that burn damage is probably... Yeah, okay. The urn has to get dropped there. That's fair enough, because that starts to become a bit of an issue. Over on the left here, a drift for Abrahams. They might hope to trade Walker here for an urn if things don't go right for them on the right side of the map. They've only got 4 players in position there towards the right, and the urn is being dropped and picked up consecutively.
That's the risky point, is that if you do go for anything on this right-hand side with this urn and you lose the fight, you're losing a Walker, most likely losing the urn, and you're losing a lot of control of this game too. I think maybe a teleport going to come in out together to join this fight, as the urn has been stolen away by Saint, who's just trying to run for his life. But keep in mind, he is a lot slower considering the change. But the doorman sets him up perfectly for a turn in. Saf, the teammate of the year award, going to him.
Damn, I mean, we know that doorman very effective with setting up for those objectives, but the fact that Saint can cross so much of the map, and also Buff enjoyers cannot extract any value elsewhere in this exchange. They're doing nothing but clearing their own camps. So Abraham slipped the net and now get themselves up to a 5k soul differential. There's that extra flex slot, though. Finally, the last Guardian of Abrahams is taken by Buff enjoyers, but they probably still have a bit of a sour taste in their mouth after that urn turn in.
Deliciously sour taste. If it was a bag of trolleys, to be fair.
That's facts.
That's facts. But yeah, I mean, Abrahams, this is a much different game for them this time around. I mean, the rotations on towards these Guardians, the counter pressure as well. They have themselves a nice little 5k lead, but it's about what can they do with this 5k lead that's going to really determine how this game can play out. And quickly taking a look at Souls, I mean, Listic, honestly not too far behind compared to his team. On the other side, it's pretty much Jamside and ABL going to be leading the charge at 12k, but a great combo comes in onto Hoot, and you should not be able to escape from this one as the jump pad comes through, and somehow, what happened? ABL, he didn't get launched.
Demov to the rescue. He just pops in at just the right time, and of course, dumps the affliction. And Hoot is not able to be taken out. That combo looked like it would secure the kill, but there wasn't enough damage there. That's not ideal for Abraham. It's not the worst. It's a bit of a gaff, if anything. ABL back in a few seconds. And Buff enjoys are looks like they're really just trying to farm safely in this phase of the game. Demov is getting that soul prio, Jason, as we sort of expected, though Obikin not having too much funneled in towards him. So that pocket turning up in that 2v2, pretty impactful. That is the big brother on your team making use of that soul lead.
Yeah, and honestly, like Majestic Leap again, just as we talked about before, like both these teams are so good at just delaying their death as long as possible to buy time for those rotations to come through. And when you can do something like that, as we talk about movement being probably the biggest skill that you want to focus on and learn as a player, is the last gonna connect on the Mo and Curly. He's a big bulky boy. Can't dodge away from lassos.
I think Demov's here. There's definitely some pressure, however. Yeah, ABL does not want to allow the Moen Crew to be nabbed out from under his nose. Could have been a pick off there. Buff enjoys trying with these initiators to set up pick opportunities, but both teams struggling with landing them in the end. Baggage card going to be avoided here as power slash on the back foot employed by Listic will avoid Saf for now. And I'm still looking at that left side. I've got a feeling there's something brewing there. Abrahams keeps sending 2 players, including together, to shove the wave in, to put that pressure. But honestly, Zergy just kind of gets to farm that passively a lot of the time. He has to feel, though, Jason, that he's needed elsewhere. Looks like he's sitting back for a buy. So curious to see what makes its way into the inventory now. Starting to, you know, if he's going to just build pure gun from the outset, it could be a power spy.
Oh, I mean, you know he is. It's Zergy, right? He's going to definitely build gun. But the thing is that there is an upside for him. As long as he's defending these 2-man pushes, he's also getting a lot of solo farm, whereas Abrahams have to split between 2 players. So it gives you like a bigger advantage in the long run of this game. And on Obicam, he's going to be under pressure from 3 different players. It's comboed out of the fight, but the stop save him. That Walker is based.
Bro, he doesn't, his reactive barrier, dude. Like, he doesn't take any damage from the combo itself. He's able to walk away, but this Walker's being scrutinized heavily now, and Buff and Joyce need to intervene. From the shadows Return of Shadows rather being employed now, as we see the Calico looking to come forward. Together thought about it, but they're happy enough with the Walker. Elsewhere, Buff and Joyce need to make something happen here. An earn pickup is fine, but it probably doesn't feel like it's an equivalent exchange, and there's no guarantee they'll get the turn in, because the turn in location is deep right now in Abraham's territory.
A little bit of a line of scrimmage being set up between the 2 players. A great timing to pull off a pick too, considering combos on cooldown. This would be the ideal time to go for a fight, but you don't have Affliction either. That's the kind of maybe the counterpoint for Buffinger is not feeling confident enough to go for this one. They still have to worry about the doorman. He's just going to cart. Oh my God, he carts Zergy completely off the buildings, forcing to play from the low ground. But the fight has kicked off, and Huda has gone deep on this left-hand side.
We've already seen a hyper beam there from Taz. That looks like it was avoided for the most part by Buff and Joyce. There's the doorman set up, those scary. Sharik trying to bait it out, and looks like that has worked. Captivating Re going to be thrown down to disrupt here. Rally in charge also thrown out. Sharik keeping a respectful distance and I guess employing all of the utility that Paige has at her disposal. Looking for a shield now as well. Okay, dangerous. Together has been taken down. ABL with an earned pickup. Turn in. It's there. ABL gets it in. And Buff and Joyce are too late for this. Also, they can't really fight for it. Listic's low. Oberkin went for a Stone Idol disruption. And Sharik was the one caught inside the Baroness Hotel, who now is going to die. Buff and Joyce not only lose the fight, but another earn turn in. And Abraham's now having 19k soul lead at 16, 17 minutes.
Abraham's won that fight without even jam side there. And he was pushing the right-hand lane for a Walker. A big Affliction comes in if they can maybe turn this one around and equalize the damage just a little bit. But they still have to pick up another kill or 2 to make this one viable. They did lose that Walker on the right-hand side. They lost the Urn, but they don't want to lose everything here, as you can see Dimov going super deep.
Nice move. Saf is going to be caught. So Buff and Joyce on the backside of that fight find 2 kills. Is there more? Nicely done. Dimov kites away from the concussive combustion with the flying cloak, but still is under pressure. He's taken almost 900 damage from the Infernus, and obviously that will continue to burn down. Nicely done for Sharik, though. Turns up, throws a shield, and so the pocket will walk away. Dimov is going to be so important in this later game, but who quietly, Jason, is amassing quite a trove of souls.
So's Jamside, though. I mean, 21k. We saw Infernus really reign supreme this last weekend in the Trolley NA Open. That I'm not really surprised to see it being given so much value out of teams right now as a high priority pick. He's gone... I mean, he didn't go for Colt, so he's gone a little bit different than what North America has done, to be fair, with like the quote-unquote solved Infernus build. But you still have Tesla, which will eventually...
All right, looks like we've lost Jason for a moment there. Back into the action we are, of course, and casting your eye over some of these stats shows that Dimov's definitely been picking up his fair share of elimination. Zergy trying to quietly farm. So he's not able to do that for much longer here. Going to be accosted and doesn't really have that soul total. And again, he's just not involved in a lot of the engagements. That wasn't an issue for him last game, though, as he was able to get to 40k souls despite having to properly fight. See bomb here. Saf very low. Taz also, gets picked off. There's Abraham's just get the doorman a little bit too close to harm's reach, apparently. Oberkin looking to get involved now. A lot of action here around this middle part of the map. Saf surely is going to go down. Listic is on the hunt, on the chase, trying to drop down the line. Big damage that that burn from Jamside is going to connect. Jamside super relevant here in the mid game as opposed to really only a late game threat. 23k souls, as Jason did diligently point out, really, really matters at this point in the game. Just a slap fight there between Sharik and the Calico, as it looks like Sharik, of course, is not going to win those. Calico geared to have a very strong melee stats and on-hit effects. And ABL's going to jump inside the pudding building now. Dima wants to catch her up on top of the roof. I don't know if he can find her. There are some Abraham's players lurking there on that low ground, as well as Hoot getting picked off. Healing right, of course, for Together to keep him in the fight, but I don't know if there's much more to be done. Abraham's looks like they've achieved their objective, and mid boss is now on the table.
Yeah, I think it's like Abrahams are doing exactly what Buff and Joyce did to them before. They're getting constant pickoffs. They're now forcing the pace of the game, bringing in Jamside to go for these fights. As you saw the damage he was able to do, Listic just burning away. He was only at 14,000 souls. He's 10k behind Jamside. Like, that's how far Jamside is currently ahead of some of the opponents in the other team. Even using Veilwalker there to maybe go for a parry to stop anyone from coming through. And this is a big turnaround here for Abrahams, really bouncing back from that last match. 18,000 soul lead almost 20 minutes in. And with Rejuve, there's only one walker left to take here, Uber. And that would be another flex thought and a lot of control in the enemy jungle that they can take.
Sorry, let me fanboy real quick. The legend Freiberg is in the chat. Of course, of NIP
Freiberg
fame in Counter-Strike. Great to see you, mate. Glad you're a Deadlock enjoyer. I hope you enjoy your time here. That is awesome.
He's been playing a lot of Deadlock
souls
on his stream, actually. I've been checking out him every once in a while.
Love to hear that. Yeah, he's made it clear he's a Deadlock enjoyer up in the chat.
On his Instagram, he can cook, man. Cook some really good looking stuff. I need to like go to his place someday and have him cook for me.
God damn. But you know him like that, bro?
I mean, bro, I can't.
You try to know him like that, you know? Man, I remember the old EMS 1 days, man. Good times. All right, let's get with it. 20k is the difference here in souls. 3 Rejuve credits here for Abrahams. We might finally be getting the game 3 that we were hoping for. Already, our doors are being set up. So once again, we saw how difficult it is to interact with the earn turn in. It's going to be the same problem for Buff and Joys again, with Saf setting these doors up to interfere. And also to set up an easy earn turn in here from long range. Together can sort of step through here and try and sneak this one in under the Buff and Joys nose.
That was a lasso dodge, by the way, as he like went to the door and came back. But a very good point. The thing is, like, you see the urn this far away, you don't expect the urn to just show up at the turn in. You expect to have more time. As we do actually see, they go through the door, the urn left behind because they want to force the fight. In the meantime, Tasso trying to chase it down. They pull Listic through the door, completely out of position. If the entire team of Abrahams turns around, Listic's gonna die.
Bro, he just, I mean, sure. In shadow form, though, he's shrugging off a lot of this damage and still popped a Rejuve credit off together. He does go down, so pull through the door. Pretty nasty work. And ultimately, going the 1-for-1 is not worth it for Buff Enjoyers here. This is now going to be less of a contested earn turn in. Clearly, though, still Buff Enjoyers want to say something about it. That's going to be the soul in turn in now. Dragon content over towards the door direction, but Hoot is picked off. Saf connects, and Buff Enjoyers are taking the back seat here, Jason. There's not a lot to be done. Oh, that's a risky zipline take there for Zergy. Stunned out, but together can only plink away with the gun. Either way, message sent and delivered, Jason. Abrahams are taking control of the game.
Task up the earn turn in while that was happening too. This lead is getting kind of out of hand now for Abrahams, playing from ahead instead of playing from behind that last match where they really couldn't get any sort of semblance of control. A burst fire picked up here for Saf. The extra speed to get around the map here, and that's gonna be a great combo on a Demov. He's gonna get rescue beamed while flying it away, but he pulls the Moen with him. He went fishing and he caught himself a Moen Krill.
Yeah, it was Moen Krill or Moby Dick. We're about to find out. Captain Ahab here, trying to right the ship that threatens to be capsized for Buff Enjoyers. Sharik's out of the game. Listic very, very low. And Overkim doesn't want any of this smoke, but doesn't really have an option. As Saf is in hot pursuit, the chase there comes in from the Calico, and that is going to be the Walker taken down. No more Walkers left for Buff Enjoyers. Only 3 players in the game right now. And this time around, Abrahams have been able to sniff out their game plan and snuff out their individuals.
2 Rejuve crystals left for another 40 seconds of time. Only 3 players left to fight up against, and Demov, oh my god, he almost got hooked back in. As the door is going to allow him to attack from a different angle, not really expecting, pops a bomb onto his teammate of Jamside and says, you go forward, you get these kills, and someone's been thrown into the Baroness Hotel. It's going to be Hoot. He's going to come out with a cheeky surprise.
Oh, yeah. That's not what you want to see on the other side of that door. Shrines are getting picked off. We're 23 minutes into the game, and Abrahams have an unassailable lead at this point. Now it's a matter of getting your free souls. Base Guardian's being cleared. Jamside knows he will die for this, but Abraham's coming back in on zipline boosts. They want to make sure that their low-health teammates can't be chased out of the base. And so the Sapphire side keeps the pressure on. Saf eventually falls, but Buff and Joys are down to 4 right now. There's a real fight to be had now amidst the Kutsu Bomb AoE. Captivating Reed does at least seem to catch out one of those individuals, but Listic surges forward to get us picked off. But what do Buff and Joys get for this? What can they obtain? There is no Rejuve in play. Buffs are a minute off. Mid-boss 90 seconds away. Do Buff and Joys need to, I don't know, push these waves out? Threaten a Walker?
Push waves, get some farm in the jungle. A lot of sinners up on this left-hand side and even right side of the map here for Buff Enjoyers. Also, a very smart play. I don't know if you caught it, but Jamside, he just AFK'd in between those two Guardians because he was low on HP anyways, and he wanted the full health for the fight because Riju was about to disappear anyways. So might as well get a free heal off of it while it's getting yourself killed. Very smart play, very heads-up play, to be honest. But I heard a combo go off. I'm not sure who it's quite onto as the Shadow Transformation comes out of Listic, who's always so low on health, but he gets himself back up to 300 HP with the Crimson Slash. And look at the barriers he has, about 600 HP in barriers as he continues to fight.
That rescue beam also applied to him there despite the silence wave being in play. Listic got his job done, but Jamside is going to return with the capacitor and leash. He is absolutely armed to the gills, and he's made short work of Listic as a result. Overkim run down, Saints able to finish him off, and now head downstairs to make a buy. He's got a lot of souls in hand, and he's going to convert them into a divine barrier. Abrahams have been able to convert that map control advantage into some serious items, and they still don't lose that Walker. There's an earn turning to fight for, a mid-boss in 30 seconds. Buff Enjoyers have the deck stacked against them.
This earn, though, it's also a denial take. Realistically, I don't know if they're going to be trying to go for it. I mean, they do have a window of about 30 seconds. But if you get in a fight here and you lose, then you also could be losing mid-boss. I guess because the door is being set up by Saf right now, you can see him running over towards the earn turn, and they're going to quickly go for the dunk on this and then turn back in towards a mid-boss take. I don't think there's any expectation of Buff and George for the earn to just appear here, and they're going to get away for free right off the back of that.
I mean, Buff and Joy's poke at the earn turning attempt, but they have no way of interrupting it. So this is just more souls and more of a lead. Saint just bought and already has 2.2k. And yeah, Sinners are going to be taken deep in Buff and Joy's territory. Taz going to avail himself of these camps. Stay ahead. Mid boss now is up. You can head over in that direction. Rather, will be soon. So that's something obviously we're playing for. Buffs are already obtained, as you can see in the hands of Taz. And this is now Abraham's just ensuring their victory.
So if we're going to talk about this from the comeback potential for Buff Enjoyers, I mean, Glass Cannon picked up for Zergy here. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for you to get stacks on that for it to become worth it for you. But for them, I mean, I think the problem is that because they're so far behind of about 40k right now, you can't really split up and go for farm easily. You're not going to be confident enough to do so. If you do that and you get killed, you have a 6 on 5, and you're still over 40k behind at that point in the fight. This is going to be very tough, and Abraham's, honestly, I think everything is going their way for them to close out this map and take it to a map 3 for sure. It's just about not making mistakes.
Sorry about that. Our mid-boss timer was off by 1 minute. That is all. That though, we have now seen a mid-boss spawn back in. What's the supply drop angle supposed to be here for Overkim, because he's just getting strips torn off him. Listic following hot on his heels. Shadow Transformation popped. He feels like he's going to need it here. Saint hasn't used the combo yet though, so he's just drawn that Yamato ultimate out. Oh, Listic really wants to fight. Saint almost ceased to exist there. Big damage, but that Shadow Form is now expired. Now those resistances for Listic won't be as much of a factor. Knockdown, big concussive combustion. Jamside wraps onto the scene, and Dimov blows up. Hyper Beam comes through, cutting Listic down. Sharik soon to follow. And Buff Enjoyers got caught out in the open with mid-boss on the table now. This is all but done. You can turn around, have the mid-boss for yourself. Half your team can also contest at the base. This is brutal. I think Abrahams might look just to end here, Jason.
Finish. Yeah, I mean, you already got the stage 1 patron, I believe, right? So you can just finish this game. No, they didn't get it yet, but even with the respawners being taken away, the 30 seconds of time, you're still going to be able to close this out with only 1 player left to defend against it. And Mitch, we're going to for sure see a map 3 here.
That is wild. 27 minutes of gameplay. You saw the plated armor being picked up by Jamside, who's got himself up to 40k souls. He's reached his endgame fantasy. Hoot gets comboed as soon as he tries to step out of spawn. And here it is, the patron knocked into the pit. We have ourselves a game 3. Finally, after a couple weeks of sweeps, Abrahams has shown that grit and will take us all the way in this series.
You know, I think we could sense it coming with the draft Buff Enjoyers went for. But honestly, a massive bounce back for Abrahams. I know they've been a team who's been very susceptible to getting tilted, I would say. I mean, we've seen it initially back with the well-playeds on one-win squad with ABL. But I think a very important game for them to show that they can have like a really bad loss against a comp that they probably shouldn't be looking to in the first game and come back into match 2 refreshed and ready to go and focus, because they're going to need that focus coming into the weekend.
That's a great point, Jason. Of course, one of the biggest tournaments in the calendar, one of the biggest tournaments ever in Deadlock history is, of course, coming up this weekend. And these two teams are undeniably the favorites to be in that grand final, to be playing for that grand prize. So there's something to be said for, you know, holding something back. I just don't think Abrahams are in a position to do that. I think they have to play hard for this win. And they did just that in the second match. Like, this is a much more clinical game. I think they were a lot more patient, even with the Walker lead. Like, we've seen how good Buff and Jars are at bringing those comebacks, and they couldn't find it this game.
I feel like the big difference for me is the Shiv pick. they denied it from Buff and Joys, and Buff and Joys don't have, I think, that same level of, alongside the Billy, right? They don't have that sort of scaling, sort of beefy bruiser potential into the later game. See it listing on the Yamato, which is of course always terrifying, but there are ways to stop Yamato. You know, not only do you want to bait out the Shadow Transformation if you can, but you can also sort of itemize a little bit more into shutting her down. Jamside also got online really early. I think at some point, Gemside's at 23k with the rest of Buff and Joys at like 18. Like that's an almost an entire tier 4 item. And also like Gemside was just in the right place at the right time to be able to be impactful. 27k souls here is huge. The fact that he has the wherewithal to go and pick up a plated armor at like 24 minutes into the game should tell you everything you need to know about, you know, where Gemside is in the grand scheme of things. Gets to 40k at the end here, but this is a really nice showing from the Infernus.
You brought up a good point too that I wanted to actually go back to about like Listic on the Yamato, but you don't have like a Shiv by her side. You don't have someone else who can be bruisery and take this upfront damage. When Listic goes in, he kind of just gets focused and he can't really survive all that damage coming his way, especially when they were already 15, 20, you know, 30k behind at that point. And taking a look at the match stats, I mean, looking across the board here, D-Mob wasn't really able to get going, though. He had 20,000 damage done. And if you compare like Hoot and Zergy from the last game, I mean, it pales in comparison to the amount of damage they were doing.
Yeah, I mean, D-Mob was supposed to be that primary soul recipient, right? But Buff and Joys did not have the map control. They lost out on the objective race. You can see here down the bottom that D-Mob doesn't have neutral camps to farm sufficiently. So the build, as a result, looks average. Like there's a refresher pickup here, right? I kind of get it. You want to, you know, get multiple of those afflictions down.
That was just the very end of the game. Let's be fair about that one. But there was no hopes at the end of that one for him. But I mean, as you said, Jamside, 40,000 souls, 6-0 and 11. He was a part of 16 out of their 26 kills. Sorry, 17 if I could do math correctly. A massive change around. But I think maybe the real focus here, Jake, is ABL kind of. As you can see, he was part of 17 assists, 29,000, almost 30,000 player damage, did a ton of objective damage. He was that silent threat for the majority of the game.
Yeah, very solid game from him. And I liked you highlighted that itemization from Jan's side. I mean, building super tanky, super high utility on Infernus this game. The plated armor, a great way to punish this like all-in gun idea of, you know, these glass cannons. Well, hey, the plated armor sometimes can just like deflect some of those hits and just, you know, you take no damage whatsoever. So they're really struggling to bring down Jamside. I also think Saint on the Mo Krill was a pretty big factor this game. Like there's a lot of moments where the Buff and Joyers just a little bit scared to come out on the map. Like they're holding urns for quite a while, but they can't quite really get the drop in. And I think Abraham's got a lot of the better of those urn fights in large part due to the impact of Mo and also Doorman. I mean, the synergy between the two of them, getting those urn turn-ins, so challenging to play against, even in hostile territory at times. So the execution really impressed me on Abraham's. That being said, the series is still 1-1. I mean, this is still a scary spot to be, given the Buff and Joyers are kind of doing some wild drafting right now.
Yeah. I wonder if we see a return to normality here for Buff and Joyers, at least maybe not going for the Paradox Holiday, like 1-2 pick, maybe something a little different. Maybe the page doesn't need to be there. We'll see. I think they might just stay the course here. This is still $1,000 on the line, thanks to our friends over at Intel. It's definitely no small amount of change. I'm sure they want to fight for it, but I'm curious to see how they intend to do that, how they stake their claim to the throne for, God, the umpteenth week in a row.
Yeah, and honestly, would you want to see them return to quote unquote normality, or would you like to see them potentially pull off a win in Night Shift with a Page Holiday Paradox as their first 3 picks, 3 games in a row? I think that kind of sets the tone and shows they're not really afraid of any team out there in EU when it comes to the event this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely a statement that they would want to make here to assert their dominance in EU. Although, of course, I think the Buff and Joyers at this point, they're not really accepting any challengers to the throne. They're not interested in any questions or opinions. They are here to play in that tournament. So make sure you join us this weekend. But of course, our show, we're just getting started here. We're coming to that resolution here of the money match. It's tied up 1-1. We got to finish that best of 3, and we'll be doing that just on the other side of a short break. Welcome back, everybody. It's time. We're here at the conclusion here of the money match between Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers. Buff Enjoyers opened the series to a dominant 1-0 lead with an unconventional draft, but Abrahams circled the wagons, made the adjustments, and came back just as strong to equalize the series. Now we're going into a decisive game 3 between two teams who very much want the win, although I gotta say, I think Abrahams, they want it just a little bit more this week.
Especially after the audacious way that the Buff Enjoyers have been approaching this series, Jake. I think that is spot on. What I like about what we saw from Abrahams is it was only a slight tweak in their drafting approach in that second game, but the execution looks so much cleaner. More of an understanding of where they're at their strongest and where they definitely have the edge of a Buff Enjoyers across the map. Turn it into a macro advantage and basically had every turn in dead to rights because of that Doorman and Mo and Krill look, which is obviously a hero that made their way into that second draft. So curious to see how contested it will be here, Jason.
Is it loser decides who gets first, second pick?
If they want first pick or second pick.
So Buff Enjoyers just gave the first pick back to Abrahams, which in general we've been thinking of as the advantaged pick here. Doing it with the house cash right now, Buff Enjoyers. Sending a message loud and clear to the world, man. This is a tilter if you lose this one from Abrahams, that's for sure.
Yeah, conceding first pick I think is interesting, and they're limit testing obviously this composition, right? Which is it's been fun to watch. We've seen one game where it's worked really well, one game where not so much. I think Abraham's here just continue to full steam ahead. Like, get that Doorman first pick in and go from there. It's just too good for urn control, man.
Yeah, with Kelvin out, earn dominance.
I know you really want to see this third match, and I think you really want to see how this draft goes. But you know what? I'm a man of the people, and I got to give the chat what they want, because I did make a deal before we went to that last game. If we
Bring it on.
get above 1350 and not above 1400, I'll show the pants that I'm wearing.
Let's see the pants.
I don't know if production has the technology to
Go
keep
wide.
the draft going, but go back to me.
Why?
He's asking for a solo cam right now.
You know what?
This guy.
Let's give me that solo cam, and let's give the people what they want, if it's possible.
Is there even a full cam with a solo cam with the draft, like the whitest white?
I don't think we have that scene built. Oh my god.
We can
Stand
do that.
up.
We can
This'll
do that.
work.
All right. So the
Before the
core's not
draft
that long,
comes,
but we'll
Jason.
make it work. You ready?
We're losing screen real estate. Get up there.
So you need a monster.
Oh my god.
What is that? Okay.
All right, that's fire. I put some respect on that.
Low key?
The
Yeah, I thought I had
TMNT?
nice shorts on. But you
Teenage
kind of,
Mutant Ninja Turtle fluffy pants. It is
Swaggy.
cold here in Italy. You got what you wanted. I hope it's what you expected, chat.
That's better than I expected. Let's be honest.
okay, that's pretty good. I was hoping to see some more quad definition though, Big Son. What's that about?
Bro, you've been to the gym with me. You know I ain't got any quad definition. You kidding me?
Show me that head
Like
separation.
noodles.
You know what I'm saying? Just like our trolley mid boss. I want to see it.
All right,
day,
Buff
one day.
Enjoyers grabbed the shiv this time. So, hey, it's not a complete meme, right? If you wanted to just have fun with the series, you just draft the same thing over and over again. This time, like you were saying, I think it was you, Jason, I think, was saying, hey, grabbing the shiv makes a difference here coming in
Yeah.
game 3.
Yeah. They had nothing to pair with the Yamato to be like aggressive in the front line in the last game. And then previously they had that with the Billies. So you had Billy Shiv together. This time you're going to have Shiv and probably something like that. But I think what we are seeing though, it is that return to normality at a Buff Enjoyers that we were maybe hoping to see in this third game. And they had some fun with it, but I think they're like, yeah, okay, we're going to remind you guys, we're going to remind
Don't be
Abraham
so
once
sure.
again that we're the kings.
No, don't be so sure. They're just upping the pick priority of the shift to make sure it doesn't get taken away. They can just circle back and get Holiday later unless it's banned away in this second round, which would be potentially throwing.
True.
They pick up the page here. Like this comp is still looking 3/6, the same as their first game comp. They just make sure they get the shiv this time around.
And I do think the page shiv gives a little bit more of an obvious synergy of this character that wants to get in and go make risky moves for kills and then get bailed out by a page. Like that rallying charge can really turn the fight around when you think you're going to be able to take down Shiv. And the heal is big, the stun is big, the damage is big, it sets up for these executes. The synergy is there. But I really like that they target the Mo and Krill. I think that was honestly the biggest problem for them last game was the threat of the combo, just keeping Yamato from really unleashing, you know, the kind of havoc that she would like to be able to do.
Yeah. Target the Oberkin Vindicta here with the ban. So we won't see
It's
any
so
of that
funny.
sort of.
We had so much like a period of time where Vindicta was just not banned, not picked after we had the changes to recently. But we saw like over at NA, Aiden show some priority what she can do. We saw Obikim in the first match, not to the same extent, but to a decent extent of what she can offer. But to see her go back into the bans, I think shows like a drastic change in the mindset of EU and NA at the moment between how they play the game.
Look at the Shiv Billy. Can't they just take Bebop here and have like a legitimate gun carry with hard engage potential? Well, I mean, Holiday's legitimate gun carry, I guess. We've seen that be the case, but it feels like it's a bit more natural and also gives you a capacitor carrier where, you know, Holiday, I don't know if normally would sort of go in that direction. But they have the scaling now, like this front line that's really good. They've got some pick, they've got the page support. So like the mindset of this draft is really the same for Buff Enjoyers. It's just the order they're getting picked up in is a little bit different. The Sinclair for Abrahams looked pretty good early in the game. The Vexing Bolt pressure, also just like the playmaking potential of the Hex. The Rabbit Hex was good, but Haze finds a way in. Abrahams actually banned Haze away from presumably Overkim, maybe Zergy in game 2.
Haze is interesting here. You're a little bit light on hard stuns right now in the Buff Enjoyers comp in terms of something that can interrupt the Haze's bullet dance. However, I can also see some problems. You know, I think Abrahams have quite the glass cannon of a draft.
Same comp, bro.
Speaking of glass cannon,
they had me in the first half.
Managed to repeat the game 1 draft, but I do think this Haze, you know, like the Invis ganking Haze with Sinclair to follow up, Calico kind of scouting around, like this ability for you to kind of appear out of nowhere and just delete Buff Enjoyers heroes. I'd love to see Abrahams close with the pocket if they can get it.
Abrams keeps coming.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, pocket is like godly here. Surely you take pocket, right? For Abrahams, I mean, you've got to think like Affliction on these big frontliners. It's so good against Shiv. And I would just imagine it's fantastic here. They might also play like a GT, but then Paradox and Holiday can be a real problem for you.
I like the pocket pick a lot. You could also, like, do you go back for Bebop here?
Yamato. Okay, they're going to stand toe-to-toe rather than trying to like play this kiting game. I mean, okay. I think a lot rides on Yamato being ahead of the game as usual, but in particular in this game with Buff Enjoyers, the triple frontliner, Shiv, Billy, Abrams, like that's a pretty scary triplet. But Yamato can kind of scale sometimes at brawling multiple frontliners. Like let them come, let them attempt to take me on, and you just hit this, you know, power level on Yamato at some point where you can just face down the world.
The little squishy, right? Calico Yamato as a frontline here. Everyone else is not going to build like all that sort of for sustain, whereas Abrams, Billy, and Shiv are staring down at you on the other side. Plus Page's utility, support utility, the healing, the shield. These guys are really hard to kill. Buff Enjoyers have a very, very, very nuggety, tanky composition. Average Jonas, my goat. Good to see you, man. Thank you for the 10 gifted.
Big 10 Average Jonas. Much love in the chat.
We love our AJ.
If he gave those 10 a little bit earlier on, you might have been safe from having to see my pants. Just saying.
All right, that would have been a tragedy because that TMNT pants that added to the show, especially the.
It was fine. Did you need to rub them though? Is the question. The rubbing was like that was the bridge too far for me.
Donatello was asking me, and I was like, you know what, Cowabunga.
There's no better way to say it. It's Mitch and Jason on the mic. You guys take it away. Our decisive game of tonight's EU money match.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yeah, we're jumping in this. I've got an appointment to catch here, so let's hope that this one proceeds quickly. All right, we have the okay. So we already have the setup here with our Sinclair and the Yamato being sort of giving up a bit of space on that bridge early. Of course, you want to get in the face as the Abrams here. So Listic really wants to be aggressive, playing alongside Sharik here. So you're very tanky frontline with that lockdown potential between shoulder charge and that captivating read, but this is a very pokey Abrahams line. You need some pretty good sustain itemization, I suspect, for Buff Enjoyers early, not to be forced out of the game.
Bro, someone needs to recruit Listic to play some dodgeball. Just dodging away from those alt fires from together so well. But I do wonder, though, looking at Abraham's comp, what's their catch? And I really hope it's not just Tass on Haze with a sleep dagger, because if he hits a sleep dagger, yeah, you do have the ability to quickly catch up and go for some damage. But you don't have a lasso. You don't have a periscope swap. If you have Tass or Saf, I mean, maybe not Saf or Saint. I guess Saint has this capability. You get jam side. I'm like talking myself into a corner here. It's really hard to keep them alive with the amount of damage and amount of CC that Buff Enjoyers are going to have. So tanky with the Billy and the Abrams together and the Shiv paired on top. I mean, Yamato, you kind of depend on that shout transformation to get aggressive, but if you get too low, you're going to be finished off by the Shiv.
Jeez, Listic takes so much minion aggro there in the middle part of the lane. Give it a shield there. 200 damage just coming from those creeps. Interestingly enough, still wants to come forward and be disruptive, get involved. You can see across the map, Buff Enjoys these like slightly weaker early lanes. It's definitely being manifested on those health bars up your top left. So keep an eye on that. Gives you a bit of an idea of the balance of power in this early stage of the game. Already also some Guardian damage being taken by Buff Enjoys in the mid and left lanes.
I mean, they're definitely looking,
Good dodge.
I want to say a little bit more focused with the comp that they're going with, like Listic on Abrams. It does get more compy than seeing that, to be perfectly honest. But Obi-Kim on the Billy, I think, is the interesting part. I don't know if we've called that out necessarily, because it's not really a support-esque kind of hero, but they need someone to run it.
No doubt about it. This comp is not amazing into the shoulder charge unless you can land that captivating read. Listic has to pick up extra regen first, which is not, I would say, all that abnormal.
Yeah.
You know, as Abrams especially, very reasonable, but still, sustain very important as they're getting poked down consistently in that lane. Clearly, Tass having the same issue. Ian Sapphire, well, looking a little bit worse aware as another carbine shot whistles past Tass's right ear. Now they're just trying to farm and secure those orbs as safely as possible. Sharik is last hitting my goat. Yeah, it's pretty hard, isn't it, to deny? It is a little tricky, especially with this kind of wave pressure coming in. But still, it's all about trying to stay in the game as long as you possibly can in terms of that soul difference. And there's already a Guardian Ward going into the inventory as expected of that page.
And the thing is, on this right lane, if you're buff enjoyers, I don't think you're trying to win the lane. You're just trying to survive the lane, because there's no real way you're going to get kills in this lane at the moment with the ability of like the Hex. If you ever do get aggressive with a shoulder charge, even if the captivating read does land. And Obi-Kim, he's going to be the first casualty of the game here on this left-hand side. I think more so you want to see the Shiv and Billy with Demov and Obi-Kim get aggressive against how potentially squishy Jamsite could be. I think it's a little bit hard to lock down ABL since he does have Enter the Shadows, but that's only a get me out of jail card once every so often.
I mean, you say that, but it's also a big part of the offensive kit. As soon as you hit that 3.6k, sometimes we just see the leap forward, the damage off some of your like melee items you picked up early, and then Return of Shadows for the extra bit of burst damage. So on both sides of that coin, it's a pretty effective ability to have at your disposal. Looking at the minimap, I just saw Listic really shoving forward, like at relatively low health, but just relying on Abrams' innate sustain to continue being an absolute nuisance. ABL, those gloom bombs, a little bit hard to hit at the best of times, even with their radius increased. Dimov sees them whistle overhead.
Resto shot. Sorry, that's Mystic shot. Resto shot and extra regen here for Listic, who really wants to survive this lane. He's out surviving together, who's solo on HP. The captivating read did not quite catch. But now, I mean, with the extra regen items and the extra healing from just the time he bought, allowed them to fight back here in this lane. And I mean, we're pretty much even in souls in that lane as well, which could be very bad now with Together, who has low HP and only Resto shot to keep him alive.
I mean, if there's not a Guardian Ward bought early by the Sinclair, that's kill. 100%. So this is nice. I mean, Listic is really getting value. I mean, this is one of your... I mean, if you want to watch an Abrams player and learn how best to do it, he's the guy you want to look at. Jamsite's in deep trouble. Of course, the ultimate online for Dimov sets up the kill on the Jamsite. It was very, very low after the fact, whereas Dimov is absolutely chilling. So finally, a bit of revenge in that left side lane, but it's been at the cost of about, I don't know, 75%, 60% of that Guardian health. So that's something you've got to keep an eye on. Abrahams have been winning that war of attrition despite losing a player on the left.
Not sure if he caught that Saf. He went to go get the buff on the left-hand side, which ended up being movement, and he shot Demov to get rid of his healing right. Very, very like small little thing. I mean, to be fair, Demov is still extremely high in HP, so it doesn't really matter in the long run, but this little small adaptation as the audience participation coming through at a Saint just to back away. I mean, Together, again, he's still about half HP. He has to take a lot more time to heal up here, and with the bullet armor picked up for Listic, he wants to get in the face. He wants to force out a fight here, and that shoulder charge still on too long of a cooldown to actually engage on as a fine strike comes through.
Yeah, okay, here's the chase. Shadow form active for the next couple of moments. Listic, though, hasn't taken enough damage for Together to have a shot at a kill. And I like you bring that up about healing right, because a lot of people overlook that fact. You can cancel it entirely if you take any sort of damage from any players, also objectives. So do not walk under a tower with that. You will lose much of that healing duration. So, ultimates exchange on the left-hand side. Saint and Together both making use of them and not getting value there in that lane. That's a pretty good sign for buff enjoyers now, as they've done well at eking out these souls. Also, Obikum up to 4.9. Dimov's where he needs to be as well at 5.2. Luggage card catches Zergi. Looks like he might have caught the carbine on and leaves Hoot free to try and get some extra damage in. You notice that none of those initiator ultimates are available right now.
You know, Haze and Doorman together. I guess you can hit like a sleep dagger from an awkward position. Oh, the melee onto a parry onto Jamsite there.
Let's see something careful.
Together.
Oh, he needs a longer fight. There's too much burst. Oh, parry! The fade away! Surely. Okay, Saint goes in. Now exposes himself a little bit, but what are you going to do with your page? You're not going to do any damage. So getting rid of the Abrams there is the most important part. He's built to be the raid boss in that lane. Zergi's going to be able to walk away, but Hoot's not quite as lucky. So the double initiator set up in mid are getting clapped now, and they're going to lose their Guardian.
That's gonna be the second Guardian of the game taken now for Abrahams, and the right one's not looking too healthy either. So flex slot potentially opened up momentarily. As Listic, even with the melee lifesteal on top of this, if he didn't have healing as it was before, I feel like you can't move him out of lane. He's the immovable object now on this right-hand side, and they're going to need it if Buffingers want to keep this flex slot out of hands and out of reach of Abrahams. As the fight's breaking on this left-hand side, his Hoot's rotated on over, but so is Tass.
Yeah, he's getting messy here. Gus Combustion made use of there. Jamside's still going to go down. Dimov has a lot of souls, and he made use of that ultimate to guarantee the execution. Tass here can't really fight 2 versus 3. He kind of knows it. Dimov, though, is hunting for that kill on ABL, and I see that health bar drip down. Yep, nothing much could be done. Obican picked off, though. So ABL does need to go for this to be a favorable trade for Buff Enjoyers. Don't know if they're going to get that kill. Battle Vest being abused here, of course, by the very sustained heavy Abrams. That extra damage and fire rate matters quite a lot in this kind of situation, but audience participation will allow Saint to keep that arm's length away from the Abrams. Even though he eats a Crimson Slash now together, wants a little bit of extra damage. Healing Right will be used, though, by Listic, and he'll be able to benefit from a bit of it.
Oh, they're trying to steal Puddin.
Yeah,
And the
like
door,
this.
it's still going to be there. And
Dangerous.
I think Hoot
Saf
might
has
have
to dance
saved
this.
it.
Call bell thrown in. Now, do you have the time to get the full? Do you have the time to get the +3 off this? Okay.
Oh, no.
Nice from Obican. Yeah, his ultimate too. Chang'e available. The door is closed behind him though, so he has to make something happen here. Is this possible? Yes. Oh my goodness. Tass caught out. Hoot to the rescue. He got involved. Obican said, "Stuff this. I am taking this fight straight through the door, straight with that 4 ability." And they get the pick off on the Haze. Now looking over towards that mid guardian. ABL tries to get involved, not realizing Obican might have been descending on him very rapidly. ABL trying to dance this. Return of Shadow is going to be used. This will be respected by Obican. Slide back, but elsewhere. See, overhead, ABL tries to go for his lane mate in that Holiday. Saf is down. Who got the pick up in the end? There was nothing that ABL could do about it.
Man, it's so scary to go through doors when you're not necessarily sure where it's going to be. Especially in like the heat of the moment right there. You kind of have to like figure out where am I going to be going if I enter this, and how quickly could my teammates back me up. And they did exactly that to turn that fight in their favor and keeping their Puddin alive. As we talked about in match 1 and 2, there's been a lot of investment and a lot of focus in that in terms of the micro plays and adaptations teams have been using to get those small and eventually big leads.
Who gets picked off? They might have overstayed. Good parry there though from Tass, carrying a bit of a bag, so needs to be a little careful. Looks like a trip to the Baroness Hotel has been earned by Zergy. They're going to pop out and find themselves in a rather compromising position instantly. Paradoxical swap there was used desperately to no effect.
Big bag drop too.
Yeah, and we're buying through it all now. Swift Striker slowing
Striker.
Hex, so those key support items starting to make their way into the inventory for Tass.
Yeah, so going the support haze or the utility haze, which we didn't see much of when it came to NA.
Is it though? Just because you have a slowing Hex? I feel like you've got that Swift Striker, right? So you still, you know, like you're investing in that fire rate, which you do want for the application of the fixation.
I think at the moment, yes, though I'm totally open to being proved wrong. I think if you see like Surge of Power picked up by a haze, that's going to be more towards, okay, it's going to be a DPS carry kind of haze. I mean, the slowing Hex, it does work really well against like Abrams, for instance. It stops
just anyone you're trying to
that shoulder charge.
Right?
That too, but like the movement abilities, like a shoulder charge to get you away from a team. You can shut down the dash out of Shiv as well. It prevents you from being able to use that. I think the rushing ram audibility for Obikim.
See that slowing Hex. Fixation stacks being applied. A lot of bleed. Oh, there's no way you're getting out of this, Obikim. Oh, what a charge! Rising ram catches Tass, but they needed just a little bit more than that. This is a free earn turn, and Buffingers are milling about on the left-hand side of the map. They've missed out on that objective because they were hoping maybe to come in and punish this fight. Tass, though, under smoke bomb, is going to slip straight past Listic's Abrams.
Listic gets the Guardian, just backdoors it, and ABL's not going to be so lucky. He'll still fall, and so will Jamside, actually. Listic gets a catch onto him with a shoulder charge, and just like that, honestly, it's looking really bad for Buffingers, losing the Urn and losing a couple of players. He's getting 2 kills back and a Guardian, keeps things a little bit equal here. Only a 3K difference now between the two teams. And I think what's something we have to acknowledge here is that Dimov, he's been left to farm quite a bit here.
He already has that. Yeah, I think he just picked up that Spirit Snatch. So is looking very, very dangerous. 11k souls. And we know exactly what the Shiv can do when he gets ahead. That killing blow starts to look pretty terrifying. So eyes peeled for more Dimov involvements in some of these fights. Also Zergy, I mean, happy enough to be at 11k here. Definitely like keeping pace with Jamside as Paradox is is going to be pretty important. Left to his own devices to farm is exactly where he wants to be. What's happening here? Listic might have been caught. So shield given over by Sharik. Can Listic walk away? The answer is yes, but somehow Dimov finds himself amidst much of this. So Buff and Joys might try and pivot into an aggressive stance.
I'm just trying to position around Dimov to reinforce him when he gets out of the hotel. No late checkout fees for him this time as rotations coming out of Buff and Joys to look to catch out Saint here on the Sinclair. And I believe his Spectral Assistant was already used, so there's no real chance to go for a clean escape here. I think he gets Seismic Impact on top of this, but no, he steals away Seismic Impact and uses it for the escape. Really well done by Saint.
Then I said, we heard the sound cue and I looked at the minimap and then I saw the Sinclair's icon just zip forward. So we knew what happened there. Last Guardian on the table. Now for Buff and Joys. I want that flex slot open here. Through the door we go. We're caught inside the chain gang. Under the safety, though, of the Walker is where Saf is able to get. So dissuades that level of aggression, but a Shadow Transformation comes in. Looks like Abraham still want to stake their claim to this fight. Another slam. This time Dimov doesn't want to be denied. Ducks around the corner. Where is that Shiv is the question. He is close by. Ready to leverage those 11k souls to some level of effect. Saf being careful, dancing the door. Dimov steps forward, but doesn't want to charge into the Walker's domain. Now all back away. Baggage car collects him up, takes him up against the wall. Captivating Reed, though, will shut down the chase.
You know, I got to give credit to Sharik. Like, the Captivating Reads have been really good. I mean, there you don't see him catch anyone, but the space he creates and, like, the zone of denial he creates for Dimov to escape, it was really well done. The Abrahams can't afford to go for the chase. They have to back off instead. We haven't really seen much Page over in EU. We've seen a little bit over in North America, thinking of like hydration in particular on Sneaky Golem. But it's great to see that like Sharik clearly been practicing it, and like there is a world where she can be viable in a team.
Tesla bullets, Titanic magazine, Swift Striker here for Jam side. That fire rate and bullet capacity really getting online. Also like the warp here to make sure those concussive combustions really get to where they need to be. Well, that's tough there. Looks like Hoot was trying to defend that left side Walker and overextended a little bit. The rest of Buff and Joys have 3 players close by, but not close enough to really assist at all. Maybe looking for a lasso. It's unclear. Also, Solo is listic around mid here and doesn't really want to linger too long. Doors are being set up.
I think it's for the buffs at the moment, since they're spawning up in about 20 seconds. And of course, the urn on top of that. And Listic getting a lot of information here, looking for a potential charge through with the Warpstone, catches up together and separates him from his team. And now he's like, okay, I got to get out of here. I got to buy time for the reinforcements to help me out. All the lifesteal in the world is not going to matter. He has no teammates to back him up.
Sharik's
The
there.
buffs are about to spawn.
Guardian will be given over. God, that bloody Sinclair poke is insane. I think 550 damage hit there. Now, though, the rest of Buff and Joys are here. Listic has been able to buy some time. Everyone's looking over towards that right-hand side of the map, of course. It is an urn fiesta over there. Everyone's sort of grouped up.
Pulse grenade.
Zergy, yeah, okay. Going to try and throw the pulse grenade in, maybe try and wrap around. The door is in place, so how are Buff and Joy supposed to contest this? It's going to be picked up and stolen away. Door shut as well. Okay, I think Hoot found himself on the wrong side of that doorway. See if he can get out of this. Saf chased down. Dimov's there, though. There it is, of course, with the execution. And Saint falls as well. That's 2 of the squishier high utility heroes on Abraham's side being picked off, and that urn's being ferried away very quickly. And a Walker turn in. This is an inflection point, or at least it might be, but Overkim did get picked off, and Abrahams are chasing this urn across the map. They've also got the Walker on the left side.
Exactly. They're able to get a 2v1. So they get themselves a Walker, but I guess it didn't account for Buff and Joyce to turn that fight around with Dimov. I mean, Hook went to the door, and Dimov eventually chased the catch up and getting the killing blow. But they get a Walker themselves, and they still have control of Urn. So really not working out too well for Abrahams, though. I think it was smart indecision. They just needed to back away and not get caught out, or maybe close that door a little bit earlier to secure that Urn. So a good little bounce back here out of Buff and Joyers, keeping things still really close. Only a 4,000 soul difference between these two teams. I'm trying to think about when we get towards like the later stages of the game, who I'd really favor based off comp.
I see paradox.
And I still would have to say Buff and Joyers.
Okay. Well, here's Hoot once again. Not sure he found himself surrounded by a large number of enemies trying to buy. But Abraham's had that part of the map sort of knocked down, and they can sort of springboard off that elimination into another Walker look. Listic here with a turn in. Sam can't really interact with that, so we'll just take a couple shots, try and steal some of the souls away. Clean earned turn in for Buff and Joys, but now they've got a hot footed across the map to try and stop this Walker from being taken down. This could be tricky business. ABL Gloom bombs in. Guardian Ward offered. He might look to try and circle around or catch someone who's mid-rotate. Jamside's picked off, though. Dimov's definitely the player you want to have in this position. ABL doesn't want any of that smoke, but Dimov is hunting for more of these pickoffs, and he has spotted him out. There's Saint going down yet again. Jamside having fallen. Abrahams are down to 4 and don't have a lot to play for here.
There's a chance they can take this mid lane Walker too, or maybe even go for mid boss. Maybe that's the call. And you can see with Ava scouting things out, ABL notices they're heading straight for it now. The potential for a contest is going to be tough because you have Shroud Transformation up. The lasso! Oh my lord, the blind lasso!
Taps in deep trouble. How do you get out of this one? He's got a bag on him as well. Okay, dude, through the door. Fair enough, but he can't make use of that to contest this rejuve. So I think Buff and Joy's got what they wanted by forcing that out of the door, man. Here's a Shadow Transformation Bullet Dance coming through. What a rallying charge as well. And a big stun coming off that captivating read. What a steal. Abraham's come in. The concussive combustion hits on multiple plays, and they get 2 rejuve credits for their money. Dimov is down. The strongest player on Buff and Joy's has fallen by the wayside now, and Listic needs to make something happen. Tries to throw a cold front out, but Tats is going to chase him down. Another read will hold Saint in place, but it's a disaster for Buff and Joy's. Abraham's come in for the steal of the mid boss. They get 2 rejuves. They still have the buff in play. They wipe Buff and Joy's off the map, and now they can push up for that mid walker.
My lord, what a turnaround for Abrahams after losing players in the beginning. It was looking almost like solid, almost guaranteed for Buff Enjoyers. Even the lasso coming through, but not the perfect target to take as Saf just barely escapes through that door, buying time for his teammates to get here. Tass as well with the bullet dance, forcing out the rallying charge to allow the steal to come in from Jam side with the combustion. And now you can see Abrahams are on the death march, getting the middle walker down. Not quite the right-hand side, but they want to make sure to keep this credit available for them. That was a huge turnaround, and I think that just shows like the mental fortitude here of Abrahams.
I mean, that was brilliantly done. There were so many big stuns in play. Captivating Reed was lined up there for Sharik, but a big concussive combustion. Remember, Jamside went for that fairly early warp zone just to guarantee that you could connect with that ability. 2 of those credits taken away. So a very, very positive exchange there for Abrahams, and also a lot of souls now that can be spent. See those converted into more power for this Abraham side. Now you push out waves. Buff and Joy's trying to defend that right side walker. That's definitely the next look, but this is something that can be exploited by Abrahams now. There's a lot of neutral camps for them to eat up.
I think that's why you're seeing Buff and Joy's try to quickly take them. Not to mention Sinner's Hoot does steal that one away. Well, confirm it because it's technically on his side, so it's not really much of a steal if it's on your side of the map. I think very important now for Zergy to shove out this right-hand side to make sure that last walker cannot be taken. But honestly, I think if you're Abrahams here, you don't necessarily need to look for that one if you're looking for a fight, because the base guards would be much easier to take at this point. No extra resist being given over to the opponents you're trying to kill. And Hoot's looking for initial catch. Things they don't have everyone here, and Buff and Joy's are going for the fight down a man.
All right, once again, Hood in a bit of trouble here. Guardian warded, rescue beamed even. Oh, okay, caught on the underside of the awning. Still doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. All right, we're going to be fighting for the rooftops for a moment here. As all of Buff and Joy's grouped up on this left side, trying to defend this lane, and this is just a free earn turn in for Abrahams. They don't actually have to fight. They can just snatch this one away. Could set up a door for it, something similar. They do want to probably push right side in. They'd like an earn turn into a walker take. But look at this, Buff and Joy's getting aggressive. They're looking for something here. They see an opportunity. They've seen Abraham split across the map, and they're going to go for it now. Tass, the first target, might have been caught out here. Lasso connecting. Now Hoot going to drag Saint into a compromising spot. Big damage though came from the doorman. Hoot might need a bit of help to complete this kill, but there's actually nobody here. Buff and Joy's a little bit of split up, and Hoot has to peel off to some degree. Now Abraham's trying to regroup themselves. Listic being shot in the back by Saf as he tries to chase him down, but up above you can see Dimov commanding that space. Overkim's down, and Buff and Joy's no longer have the element of surprise. They still feel like they need to commit though. Here it is, Shadow Transformation and a stay at the Baroness Hotel for Dimov. He'll extricate himself, but what will he find on the other side? Guardian Ward to top up here. Here we go. Dimov pops back out, still looking for a target. Does spot the doorman, but Saf skitters away back to safety, and Dimov's not confident enough to go for this.
That Baroness Hotel actually, I think, saved Dimov, funny enough, because you had the Shadow Transformation go off on together, looking to brawl, looking to take down the kill, but he had nothing to do. The Shadow Transformation was completely wasted, but if anything, Abrahams, they get the urn. They should be able to get the urn and turn it off of this, considering Shark and Obicam are still down, though. You can see Zergy and Listic looking to contest, even Dimov coming from the side. He still has Killing Blow available. So it would be huge if Buff and Joy's could actually contest this and prevent it from going in, but they need a Hail Mary play.
Carbine charge, good damage there on Saint. He's going to have to spend that rejuve buff to get back into the fight. This Return of Shadows is definitely going to get the kill. Nothing Zergy could have done about it. Mystic also low, leaping slash comes forward, but Hoot had a nice little parry to stop ABL in his tracks. He's still healthy though on this Calico. Hoot can't boast the same. Dimov also quite low now, eyes on Saint. He'll eventually be dragged down, but Buff and Joys are losing out these exchanges. Abraham's only lose one player. It's a 3-for-1 exchange for the Sapphire side, make it 4. Obakim's down. This does not bode well. It's an earn turn in and a Walker take. Abrahams are getting everything they could ask for and more, and they'll be knocking on the base in moments.
Man, I just smashed my 84-inch TV in rage. Buff and Joys is embarrassing me in front of my entire family. My 2 children are in tears, scared of my rage as I pace around in this room, trembling. I can't take this anymore. But you know what? Neither can Abrahams, because they want to close this out, win themselves for the first time in 5 weeks. This would be, yeah, the 5th week. Finally taking the title back for themselves as they do take down the base Guardians, but look to back away. Not feeling confident enough without the rejuve anymore, but they do have a 25,000 soul lead, and they might be looking for a catch with the help of that door, maybe just an escape. Abraham's on the verge of taking this series after losing that first map in a very unflattering way, Mitch.
And regrettably, I've got to hand over the mic to none other than ZP to jump in and take this one home. I've got to get out of here. I'm glad we got a long game, but I couldn't close it out. So ZP, take it away, brother. Thanks for the time, guys. Enjoy.
Jason, as I come in here, my question is this going to be the time that Abrahams comes in and takes the throne, or does this get added to the annals of Buff and Joyer comebacks? Because you look at the gap right now, Jason, it is still feasible for Buff and Joyers to bring this game back.
I mean, the only throne I think Mitch is thinking about right now is the Iron Throne that he's going to hit in the gym. No, I'm just kidding. He's going to go get his kids because he has an appointment to do, to make. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. It is possible. It is very possible, especially the longer this game goes on for D-Mob. When the killing blow gets fully maxed out, the reset potential is going to be very important for them to confirm these kills, because they can do damage, but they're struggling to finish off some of these kills. Though I will say, like, Buff and Joyer seem to get caught here in some of these situations, though I do respect the hesitation of Abrahams to not continue to push the issue and back away. I think they realize they're on the precipice of getting themselves $1,000 here in the title back once again. This has been a long grind for them, a long, frustrating grind to take this title.
I mean, it's a good time to be powering up in the eve of the trolley tournament coming up this weekend. So if you had to pick a time to peak, if you're Abrahams, now's the time. But this one not quite over yet. Getting a little bit hot and heavy here on the right-hand side. Concussive concussion in and out from Jam side on the chase down. Looking for Obakim. Obakim a little bit low, but now still trying to buy a little bit of time to survive. Not going to happen. Burned down by Jam side. Is Jam side going to get punished? The answer is no. A little bit more posturing. Down into the middle now, Jason, as we see Listic sliding down the stairs looking for a reposition.
Yeah, I think they realize, yeah, they might be missing 3 ultimates, but we're down a player. And Jam side, he's just not being focused. That flying strike, my lord, coming from 10 kilometers away. We're in EU, so I can say kilometers. And Hoot might be getting caught out here, as I think Abrahams are still unsure. Do we want to commit to this fight, even though we do have that man advantage? You can see ABL on the minimap chasing away Shark, and that should be a potential kill coming through because of how low Shark is going to be, but he's separated the support from the rest of his team.
Does look like Shark may have gotten enough separation to not go down here just yet. 12 seconds left until Obakim is back into the fray. But now, elsewhere in the fight, this time around it's Listic getting chased on down. Child transformation ticking on down. Listic down to 10% HP, but does Listic complete the great escape here? My word, he does. Both Listic and Shark barely avoiding doom, Jason. And that's huge, because if those two had gone down, this would be a free mid-boss and likely the game for Abrahams.
You can see the shot transformation call out too from Together. I don't think there's any world they want to commit to it unless they do have almost a wipe without that shot transformation up, and Zergy immediately falls with Tass, and I mean, Tass on the haze has been really a frustrating thing for Buff and Joys to deal with because of all these sleep daggers coming through. And now D-Mob, Captivating Reed comes in, but so does the Hex, and he's going to fall to ABL. That was a person they desperately needed to keep alive here, ZP.
Yeah, and with those two picks, I mean, if you're Abrahams, you just say, okay, we are immediately sending mid-boss. And now, I mean, at this point, for Buff and Joyers, given the game state, I don't know if you can give up 3 charges on the rejuve and actually win this game. Yeah. So they're going to make the mid-boss scream. Abrahams are going to go out. They're looking for a little bit of picks on the outside. They don't want to risk the chaos of the mid-boss fight. They'd rather take the 6-on-4. They get Sherrick in on the rotation. Combustion in here from Jam side, enough to finish off Hoot, and Abrahams off the mid-boss fake, able to go in, get key eliminations here, Jason, and this may truly be the beginning of the end.
Concussive combustion into a luggage cart into the wall. There was nothing Hoot could do. He was completely stunned for days. And even have two players back towards the mid-boss while they're pushing the Guardians at the base. They're looking to take everything away from Buff Enjoyers here. And they're going to get every single Reju Crystal. And I mean, Buff Enjoyers, you have two players left. You can buy time for D-Mob. It might be the play, but Listic's going to fall to together. It's on just 1,000 of HP. But they're going to have the Rejuve now, and they're going to have an earned turn in. I just don't see a world Abrahams loses this game in this position.
At this point, it would require a massive throw by Buff Enjoyers, but also, here's the other issue for Buff Enjoyers. If you're Abrahams, you have such a big lead, both in actual power and stats, and now having 3 Rejuve crystals. Okay, they're not actually going to go down and push down the patron. Maybe they thought they were a little bit too weak with Together being low. But there's going to come a point here, Jason, that they should be able to get first stage patron and just force fight in on second stage patron if Buff Enjoyers isn't able to get a pick off. So in a way, I feel like there's a very distinct timer on Hoot right now where Hoot needs to get a pick off. But the problem is even just a single pick off doesn't save them, Jason, with Rejuve in play.
Look at Tass though, 30,000 souls on like this utility haze. He's got more souls than the highest person in the enemy team, and you're gonna see the amount of damage he can possibly do here. The rescue beam perfectly placed to keep him alive. But you just see the presence and the respect Buff Enjoyers are giving him. But yeah, I completely agree with what you said before as well about the mid boss. There had to have been a contestant of Buff Enjoyers, and they tried it. It just did not work out. So I don't think they misplayed that in any sense of the word. But the soul discrepancy is just really becoming insurmountable for them to come back from.
I mean, especially again with 3/4 of Rejuve left up. Any pickoff here would be devastating against BE. Abrahams looking for one right now. Shout transmission coming out here from Together. Did get burned pretty low from some of the poke here from Buff Enjoyers. But now down Broad Street we go. Charge out, and Sherrick immediately punished. Listic down too. Saf, tap on the doorman. And a hotel guest could be a very rude awakening on the end. The Shrines, meanwhile, getting taken down. Buff Enjoyers down 2. And no Rejuve crystals yet popped, but Buff Enjoyers in turn, they're the ones getting popped, Jason.
Yeah, that's it. Fire, Listic, or my kids are not getting dinner tonight. 3 players left alive for Buff Enjoyers, and Abraham's looking for that first stage patron as it does transform. And you know what that smell is, ZP?
New champion. It's that new champion smell.
I was gonna say money. I was gonna say money. But you know what? New champion smell works as well. I just don't want to know what it smells like, to be honest. But Abraham's looking to close this one out here, and there's no chance.
Jason, it smells like DreamHack on day 3. But here we go. The patron is going on down. And Abraham's once more retake the throne here in Europe. It was a long time coming, but they take down Buff Enjoyers, and that could be ill tidings for the weekend, as Abraham's are surely on the come up.
Just unfortunate for them that it does not change the seeding. I believe that's already been predetermined going into this week, and I think they'll still retain the number 2 seed in EU with Buff Enjoyers number 1. So even if they did overtake Buff Enjoyers seeding, they would still be split up in the groups, and there's no chance for them to meet until the playoffs on Sunday, and that is going to be a thing of beauty to watch. But we still have a lot more deadlock action before we can even get there. And credit to Abrahams. I did say in match 1, if you lose to this composition, I don't see how Abrahams can come back from it. And damn, they proved me wrong here, Jake.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, the mental fortitude made the difference. They had those adaptations in game 2. It was the Mo Krill. Game 3, I felt like the Haze and the Magician, the Sinclair, actually kind of looked pretty sick, right? Like in these certain moments where you're able to find some of those copied Page ultimates and some of the setups from the Haze ended up paying dividends. And we've seen those 2 characters really be feast or famine. Like that's a bit of a risky couple picks to make up against a squad as good as the Buff Enjoyers, but Abrahams, they made it work. And as you said, I think that's a great tidings going into the Trolley Invitational, that they're going to be able to potentially really contend with Buff Enjoyers in that grand final where, let's be honest, both of these teams probably expect to meet.
Yeah, I think when you look at the seeding in EU for the Trolley tournament this weekend, there's not a soul in the world to dispute Buff Enjoyers and Abrahams being the 1 and 2. And to me, I think this is a huge confidence booster for Abrahams. Not only to come in here, retake the Night Shift Championship, but look pretty darn good while doing it. Now, the only thing that some people may be looking at here is saying, hey, Buff Enjoyers, were they being a little bit experimental here today? You know, they were playing some very different looks overall meta-wise, but you know, realistically speaking, I think a lot of the different looks were because they genuinely think this is one of the most powerful ways to approach the game here at the moment, and Abraham still had answers. So all in all, to me, I look at this, I give a lot of credit to Abraham's because they've had you know, this grind on the mind for the last 5 weeks, and finally they got over the hump here today.
I really want to see what's going to happen if Mel Team. So Mel Team is coming in as the 4th seed, right? So
Third
they
seed.
would.
We did reorg it a little bit just because of experience in NA, where teams got very gamey about the 3rd and 4th seed because the perception was the 4th team was a lot stronger than the 3rd team. So we decided here the lesser of the two evils was the reorg Mel Team the 3rd, just so we didn't deal with the same sort of thing again.
So they'll be in the same group as Abraham's.
Yes,
I believe. And that's gonna be interesting considering the Abraham's roster has a conglomeration of like X1 win players and Paravision players, and then for them to meet up against their previous teammates of Mel Team, if that does happen, it's gonna be really cool to see what's gonna happen this weekend in the event. But yeah, Abraham's, I think this was going into this weekend a very important victory for them to kind of let them breathe a sigh of release, saying like finally we beat the team who's been giving us constant problems the last 5 weeks of time. It's just about them doing it yet again when it matters coming into this $10,000 tournament.
Big game from ABL here on the stats, kind of a monster player damage number, just significant impact from the Calico, who, as we were talking about throughout the show, has had a real resurgence over the last few weeks. I think some of these characters, Calico, Doorman in particular, are very likely to be mainstays in that tournament this weekend, especially given that, you know, European and North American Deadlock often take very different perspectives. Like the communities, the competitive scenes in both regions really have different reads on the game right now. And I mean, now there's the gun paradox gun holiday build to consider. You gotta keep that one in your hat.
One thing that I think that's worth noting here, just on ABL, and I actually think Abraham's in general, is that I think Abraham's is a team where it takes them a little while to find their identity in a particular meta, and they're more based around comfort picks than others. When Abraham's was doing really well, that was back when the meta understanding was one where they would actually get things like Kelvin Shiv with high regularity, and they'd play that combo to perfection. And then they ended up getting banned out, and it took them a while to find their identity again. But getting ABL on the Calico after she's been buffed a lot, making ABL a shutdown player, what Saf has been able to do on Doorman, and I think any game where you get Jamside on Infernus, which is still, I think, his most played hero of all time, comfort goes a long way for Abraham's. And when I look at this, I think the lesson from buff enjoyers is, as you go into the weekend, you got to find a draft formula that still secures you high power in the draft, but interrupts the comfort picks of Abraham's a little bit more than what they were able to do today.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I really want to take the whole draft in this series with a grain of salt. Maybe I'm leaning too much towards that, because obviously they did still try to play and they did still try to win. But I feel like what they drafted wasn't necessarily the comp they intend to go for when it's $5,000 on the line. But I still liked how they showed that they can win even with some like wild, crazy picks coming through. But I think you're also very right in what you're saying, ZP. I think if we look at some of the North American matches this last week, Sticky Golem up against the Unks, they specifically banned out Wanderer's Yamato, and they banded out Aiden's Vindicta. They went for comfort picks more so than meta picks, and I think we have to see a little bit of a mix of the two.
All right, guys, it was a great series between two very strong teams, but in the end, we've got to crown an MVP. So let's take a look at who won the honors this time around. Of course, it had to be Saf. The Doorman play was immaculate, whether he was playing for this heavy carry potential, as you see in this, glass cannon build in the final game, or just having impact, securing urns through the doors, great team play across the board, and low death counts. I mean, I think you got to give Saf a lot of credit in this series. He was just always there when it counted.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it just comes down to the fact I think players have gotten a much better understanding of Doorman as time has gone on. Yes, some of the bug fixes to the doors certainly helped out a lot, but I think the big difference we've seen in Doorman play, which Saf was able to illustrate, to me it's two things. One, players are a lot cleaner at Doorman combos. Getting high damage off luggage cart connections is just way better now than it was a few weeks ago. And the second part is, as you see here from the highlights, being able to use Urn around mid-boss and the Urn is a lot more effective than people were using it in the past. The teams are really well versed now on the best ways to approach, the best ways to get in and harass the other team. and you just see much sounder tactical play out of the Doorman pick than we've seen in the past. So I think all that kind of coalesced into a moment where Saf just looked incredible.
I think it's also like a subtle balance of playing utility versus playing for damage. As you pointed out, like some of these doors to kind of have the understanding, okay, I need to set my team up for earned turn-ins, I need to set my team up for escapes, but also you'd be looking for damage to kind of ride that line in a way that you can be successful against the best team in the world, or at least the best team in EU at the moment. I think that really shows that like Saf can think in both worlds and excel in both as well.
You know, it's one of those things interesting about Doorman is off the rip with the patch coming in, right, with all our new heroes, I feel like Doorman took kind of the longest to really see significant play and has now risen until it kind of is top of the meta right now, maybe tied with Victor for that super competitive pick with real value, but just took people a long time to figure out, look, it's a portal hero. It's going to take a hot second to really master it. So, you know, not surprised that it did rise, but I am pretty impressed with the players, how quickly they picked it up and made it look really impressive. But of course, Saf's our MVP. We do, though, want to jump into a quick interview. We've got Parzival here to answer some questions about how Abraham's got the win this week.
All right. Well, welcome in, Parzival. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you for everything you do for the EU scene. For those who don't know, Parzival has really been helpful behind the scenes and helping, organize where needed, has been invaluable in the back end of the Trolley tournament. So thank you for that. And I guess first and foremost, Parzival, I just want to say, first, congratulations on the win. And second, is this a sign of what's to come this weekend?
I hope so. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty... we are pretty happy to win this tournament because we have 10K tournament soon. So yeah, it's that's good.
What's kind of been the most difficult thing for you guys losing to Buff Enjoyers like 4 or 5 weeks in a row, or any team losing to them consistently? How do you kind of get involved with the team and keep them focused on the true end goal and for them to not get so frustrated or upset?
I don't know. I think we are not super upset because of lose this tournament. We are just kind of upset because the only tournaments we have is it's your event, and it's kind of boring because we are just playing scrims whole week, and after we just play one best of one or just one best of 3, and if we lose, we just need to wait a week to revenge. Yeah, only this. If we will have some more tournaments, yeah, that's gonna be more. I don't know. I mean, we will not be upset like this if we will have some more tournaments.
Makes sense. With more chances to play, you got more chances to show what you can do. My question is just, what does that practice look like for you guys right now? Like, do you scrim every day, and how much time is the team putting into Deadlock right now?
No, we are not screaming every day. We are just... Thursday just a day off every time. As usually we're screaming in Friday, maybe in Sunday and Tuesday. 3 days in a week. Yeah, that's fine for us. It's kind of boring to play scrims every day just for one best of 3 tournament. Yeah, because yeah, it happened before when we just lose to Buff Enjoyers. Together was kind of upset because of this and told me we need to scream right now after your event. And in the middle of the night because we just need to revenge.
My question here that I think is on the minds of a lot of people, just a gameplay question, is why has Doorman risen in priority?
Doorman is pretty flexible. He has a strong lane, and he is kind of broken in gun. So yeah, and his spells is also good. I mean, his bell is bullshit, of course. I mean, in first game or in second, Saf told me what the last time when he used his first spell, it was 8 minutes. So yeah, after lane, this spell is super useless. But yeah, Door is super good for urn contest, for urn delay, for urn delivery. And also you can find some pickoffs with this Door. And yeah, he has a stun, control. Yeah, that's a super good character. Yeah, and he is kind of flexible. You can flex him on support also.
Let me ask you one more question with what's coming up this weekend. We obviously know you buff enjoyers, the cream of the crop, the best teams in EU. But can you give us some information about what other teams you expect to be doing really well this weekend that might come as a surprise?
I think Team Fearless Furious must won the qualifications, and also one win former team must be also good. But I don't have many information about. I mean, I have information about other teams, but it's kind of hard to understand what place they will go to on this next tournament. But my prediction, it will be in top 4, it will be Buff Enjoyers, Abrahams, one win former team, and Fearless Furious.
All right, you got your extra.
Not in order. Not in order.
Sure. Your extra info for our channel points better, so I'm sure the chat will appreciate that. Thank you, Parzival, for your time in the interview, and congrats again on the victory.
Thank you.
And all right, you guys, I mean, what an incredible series overall. A big statement win for Abrahams, especially on the eve of the biggest tournament we've run yet in Deadlock here. Of course, I know everyone's going to be around to check that out this weekend, but that sets the tone for Abrahams, and it's a tone that they sorely needed considering the momentum that was against them these last few weeks.
Yeah. And as you heard him say as well, it was nice for them to take this right before the trolley event coming up this weekend. The thing is, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and you got to do it consistently. Now we might see a rise in Abraham's finally breaking that curse, man. A 5-week-long curse, if I'm not mistaken. Finally coming back. And the last time they won was shift 6, and we're on shift 11. Fantastic to see, and it really gets me hyped for what's going to come this weekend.
Yeah, definitely a lot to watch. Nice to see these two teams, though, just duking it out on top. I feel like you would be shocked to see anybody else in that grand final. But hey, that's the exciting thing about the open tournament. We heard Parzival talking about some other teams that could present real problems for even these top 2, and maybe even be in that top 4 placement in those muddied spots. And then, hey, who knows, maybe some newcomers we could see on the weeklies here in Night Shift. But of course, all that takes place this weekend, so make sure you're here Saturday, Sunday. It's the EU Trolley Night Shift Invitational. But before that, we still got another half of the broadcast today. We are not done with the Deadlock on this channel, not by a long shot. It's the NA Challenger match up first. Melee Creeps taking on Kawaii Crew. And then in the finals, it's Sneaky Golem, who actually, I mean, they're still the champions of Night Shift, but they were defeated right in this last weekend by Melee Creeps. So that's going to be an interesting one if it's Melee Creeps going on to face them in that money match.
Yeah, needless to say, I think Sneaky Golem, while the last weekend was a difficult pill to swallow, I definitely think they're not a team that's going to sit there and be licking their wounds for too long. They want their revenge, or in this case, what better revenge than maintaining the crown and just letting Melee Creeps know, hey, you got that one from us. It was a big one, but we're going to keep winning over here on Night Shift proper.
Yeah, still certainly a lot to play for, and all of that and more, of course, the rest of North America is going to be on the other side of a short break. So as we get everything ready, don't go anywhere, or if you do, grab your trolleys, grab some drinks, some snacks, get prepped. We're in for another beautiful set of Deadlock action right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Night Shift as we are getting underway with the North American portion of our show. We had our NA Champions crowned just over the weekend for the North American Trolley event, and it was Melee Creeps. But you know what? Winning that doesn't get you directly into the finals here, as they still have to take on Kawaii Crew to get themselves up against a rematch of Sneaky Golem and potentially winning $6,000 in a week, or as I like to say, Jake's day rate.
That's what they pay me, baby, every day. I don't get out of bed for less than $10,000. Let's be honest. I drink a coffee for 10 grand.
You just cast in bed though. So if they want you out of bed, it's got to be more than 10K,
That's
but you cast from the bed for under 10K.
From bed, we'll talk to me. My people talk to your people.
And then ZP, his day rate is just a Diet Coke. If you just cover him for the day of Diet Coke, I'd be more than happy. But
that costs more.
Okay, let's be amount clear. Of Diet Coke to be like a 12-pack. I mean, one Diet Coke, even the ZP economy is not going super far. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to sweeten the pot a little bit more than that.
All right. Well, you know, I will ship you a 12-pack of Diet Coke here because we have some great games coming your way. If you're unfamiliar with how the night shift works, but let's be honest, most of you out there probably already know because we see a lot of familiar faces every single week. It is a best-of-1 challenger match where two teams are invited into an NA finals match, or into a finals match, I should say, which will be a best-of-3 to determine who takes home the $1,000 for themselves. And Melee Creeps, they lost last week up against Sneaky Golem here, Jake, and they're looking for that redemption.
And that's the match I think everyone has their eyes on. Still, Kawaii Crew are part of a resurgent wave of North American teams, right? A lot of teams came together for the Trolley Invitational, and now we've got some fresh blood in the scene. So I'm curious to see if Kawaii Crew can put up a fight. I mean, obviously, given that Melee Creeps were the champion, you got to give them a really heavy look as favorites here. But I just want to see, basically, do we have more competition waiting in the wings? Are there more teams kind of clawing at the heels of these top squads and trying to supplant them here? So, that's an exciting little side benefit we get from having such a huge tournament brought to you by Trolley.
Yeah, and ZP, you did a fantastic job as well, pretty much admitting all those open qualifiers. But for 49 teams to show up, I mean, did you expect that many teams to be there for that week?
No, I mean, we were making the schedule originally. We were going to be starting the qualifiers for NA at 7 o'clock Eastern, and because we thought, okay, maybe we'll get like 16 to 20 teams. That's reasonable. We don't want to go all night. And then we look at the bracket, it's like, oh, wow, there's way more interest here, which is just awesome to see from the Deadlock community. And, also I got to give credit where credit is due. It wasn't just me on the brackets. We also had Killinger, long time, admin in esports, tons of competitive experience. She was the true wizard behind the scenes, really helping with everything. So, definitely a two-person job to get through all those teams. And hey, doing it again on Friday as we go to EU.
I could see you just rolling out of bed that morning. And you're like, all right, let's go check the brackets really quickly. And you see 49 teams.
We're gonna need a bigger bracket.
Yeah, and then he's like, okay, let me go slot in another 12 Diet Cokes into the fridge to get ready for this day, because it has been fantastic to see the support in North America and of course in EU as well. But before we do fully hop into this game, we got to remind you guys, this weekend it is the Trolley Open for EU. We have 70 teams, if I'm not mistaken, ZP. That's going to be one hell of a qualifier day from you and Killinger to admin. And there's gonna be a lot of coverage out there, whether it's people streaming their own point of views or it's gonna be some people just tagging along, looking at some of these games. But make sure you guys check it out, because on the 23rd is the qualifiers, 24th is the qualifiers, and then we have the initial group stage kickoff on the 25th with the finals on the 26th. And if it's anything like EU ZP or NA ZP, it is going to be amazing and explosive.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it, and also just excited to see what storylines we may get out of it, where, in NA, a lot of things kind of went by what we thought things would go with the invite teams being on top, but then in some cases they didn't, where the Unks were able to upset Chain Gang in the group stage. And
so tell me, what was your favorite moment of this bracket?
Oh, easy. It was hot soup versus cheesy bread. The most delicious match of the entire tournament.
Bro, he came to play, Jake. He was like, I know that answer. I know what my favorite moment was. Crazy stuff. And it obviously finished off here, as you saw.
It's a cute little bracket.
Yeah. It's cute, it's little, and it's bigger now. With Melee Creeps not dropping a single map over the course of the entire event, I'm curious, could we have an EU team do that? Maybe Buffingers, maybe Abrahams, after what we saw today. But that is, of course, all coming up to you this weekend. And you guys make sure to support your favorite players, support your favorite streamers, or your favorite casters who might be casting some of these games. But also, there's other ways you can support here at the Night Shift as well, as we do have a Patreon where we'd like to give back to the community in any way we possibly can. And we are always accepting new ideas. All it costs you for the price of just one coffee a month. You can support us here on the show and potentially help us unlock some new ideas of ways for us to give back to you. For instance, last month, we did do a game night, and honestly, that I wasn't part of all the games, Jake, but it looks super fun. I know your Green Infernus was a thing of beauty.
That was a hit. We got to do some more game nights. Honestly, it was fun hopping on, playing some Deadlock with some of the community, some of the fans, and just having a good time together. So I think we'll run more of those for sure. I'm definitely looking to get active, looking to pull up some new silly builds. We gotta have chat put together some silly builds for me to try on game night. That would go kind of crazy.
Hopefully with some magic carpets to boot as well. But let's take a look here at our first team playing today and who is on this team. My guess is going to be Melee Creeps, and you guys should probably recognize most of these players across the board because they have been long-time players, pro players at the top of their level for pretty much the last year here, ZP.
Yeah, and also I'm worried about the future of Melee Creeps, like genuinely worried after looking at the social media. And I think everyone will get on board as I say this, is that they were talking about new logos, and their new logo did not involve a cat in a business suit. Like, look, you want to modernize your logo by all means, but if you take that cat out of the suit, there's going to be problems. That is my main concern, because in terms of the actual team, they have never looked better. John on the Bebop leading them to new heights, and generally speaking, Melee Creeps just looking really comfortable in the current meta. My general take on things is that, particularly if you're Kawaii Crew or you're Golem, should Melee Creeps get past Kawaii Crew, is that I think you need to look at what Melee Creeps use to their advantage and take away some of the things that were very comfortable for them, not the least of which would be John on the Bebop, who just took that hero to another level.
Yeah, he really did. And honestly, ZP, you had me in the first half when talking about Melee Creeps over on Twitter having some struggles. I was like, oh my God, let me go open up and see what's happening. But no, it's good to see it was just logo placement. But Jake, maybe look at this roster here, thinking about them, a little bit of a split with Baroness Hotel. But to you, who would maybe be the standout player on this team?
Well, I think, Saya probably gets a lot of looks from a lot of teams for being so flexible, for being like, I feel like he's been rank 1 on the NA leaderboard just forever. But the challenge of this team is I think it's so hard to pick out, like a quote unquote best player. This team is, very modern Deadlock team that says there's multiple players who can take over the game. Like there's multiple threats you have to be worried about at all times. If you worry too much about just one of them, somebody else is going to take the throne, and you're going to be staring down like a John 40k Geister Warden just ruining you just because you focus DMB all game. Congrats, So the level of team play from this team is really immaculate. That's what brought them to such a sick championship win. They have a lot of pocket picks you have to worry about, so they're scary to face, especially in the draft format as well. So a lot of threats on this Melee Creeps squad, and Kawaii Crew, they've got their work cut out for them in terms of taking them on here in the Challenger match.
Yeah, let's take a look at the roster here for Kawaii, as it's going to be their opponents, the Crew. Taking a look at the roster, I believe Ken was your player to watch as we looked back at them over the weekend, ZP. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is that, watching the support players is always interesting, because I do think they tend to be the heart and soul of the team when you look at players like Saint for teams like Abrahams, for example. But also when talking about Ken, man plays Dynamo. Not a lot of Dynamo players around. I think the other things, though, to take a look at Kawaii Crew, which may come in to be a bit of a problem if you've done your research on the team, is that they also have players that are very, very good at specific heroes. Number 1 is Leviathan, if Leviathan is able to get Sinclair. Number 2, which was a priority even to the point of giving up a Shiv Kelvin opportunity in the group stages, was the idea of running Fred on Yamato. Fred really, really, really wants to run Yamato, from what I understand. It's, close to almost one-trick status, and if your Melee Creeps going in and you just ban the Yamato or get it away, then it's probably pretty darn helpful. So I think the problem here, like a lot of new teams coming in the Deadlock, is that you are good enough mechanically to get to a certain level, but then you're not deep enough in terms of your hero pools to stop other teams from exploiting where you're really weak.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and it makes me want to go to you, Jacob. Have you ever seen someone Sinclair be so good that it gets target banned? Like that kind of blows my mind.
I haven't seen any Sinclair experts on that level yet, right? Like players who just, and it kind of makes sense because Sinclair is such a unique character in terms of all of the trickery and the sort of exploitative styles you can play with, teleporting out to your clone, and the build variety is pretty wild. We've seen like heavy melee builds on Sinclair playing around the Rabbit Hex. We've seen, I think right now the meta build is like the heavy nuking with the Vexing Bolt. And I will say that build, if you're like 10k souls and you're kind of ahead of the game, you just delete heroes. I mean, it's actually broken. It feels insanely strong. Does fall off, I think, in the late game. And in fairness, like there are really strong ways to deal with that Vexing Bolt available in the itemization. And so I don't think melee crypts are going to be too worried about it. I'm excited to see the Dynamo. I really hope they play Dynamo. I feel like Dynamo needs a buff. Like I want to see Dynamo in these top level games. I feel like Dynamo not being viable is actually a tragedy because this hero so much fun, so exciting to watch, you know, creates all these big moments, focal points for the team fight. And you know, we all love that opening, you know, like you gotta like we're missing that Pog ultimate because Dynamo is just too weak and out of meta. So I want to see some Dynamo buffs, especially like an ulti focused support Dynamo.
Well, you know what? Maybe we can possibly see it, but I think what I'm understanding right now is we have one of the most interesting Mo and Krill 1v1s. That's technically not a Mo and Krill 1v1 that was done live. It's a reenactment of a Mo and Krill 1v1 between Saya and DMB because certain players didn't finish out the previous match, so we could have a match to watch and record this one out. I kind of wish we had some like Civil War like outfits to give to them, but I don't know who'd want to be on the Confederate side, to be perfectly honest. But this is it's so weird to see
you
that
really
we
want
have.
to go down that rabbit hole? No, you don't. But
Well, I got us out of there.
To the recreation of the Mo Krill 1v1, where DMB, our paid actor, coming on in for Kawaii Crew to make this one look like the real deal. And you know, I gotta say, it's kind of like professional wrestling. The hits are real, even if they know it's coming, Jake.
Oh my God, they're making this, they're selling this, man. This is crazy. This is so believable. And then it's just DMB over the top with a little outplay. All right, so Kawaii Crew, that was, all right, you know what? That was a hats off. That was a great reenactment. I was worried we were about to get some Mickey Mouse BS there, but that was a respectable reenactment. I think the Civil War reenactors would be proud.
What's up, ZP?
We got an update, a big update. We just got our first $250 night shift executive on Patreon, Tetsio, coming on in.
Welcome to the boards. We got to get the board seat already. Goodness.
Well, you know what that means, ZP.
We
remember what our 250.
We have to cast games for them. Like they get the requested casted game, I believe.
Dude, that's legend, actually.
Well, we also did sneak in something special in there that I don't think you noticed on our Patreon $250 tier.
What's that?
You have to send him a autographed Diet Coke from your fridge.
I don't think that was in the fine print. I mean, I'm willing to do it, but I don't ever remember that being in the fine print.
That would be some deep cut esports lore to have a ZP signed Diet Coke. That would go so hard.
Let's just say I went the very safe way with that one instead of what I could have said. But we're going into the draft here as Kawaii Crew. We're going to be starting things off with the first ban and first pick. I think what I'm curious about mostly here, ZP, is will melee creeps put up the respect ban on Sinclair, or will they just stick to the meta bans?
Good luck to you.
It's hard to say. I mean, melee creeps is so overwhelmingly strong. I feel like they're in the level of we're just going to draft the way we want to draft. We don't really care about what you're going to run. On the other hand, if Leviathan is that big of a terror behind the scenes and people have played against him in pubs repeatedly, which of course being E6, that would likely be the case. Maybe melee creeps just says, whoa, we don't need the deal with that X factor. It's still a best of one. We got Seeky Golem to go for, but nope, instead they take down the victor. So Kawaii Crew does not have to worry about the initial Sinclair ban. I think it's kind of unlikely melee creeps would take it in their first 3 picks.
It's interesting, though, the reversal of the Kelvin and Victor. I mean, in the EU, we've seen it's usually the second pick team that bans Kelvin and the first pick team that bans Victor. So melee creeps doesn't want to see either of them on the field here, which makes sense. I think as a really strong team, you don't want to allow these like super broken combos into the lineup. And Kawaii Crew go with, I think, a very standard opener here in the Paradox.
Something that does kind of scare me here, maybe something melee creeps need to think about, is in the NA Trolley event, Paradox and Mo were like glue between them. They worked so well together that I'm wondering, does melee creeps potentially want to snag Mo away right off the bat to keep that combo out of the hands of Kawaii Crew, or are they going to go towards maybe something more what they're comfortable with? With the Infernus picked up, it seems comfort is going to be king here.
Yeah, I mean, grabbing Infernus first pick, no one is particularly going to feel bad about that one. So melee creeps right now, maybe drafting more for power. You'll see if it's more on the deny if they go for an early Yamato, which they could definitely play and get it out of Fred's hands early. But instead they go, you can pick your Yamato. We're going to go Shiv. So melee creeps right now is definitely more on the drafting for power as opposed to drafting against Kawaii Crew, which, by the way, was not the case over the weekend, where when teams played against Kawaii Crew, they certainly went out of their way to draft in a way to get rid of some of their comfort heroes. So one of the things I would expect, though, for Kawaii Crew, I don't think they're going to leave the Sinclair to mid-stage bans, or I was going to say the Yamato, but that's already been picked. So you'll just have to assume I was going there in that one. But I think they grab the Sinclair here, too, and they make sure that their comfort picks are locked in and not subject to the mid-stage bans.
I like it. I mean, it's a best of one. Get your comfort heroes, right? Like, come to play on the most comfortable spot, especially for these newer teams coming together. You know, it's like, yes, speak of the devil, baby. I'm psyched. This actually legit. Dynamo has some good matchups here, right? The quantum entanglement, you can dodge the Shiv execute or save your teammates from it. You can dodge the Inferno Assault pretty easily actually with it, especially on some of these objectives. So I think that's pretty cool. I kind of like the Dynamo here. I mean, it's still Dynamo, it's still out of meta, but I feel like Dynamo is one of the most viable of the like super off meta characters right now.
No,
Bro, you're giving me DMB on Infernus, you're giving me John on Bebop, you're giving me Ken on Yamato, you're getting Ken on Dynamo and Fred on Yamato. Like this is cooking up to be one of the tastiest matches of the shift.
leave Sinclair alone. Leave Sinclair alone. Don't do it.
Spoken for.
Okay, they did
Mirage. Okay, nice. I mean, Mirage can be a really obnoxious laner, especially against Bebop. So maybe taking that one down. Understandable in terms of the matchup. Kawaii Crew are still looking for their kind of like heavy M1 gun carry. So
they should be on Holiday.
And
Like
Holiday?
actually,
Mo.
ban Holiday. Don't give Saya Holiday.
You
Like,
got my
please.
hopes up.
Okay, thank you. Look at the dress.
Saya is so insane on it,
Saya doesn't
actually.
Paradox, but clearly they would still go Holiday if they could, and Kawaii Crew did their homework.
I do think the Mo is a good shout, though. I think Mo is, I mean, I don't know if he's underrated because I think people do rate him really highly, but I think he just adds such a challenging element to play against. When Mo is off map, like when we're watching the game, when we're observing, we see, oh, he's right here. You know, it feels like much more straightforward. But from the other team's perspective, when Mo is off map, when you have a Veil Walker, when like, you know, he's not showing on any waves, you don't know where he is, it kind of constricts what everyone is doing on the map. Nobody wants to be the player that gets comboed. Nobody wants to be the one who gets punished.
And a good pickup too, I think, for melee creeps here to deal with Dynamo. No singularity if you're comboing him. No Shad transformation if you're comboing Yamato. So you really kind of limit the potential of what those two heroes can do. In particular here, ZP, as an Abrams is going to be the response.
I mean, Abrams comes in, makes sense for Kawaii Crew as far as, you know, fortifying their front line a little bit more. I do think the Mo and Krill works out really well for melee creeps where, you know, it's one of Lord M's more comfort picks over time. And, you know, realistically speaking, too, it's kind of an easy job on top of it. If John is doing really well, your number one goal as the Mo and Krill is sit there and get ready to drop combo post hook. But Viscus coming in, I actually like this from Kawaii Crew in return because Viscus is one of the heroes that uniquely does decrease Mo's value a little bit more than the norm, because a combo that could otherwise be a dead character, if you got Viscus in the area, they just get to be nice and safe in the cube, and it greatly increases their odds of actually escaping the encounter.
But ZP, what I don't like about it though, is that we know DMB on Infernus and John Bebop are both going to build capacitor. So maybe it helps you in the mid game, but in the late game, the cubes are not going to help you whatsoever. At least they shouldn't. Especially with combo in particular, because yes, you cube somebody when they're being comboed and they don't take damage, but that doesn't end the combo. So Mo can just keep the combo casted, wait for that capacitor hit to come in, and then you're probably still going to be able to burst them down as long as there's decent follow-up. So I agree there's some playmaking potential here. I think Kawaii Crew, though, I like that they've drafted much more of a tempo style here. Like, if you're going to run the Dynamo and the Yamato, you want to be taking fights early, snowballing the game with the Viscus. Geist is a M1 carry in a similar vein, I think, that wants to play a little bit of a faster pace, but can get a little bit more farm. You can kind of leave him alone on the side lane. So draft-wise, I actually like what Kawaii Crew are doing. I just think the melee creeps kind of got everything they wanted in this draft, and because they're such a heavy favorite, you gotta give them the edge here. I do think we're in for a potentially great match, though. I'm glad Kawaii Crew went the way they did with their style.
I'm a little disappointed just in the sense that they could have went the Sinclair and didn't. I'm trying to think. I think it may be because Leviathan is going to be playing the Paradox anyways in this sort of situation. I think that's accurate. I'm not 100% sure. But also, I do wonder if some of that was also Kawaii Crew just being in people's heads where, hey, if you ban it every time, you don't have confirmation that they were going to play it if you never give them a chance to actually pick it, right? So, you know, you get a little bit of that going on too.
I am happy to see though Saya going to be on the Mina, it looks like, for melee creeps. And I mean, we talked about, as Jake mentioned, Saya being, you know, rank 1 in NA for such a long time, a very skilled player. We got to see him play Mina in the final match, I believe it was, up against Sneaky Golem in the Trolley Open this last weekend, and he still did insanely well. I think maybe the one potential downside is for this team is you have a lot of mouths you're trying to feed. Like John doesn't really play a behind eco Bebop that often. DMB, you know, he's gonna be getting a lot of farm on Infernus, so they're gonna be forcing these like 5-on-5 fights with Shiv, Bebop, Okrill, Mina, and Calico here. But again, it still is melee creeps. Like they still carry a lot of weight to their name.
I got to call out, by the way, the chat got a little bit spicier. We had someone come in, and it was OG Hyperwreck, who says, is NA that terrible at this team qualified? And Poshy Pop immediately comes in and says, how about you go make a team and qualify rather than spreading hate in Twitch chat? Poshy Pop just immediately coming in for the throat.
I want to pin that comment.
I respect the clap back there. You got to let them know. It's easy to talk smack. It's hard to get in there and play and show up here day after day in the tournament, in the server. Show us what you got. That's all I had to say. Show me what you got.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't noticed, by the way, you can type !mid-boss in chat because the mod is now live, but don't do it right now. Save it till after the game is done because melee creeps are taking on Kawaii Crew here and a best of 1 to take on Sneaky Golem for that $1,000. Jake and ZP, take it away.
Well, Jake, as we're heading on into it, you know, it would be a very big testament to the volatility of any game in the early competitive scene where melee creeps, they effectively have their golden stage in the trolley tournament, where they not only win every single map, they do so coming in as the number 2 as opposed to the number 1. But then, when you least expect it, the Kawaii Crew level up over a period of 2 days and take down melee creeps. I don't think that's necessarily the world we're about to live in, but the chance is not zero.
That would be goated. I'm not gonna lie. That would go kind of crazy. The reversal. I just want to see some big dynamo openings. That's what I'm here for. And man, Geist plus Viscous on the lane. That's just devious, man. That is a scary lane to be playing against, even for Mokrill, maybe especially for Mokrill. So this will be an opportunity for Lord and them to show what he's got here on the Mo. See what his laning prowess favors against this monster level of poke in the lane.
Yeah, and what Lord and M has to be careful is that Mo just has that entire aura where he's indestructible in lane until he's not. There's just like a certain level of poke damage you can take, and you can expect Scorn to make you reasonably healthy. But if you go below that, then you're just the Mo that's like at risk of dying when you go in the heal. So there's always that tension to deal with. But look at some of the other lanes here. Calico, Mina in middle. That is a lane that could absolutely just go wild if you're able to get a little bit of momentum in the lane. Like to call that a snowball lane would be an understatement for melee creeps.
Speaking of which, Yamato already pretty low in the mid lane, so things looking scary. Big hook by John, but the pin back in under the Guardian. Oh, not quite getting that Guardian aggro onto the Bebop. So Abram showing you can hook him, but it may be more than you bargained for.
Yeah, I mean, the charge comes back out, and it's also interesting how John does the Bebop build here, where, you know, you go into your average pub game, you get the Bebop's like, I will stack bomb, and John, no. The way is hook uppercut here at the beginning, just going for continual pressure and displacement, and, you know, letting your lane partner do some of the damage too if you're able to land the hook just from the very opening minutes.
And uppercutting creeps is some pretty real damage in the lane, right? Both for pressuring those troopers and for actually putting some damage on your opponent. So definitely something you got to watch out for. Mina makes a nice move forward. He's going to be able to clean up all these creeps. And now it's getting a little awkward for Kawaii Crew. They got to kind of fall back, but Mina's putting a lot of pressure on. Oh, what a dirty parry. That's Yamato's life. The heavy melee, beautiful from Syed Scout here in the mid lane.
Well, also the camera view there with a beatdown from Calico coming on in, 72 HP to Dream. Mina going in on the parry, going for the punish, a little bit more Twin Hour Love Bite, but Scout able to get the rest of it in close combat. Complete failure middle lane wise for Kawaii Crew as melee creeps starts to get ahead.
Oh, it's going to be scary. A burn here would be certain death for Viscous, who just barely slips away, but the chase down. Mo hunting him, Scorn ready. Not even needed. DMB gets that kill, and it's a hot start for the man with the hot hand here. DMB's Infernus looking to really take over this lane. I was worried about, okay, maybe the Geist and the Viscous would just be too much pressure, but it seems like it's really going the other way already.
Pretty good start so far here from melee creeps, and looking to the right-hand side, back to Shiv Bebop, where this is going to be such an annoying lane to deal with too, Jake, because of how they're going to build. Well, naturally, Shiv is pretty tanky to begin with, and then John has usually been building Bebop to be like very tanky, able to take HP trades. So it's a lane that in the end can just sort of run at you, and even barring that is kind of difficult to poke out of lane, especially if it's Dynamo Abrams. Like removing them from lane isn't going to be possible barring the best charge displacement ever.
And these jumps are, constantly just staying off the ground. Dynamo's not getting any chance to come in here with the stomps and really put some counter pressure on in the lane. So it's really just John and Fishcake having their way here. Abrams and Dynamo reducing just healing under tower, but this is not a long-term strategy, right? Like eventually you're going to be losing your Guardian from pressure like this. You're just, I guess, hoping you can get those ultimates online before that happens.
The problem is too, early game, you're not going to get help for a while, especially the way mid is going. Fred ends up falling again to this Calico Mina pressure off in the mid lane. So this early in the game, you kind of know you're on your own for at least the next 4 to 5 minutes in most cases, the way teams play. Like you're not easily able to go, hey, someone in middle, just, come on over and help. It doesn't quite work that way.
Speaking of middle lane, it feels like middle lane might be the lane that needs a little bit of help. Saya says, call an ambulance, but hold on, not for me. Dips out of that one, has ultimates online. But Fred's Yamato still a threat, despite being a bit behind in the souls. But oh my god, speaking of threats, man, this side lane, the tower's already down. Dynamo still a little bit away from having that ultimate online. That's pretty brutal.
Not only is it brutal for the side lane, but you think about farm and how you want to portion the lane. You're going to get a little bit more poke onto the Abrams and the Dynamo here. But eventually it's probably going to happen is that John is going to look at Fishcake and say, hey, Fishcake, heal up. You're good with the lane for a while. That's great. I'm now going to go and make things even worse for middle lane and left lane. Like John has the freedom to roam the map a little more at this point.
And the goo ball has to be used completely defensively, just trying to stay alive. Saya takes down Leviathan. Fred was chasing, almost got scout, but almost is not going to be good enough. And now Fred maybe in a compromised position here. Getting the counter pressure in, dodges as well that power slash. Lord and M takes down LARP Noodles as well on the side lane, and the Mo has started to profit. And I mean, this is just across the board, a crumbling, a beatdown. Melee Creep say, get out of here. We're on to the money match. We're playing for keeps.
Also, a great counter the cube, just comboing the Viscous, which is what Lord NM did there. Combustion, though, in from DMB. A little bit low HP, but lands a stun and the burn down. Finishes off the Geist thereafter. Back over to the middle. A little bit of Sanguine Retreat out of the Singularity. Doesn't quite get caught. Fred ends up falling down, and I just feel like we've seen Saya at 100 HP forever and finally goes down, but was living at death's door for a very long time, Jake.
Yeah, and it even took a black hole to accomplish it. I don't know if the black hole actually even got value, and the cleanup crew is here for Melee Creeps. They are not letting Kawaii Crew escape out of this one. Absolutely sweeping them off the field here around the mid lane, and there's not many ultimates left for Kawaii Crew. I think this mid Guardian on half HP is not long for this world.
Also, can we talk about the build that John is going with here? It is just the super durable Bebop build where you go double green, you go Battle Vest Enchanters at the beginning, you get extra bullet resist, extra spirit resist, and also the regen is pretty significant too. It just makes it so you don't really have to heal a lot at Bebop-wise, and when you do get hooks, when you do go for uppercut, you're likely to trade out effectively because you're just not easy to kill.
And I mean, at this early in the game, it's really hard to come deal with even some walker pressure. So you see DMB going between stealing enemy camps and pressuring the enemy walker. Yamato really struggling in this game. 2 low players and those hooks. I mean, just one of those lands, it's certain death in the mid lane.
Now, some people may be watching this going like, oh man, Melee Creeps is super far ahead, which they are. But every team and gang in the comp, like Kawaii Crew has been a team that's been on the rise, and the reality is, Jake, when you're grinding up and you're new, you kind of need a few harsh baptism games to sort of go, oh, this is the top, this is the world, this is the peak that I must ascend. And teams can improve pretty rapidly from experience like this, even if it does continue going the way of Melee Creeps.
Oh, great swap there from Leviathan. Really nice connection. And that's enough to kill DMB. The counter pressure is here, though, from Fishcake on the Shib. Takes one for their trouble. But that's a nice kill to find, right? On DMB's Infernus, you take that trade any day of the week. That being said, trades aren't done just yet. Melee Creeps looking to get even more out of this one. And with all those tier 1 Guardians down, Sinner spawning, there's a lot of farm to contest right now in Kawaii Crew. They're still trying to regroup.
Also, the soul gap that Saya is in right now is probably one of the scarier power spikes you can have as Mina, where Saya can just run at anyone in the game, proc love bites, rake, and take them down. There's this like very specific timing window where Mina is the bully of bullies, and Saya is in that power window right at this moment, Jake.
Yamato and Viscus want to fight this, but they're going to take a lot of pressure from Fishcake, who's looking to actually take this fight. Not a free one. Nice moves from Larp Noodles. Kind of dances away from the aggression, but that leaves Fred the Finch to just fully tank this. It looks like a parry on the Shiv. Buy some more time. Cube as well, but a little anti-synergy there. The Shadow Transform plus the Cube, and they just uppercut the Yamato way off the high ground and dip out of that one.
I do like what teams have been doing a little bit more consistently here, where, you know, that was that double vault. And a key thing here, when you get this far ahead in the early game, you do just try and deny vaults, whether it be the single vaults or especially the double vaults, because you know the other team is likely to go there. And if you're way far ahead, not only can you get kills, but taking those just solidifies your lead in a way that comeback mechanics don't entirely deal with when you get, you know, quadruple buffs from each one.
Yeah, exactly. That's sort of unrecoverable loss, right? That never is going to come back. You've got the only way you do that is equalizing, right? By stealing some of the enemy's sinners, which feels like a goal just out of the question right now for Kawaii Crew. Melee Creeps hunting, prowling, looking for this kill on Yamato. Doesn't have ulti, so there's a threat of a dive here. That Spirit Barrier proc probably just going to keep her alive for now. And the Shiv is just a threat, man. You can't even show on the lane without the threat of an execution.
And then you look at Melee Creeps as a whole, it's like, actually, they're all threats. Always has been in this instance. And, you know, when you're this far behind, you're looking for a hero, and sometimes that hero may have to be Ken on the Dynamo. How that singularity would come about, and if Melee Creeps would allow it, who knows? But it's already a little bit dire, only 10 minutes in as we see the chase down here. Leviathan looking to make something happen here versus Calco, gets a swap on top, but Return the Shadow comes on in. Combo in and after as Fishcake takes down the Viscus.
1 for 1. Nice start to the fight for Kawaii Crew, but Dynamo drops elsewhere. John cuts him down, and I don't know if you really have the power to continue to take this fight. DMV comes in with that concussive combustion, puts some damage down in on Boger, who's deep in the front line. Yamato, Fred the Finch, though, he does have this ulti. I think he wants this fight against John. One parry baited, but this Yamato deceptively tanking. Tanks can't hook the Shadow Transform, but DMB has the damage. Fred the Finch just overstaying his welcome a little bit too long. Message sent from Lord NM there.
Yeah, Lord NM on cleanup. But also, it's Governor says, like, in theory, you want the fight, but then you look at John's HP, it's like, 11 minutes, and what's this? This robot has 2,400 HP, which is, again, I think part of the nice part about the John build is that rarely, because of how deep into the green he is, Jake, do you actually want to turn and focus the Bebop even after a hook?
Yeah, he's such a challenging kill, and the damage problems are very real. Quietly, Geist has managed to secure a bit of decent farm in this game, but I feel we're rapidly approaching the point where you just can't really afford to keep her out of the game and just farm. Like, you're falling so far behind. The Quantum Entanglement here used for an earned secure here. I don't know that Melee Creeps had much intention of challenging it anyway, with the threat of course, Dynamo's opening.
That tech is absurdly powerful, by the way, to the point that I feel like it would get patched out if Dynamo himself was more popular. Like, it is easily one of the best ways to secure an earn in the game.
It's the only way in the game that is
nearby.
truly unstoppable if Dynamo can do it. Like, it is actually, there is no counter in the game. Even Cube has capacitor. And
yeah. Well, speaking of Cube, no capacitor yet, but certainly damage right on after. John just walks on forward, not at all afraid of his life here. Looking to back up Saya here on the main, looking for the burst, 200 HP, and doesn't care. Again, dancing on Death's Door, has a Sanguine in reserve, peppering in the damage while the front line sits there and makes all the space in the world. Now looking for the finish here on the Fred, as Fred nowhere to go.
just a few seconds away from that Shadow Transform, but maybe overestimating their ability to endure in that fight and kind of stall things out. A nice hook from John, and who is this caught here? Looks to be the Dynamo, and just no chance to even pop the hole there. Walker's falling on the other side of the map, and now so too here on the left side lane. And I mean, Melee Creeps are hitting the speed run here. They're looking for the world record. John over the top, from the top rope with the Bebop laser, despite being a gun build. I mean, hey, that ultimate, still big damage. Might be dying for this one, though.
Bebop maybe finally going down, but they get the Walker in turn, so certainly a trade worthwhile for what I think was John's first death. Of course, looking back here, it's a middle walker, the most perilous to actually go after, just because if you get picked off, especially as a team in mid, you could give a mid boss. Like, going for mid walker is really, really tricky until you have an overwhelming advantage.
Yeah, I mean, DMB getting that down to half, though, is a really nice little prize to get there in the chaos. And I just feel like melee creeps are showing the level gap between these teams, frankly. I mean, are you going to try to transform that, really? It's like you would just die anyway right after. So I actually think it's correct to hold the ultimate, but it speaks to the power gap between these two teams. And with 2 players dead, I mean, with Dynamo on the field, I don't know that you're going to want to go mid-boss. I mean, that does present a risk. But Abrams looks like a potential catch.
Yeah, you take a look at Boger. Boger quickly on the retreat, may be able to get out, but part of the issue that you're getting here for Kawaii Crew is that very few of their members are able to take anything resembling a one-on-one against anyone against melee creeps, with the pure exception of generic Ed Boy. They've tried to put most of their farm here onto the Geist, but it's kind of sad times right now if you're Fred. You know, as Yamato, part of your game plan is diving in on people that inherently cannot fight you, but most of melee creeps, if they have Fred dive on them right now, Jake, they're just gonna go, okay, that's fine, and just shoot Fred back.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to take the fight. This Yamato struggling as a frontliner. Nice pull in, though, from the Abrams. Love that pin. Kind of 180 pulling DMB back into his team's formation. That's the type of start to a fight you would want to see, but John slips away in the bebop. Oh my God, that hook was way too close for comfort. Boger saw his light flash before his eyes right there.
And melee creeps, they're just playing smart Deadlock here, where what is their priority? Just invade the enemy jungle, take creeps opportunistically, go back, get your own jungle, secure both mid buffs, and they're not doing anything ridiculous here, Jake. They're just playing smart play, and
He hit the hook, actually, but I think the quantum entanglement came out from Kenkan to deny the follow-up.
I think you're absolutely right. So good on Kenkan there, but now the urn's gonna get picked up by Lord NM, and you know, this is trouble for Kawaii Crew because you don't really win an urn fight here, even in your own territory, but
surely
you don't really want to give this up either.
I mean, you've got Dynamo, right? Yeah, you just have to try. The problem, though, is these constant hooks from John. It's like, yes, if melee creeps just try and run in on the urn, you've got powerful ultimates for that moment, but can you really afford to sit around and look for that opportunity when one hook, one combo could spell disaster? And I mean, now I think there's 2 capacitors online already, so this cube is just not going to happen.
Yeah, the cube's window has closed, as it were. You see Leviathan a bit under pressure here. Leviathan would love to have gotten a swap to kick things off instead. Again, flamed down by DMB. DMB, though, maybe biting off more than they can chew. Super low to start the fight, but Singularity up in, picks up 2. The fall through not there. Kenkan immediately pummeled by the dual fists. Kawaii Crew down 2. DMB finally falls, but urn control going the way of melee creeps and just starting to zone the rest of Kawaii Crew out.
Generic Ed Boy, though, finally joining the fight here on the Geist. The team already down 3-1, though, and I don't know if there's that much opportunity to punish. Melee creeps got what they came for. Cost them DMB his life, but 3 kills plus an urn, absolutely going to be a worthwhile trade. And they've also gotten the black hole out now, so I think there's a genuine argument for forcing a mid boss here.
Yeah, and okay, I thought maybe Sai was about to turn into it, but I tend to agree. I mean, the only thing that they have that's going to be kind of disruptive, yeah, you got the Viscous, and, you know, Yamato still isn't bad at getting 1 charge, but, okay, Kawaii Crew comes in and they get 1 charge of the rejuve. It doesn't really matter. I think
they need a really good fight
like
here.
The fight, you still like the action, and even if you get away with only 1 charge here from the best contest ever, I still think you come out ahead.
Silence on Yamato.
Rejuve is dropping on down the Nox Nostra over and in. Kawaii Crew trying to contest. They've picked off 1 here so far. Fred goes in. And that's all they're going to get. 2 rejuves away of melee creeps. And now a much better team fight for melee creeps potentially here. Both rejuve charges are down. DMB and John going to be coming right back up. Kawaii Crew, can they continue the punish? The rest of melee creeps, Sans, Lord and M, pretty healthy. Trade out there in on the corner. Now take a look at Boger. 400 HP. Trying to get away from some of the pressure. John reinvigorated. In on the bomb. Fall through on the laser. Kawaii Crew losing 4. A contest they had to do, Jake, but one that's still going to lead the casualties.
Yeah, the question is now, what can you accomplish from this? Kenkan getting what he can off the split push, but he's Dynamo and he just doesn't have the farm nor the gun investment to really be a threat. Speaking of a threat to towers, though, man, DMB on this Invertus just absolutely burning them down, looking to get onto the shrines as well. Just 10 seconds until some of these defenders spawn up, and so it seems like melee creeps are wisely going to just prioritize the Guardians, you know, get some of these speed damned zips, deceptively important, I think. While they aren't like game-winning objectives that really are decisive in a match, often just having those faster zips, it leads to those better fights, right? It leads to those easier opportunities. And in the end, this is just because we're 18 minutes in. You got team wiped. You just spawned too quick for Melee Creeps to actually go close out the game. But we're still looking at a 45k soul lead at 18 minutes. I mean, this is an explosive game from the Creeps.
Jake, if you're someone new to the Deadlock here and you're looking at this game going, okay, is it over? Is it not over? What would Kawaii Crew have to do to somehow turn this around?
I mean, it would take a massive ult. Is he going to pop this refresher? Only 20 seconds on the cooldown. It would be so painful to have to pop this refresher now. You really want to get that double black hole. So I think Kawaii Crew are going to try to back out of this one, but are they going to get that opportunity? Fred the Finch is caught. Lord NM finds one, and the hook, the range hook from Bebo. Oh my God, way too close for cover on Lock Noodles.
Lord
NM
NM
Mockery. Oh, the hook
Lord
once
NM a little
again.
bit of farming to his villain stat here towards the end of the game. You know, we got a little bit in the post-match trolley interview this weekend versus Sneaky Golem, and you know, sometimes as Mo, you want to do some tactical crouching, but Jake, the time may be ripe here. 10 seconds left for Ken Can to be up.
Double black hole.
Singularity is going to be up and available whenever Melee Creeps do go and try and finish this one out.
Looks like they're thinking about chasing for a fight, but I think Melee Creeps just too clean on the back out here. Really nice timing. They don't give Kawaii Crew the chance to fight. And I mean, and that refresher is just 6,400 wasted souls right now, right? Like, you're not getting anything out of that. It's no farm speed. This creep's ready to open. He's ready to give up. He's not interested. He's a pacifist. He's a conscientious objector, in fact.
You just saw the stats about how like unidentified aerial phenomenon like increased as soon as there was nuclear tests, and he's just wondering whether or not like we've been observed by aliens the entire time. Like, he just read that article and his mind is completely blown, Jake.
E-shift. I love this pickup for DMB. I mean, like, this gives you such a challenging question now for Kenkan. It's like popping Black Hole against Calico, Mina, and now Infernus. They have this like instant skill. You come in, you think you're gonna get the Black Hole, and now they could be all popping these skills that allow them to kind of just saunter out of that crucial ultimate that you've invested so much in. So massive pressure on the Dynamo here. Melee Creeps looking to just add on to that, sending a couple waves crashing into base. Shiv gonna just farm up left lane as well. I don't know if Melee Creeps are in a rush here, but they might want to just get this game over, right? Like, the lead is such that you could kind of do some crazy stuff here. You know, even against double Black Hole, that's probably the only reason they're not pushing and looking to end immediately.
All right, Zers. We need the Dynamo Cam. Can pull.
He's dead.
the
He's
mirror.
comboed.
No, he's dead. He's actually dead.
The combo.
He just
I mean,
dies. He doesn't even
buying
get to
refresher.
use the button, Jake. The hope of salvation. It's already gone.
Buying refresher in this game is pretty painful, right? Like, you know, as soon as Lord NM sees that, he's like, okay, I'm just hunting for Dynamo. We know cubes, no save in this game. And maybe the Creeps looking to add on, farm some stats here. The patron, you go back into the fountain, we'll go clean the patron, sure. But an absolute outclassing by the Melee Creeps, making a statement before they head into that money match against Sneaky Golem, playing with absolute momentum. Very, very clean game out of them, and one that portends a worry for Sneaky Golem. If you were hoping the Melee Creeps fell off between, what, 3 days ago and today, keep hoping.
Jason, you know, the teams may have had different qualifications for victory, as Kawaii Crew ended that match with plus 20 minutes GG. They had their goal in mind, and technically speaking, they achieved that goal.
I mean, they did. They definitely lasted longer than 20 minutes here. I like the final comment out of Lord and M saying, Ronald, you can't be bad and toxic, bro. Lock in. But we know Lord and M to do some fun little banter here or there. But yeah, I mean, rough times for them. And honestly, I think we kind of went into this match assuming something similar to this. We wanted to give Kawaii Crew a chance to see what they could bring to the table and what they've been able to learn from this last week as well. And I mean, we got a Dynamo. We got a refresher Dynamo, but we didn't get it to actually see it be used, unfortunately, here in this one.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. A little anticlimax. So I was like asking for the Dynamo, and then it just gets absolutely shafted this game. It doesn't even get the refresher combo off, which in fairness, it's a Mo game, right? So buying refresher, I mean, I guess you're forced to, given the state of the game, but so many problems.
And I think the craziest thing for me, ZP, is that it's not like Kawaii Crew's a bad team or individually they're bad whatsoever, but there is like a tier in the NA scene or even in the EU scene that like even just being maybe 10% or maybe 20% better than a team snowballs into games where it could be as one-sided as this.
It was the best singularity we saw all game long, and unfortunately it was late enough that it wasn't going to have much impact. But look, I think the takeaway here, especially for teams that are on the come up, is that it is difficult to get out of lane phase and have the game be even against some of the best in the world right now. That is just the reality. Small advantages turn into bigger advantages, turn into, oh wow, you cannot even play the game anymore. So there is a kind of, you have to be this tall to get on this ride, and unfortunately Kawaii Crew got stopped by the attendant before they really got to play the game.
Yeah, I think they really did too. I think they got some like nice comfort heroes, which is cool to see. But if we're talking comfort heroes, I mean, seeing like Sion, John on Bebop, even this minion couldn't believe what was happening in this game. I mean, Lord of Heaven, like sheer
panic.
He's like, I don't think we're gonna make 20 minutes, guys. I don't think we're gonna make 20 minutes. But they made it. They made it to there. But it's just so tough, I think, because melee creeps have such deep pools across the board that you really can't ban them out of comfort heroes unless you specifically want to take away like Bebop from John, and then maybe Holiday from Saya. But they still have other heroes they can play to such extremely high levels. I mean, look at Saya. He's not normally like a carry player for the team. He's normally like an initiator, and yet he had almost the full rainbow going for himself here, Jake.
Yeah, this is a nuke game from Saya, man. 9-1, 16, top player damage. Like, just an absolute beatdown. And on the other side, Kawaii Crew, I mean, I think you said it well. Like, it came down to the lanes. They didn't really get to play the game, right? They were just kind of denied from it. The lanes were so dominant. And when you lose all 3 lanes, it's like, it just goes from bad to worse, because now the whole enemy team is roaming and unleashed. It's so much harder to keep track of them. You don't really see what's going on in the map. You're worried about late game threats like DMB just building in the background, but you don't even have the luxury to deal with that issue because Saya, Scout, and John are just like full sending, running it down on you. And there's a Mo combo seemingly around every corner. So this is melee creeps showing the level difference, like showing why they're on top of NA right now and why they're the team that gets a shot at the crown here at not only winning the trolley tournament as they've already done in this last weekend, but now potentially also seizing the crown for the first time in the last few weeks, at least, from Sneaky Golem here in the money match.
Also, I got to add to that is that, we talked a little about Saya's hero pool in the draft. And the reason why Saya was on Mina was that Holiday got banned in the draft. But to me, I feel like Saya has a hero pool of 3 currently. And you kind of have to go way out of your way if you want to deny Saya from all 3, is that it's either going to be Paradox if they have Paradox available early in the draft. It's going to be Holiday if it's not banned in the mid-stage bans. And barring those 2, it's going to be Mina. That's kind of been the Saya hero pool here so far. And Saya hit one of the nastiest power spikes you're going to see as Mina, where the real danger with Mina is that if she's able to get 2 or 3K ahead in the game, you just hit this period where Mina can kind of disrespect the rules of the game and run at you. Doesn't have to care about anything else. 1 proc of love bites into Rake, and that is enough to take down heroes when you have that power spike at that portion of the game. And if you can keep that rolling, it just continues to be a threat. And in the end, there just wasn't anything to kind of turn that around for Kawaii Crew.
We're forgetting one hero that he also does play in his pool. It's Mantis, if you've been watching his stream during the Trolley Open this last weekend. But let's take a look who our MVP of this match is going to be. And if it's not that minion number 2,768 back in base, I don't know who would be.
Oh
my God, I predicted it.
Big dog on the server. Watch out. Watch out.
This was not organized with production. I'm so happy. And we really need one. Oh my God, we have more than one highlight. Look at that.
Look at this clip. Yo, you don't have movement like this. You got to train. This is decades of FPS grinding to have strafes like this.
No.
Bro, what is his sensitivity?
He's got the snap tap. He's got... He might be aimbotting. Check it.
Okay, well, let me get real dystopian for this here. Is that every trooper is mind controlled. Every single trooper is from birth told that they have to go and sacrifice themselves in lane. That trooper broke the mind control. They're nearly out of the matrix. You could see just the self-war that was going on, one that they eventually lost, but the actual spirit was there. That's all.
I don't know if this is a robot.
Wait,
this is a new game for
I don't care about. I don't care about your wish. I want freedom. I think that's what he was.
That's what he was saying. But I don't know. I should maybe not use this Go XLR anymore. But it's Saya, I guess, going to be our real MVP of this match. And honestly, I think Saya is. I think he's like, funny enough.
This was disrespectful, I gotta say. This play was disrespectful. He's walking up on the tower as Mina with 250 HP, and it works, and they clean the lane.
he never gets talked about as being one of the best players in North America, but I feel like time and time again when we see him play, he clearly is. He just doesn't have the hype around him as someone like Leffa would have.
Bro is like perma rank 1. Like honestly, you got to give the respect to that. It's like on the leaderboard, you know, you can take your respect, you can leave it, but there's something to be said for the players that are just on top, grinding the ladder, consistently performing, even in a pub environment where they're not going to get the resources, the team coordination that they might receive in a comp game. Slayer doesn't need it, man. And I think it's really nice to see him, especially on the Mina, where Paradox and Holiday typically are more of like a setup role. But Mina, man, you really get to take him down and then notch up a really big streak, especially as we saw in this game, where at some point, just unkillable.
I got some side trivia here, Jake, that will surprise you because it goes to another mutual contact. But if you go far enough back in time, me and Cool Matt at one point were playing games with Saya's dad. So Saya's like actually second generation in regards to that.
It's these second gen gamers, bro.
Firefall, I think.
People are gonna go to the next level in gaming, man. People, you know, playing since they're like 4 years old. I mean, I'm gonna have a kid and make him like the Super Saiyan 7 gamer, bro. They're gonna be locked in.
You're gonna make him.
No, you can't do homework.
Be like,
you can't do any
Dad,
homework.
I want to play baseball. You're like, no, get in there and grind your aim labs, son. Like, get in there. Go back.
Well, you didn't play your hour of aim labs yet, so you can't go outside.
I didn't plan to have kids, but baby, I think we need to make a baby. Oh god, she's coming. Okay, we gotta get out of here.
Get off the cams.
That's gonna be it for our first match in North America as Melee Crew 2 advance on to play against Sneaky Golems once again. And we need to go to a break before my wife gets in here and questions what the hell I just said. I have to question what the hell I just said. But stick around because this is gonna be a crazy best of 3 to see who takes home the $1,000 and the title of Best in NA. Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Night Shift number 11, as we're about to break way through to our muddy match here in North America between melee creeps and defending champions. Well, at least in the Night Shift of Sneaky Golems. They had a little bit of a rough time this last weekend in the Trolley Open, where they did lose 2-0 against melee creeps. At least this time, Jake, they have a chance to defend at least one of their titles.
Yeah, and it's one that they've got to cling to, right? That's kind of all you have left. And I think melee creeps are coming for it too. They want to run the full sweep. They want to assert total dominance here in North America. In fairness, took this team a little while to get going, right? Sneaky Golem, after the last couple of weeks, it was looking like, hey, maybe this is the significant top dog in NA, and maybe melee creeps have been, maybe the expectations were too high for them. But now, after last weekend, I feel like all of that is out the window. And I think this is more about melee creeps getting that victory lap, or whether Sneaky Golem have found the adaptations to deny it.
And that's the question, ZP. Have they been able to level up from just a few days before? I think it was a big sting to them to not take home the 5K prize.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go through that period of dominance and then lose the big tournament that's there. I mean, that sucks. There's no way of sugarcoating it. I'm sure it was a big blow. However, if you are Sneaky Golem, you're ready to bounce back. I think it's one of those things where you're going to make big draft adaptations. And, you know, as we look at the Melee Creeps roster again, you're seeing John the Geist. I think that's also probably what you're going to see John on in this series, because I think when you look back at why things went wrong, if you're Sneaky Golem, one of the key things has to be the bebop play that you're dealing with. I think it was an all-star showing from John, but it's also one that's relatively easy to deal with in the draft. And if nothing else, when you talk about Sneaky Golem, they're smart players in terms of their coaching and their in-game calls. And as I look at it, I don't think a player like Rocker is going to let Sneaky Golem get, draft gapped, 2 different game nights in a row.
Yeah, it would be kind of a surprise to see something like that happen yet again. I mean, we did have some great individual play when it came to last week. I'm thinking of Rokane in particular when he was on his Mirage. Leak, thinking back to his Ivy as well. But I almost want to give you the question, Jake, but it's such a stupid question to ask of, like, which player to you stands out this roster? And I feel like almost every single person has had their own moment.
Yeah, everyone has. I do think one of the keys for them in this series is maybe going to be Goober, because we've seen Viscous Star kind of rising and falling. Like, for a while, it was out of the meta, and then Goober started playing it again and showing people that even after the nerfs, it still can be super dominant. But in fairness, it's kind of a tough meta for Viscous in a sense, right? Capacitor carries are really on top. Purging off that cube is kind of no trouble. You're not really even going out of your way in the build to do it. And so, I think that's going to be my question for Sneaky Golem this series is, can Goober come out with some of these really strong early game performances? I'd love to see even them contesting the Bebop pick from John. I think Goober can pilot that really well. And that could be not only an asset for Sneaky Golem, but a way to take away one of those key threats for that melee creeps bring to bear.
And ZP, I kind of want to be a little bit harsh on a particular player. Thinking back and looking back at the games from the weekend, I feel like Hydration just really didn't have a great showing in their series versus melee creeps. So I wanted to hear maybe what your thoughts you had about him.
I think Hydration is kind of in the spot where when the team is looking bad, he's going to look bad and vice versa, because Hydration in his hero pool, he's also been Mr. Phil on the team in the sense that Hydration is usually the guy where if you need to pick a hero for to make a composition work, Hydration is usually going to be the person on it. And I feel like that can make him look at times like in losses look worse than he really is, because usually he's going to be one that's like more likely to be taking the L versus someone that gets to always play their comfort heroes at all times. So I mean, don't get me wrong, I see where you're coming from on that, being like, okay, it didn't look as good, even when you got things like Mo, but also on the same note, I think Hydration has definitely picked a rather unglamorous role, but a very important role from the team of being the guy who needs to do what necessarily no one else is ready to fill at the time.
I mean, he's the one that plays Paige for the team as well, so I can kind of understand. Then again, I mean, if I had to look at Paige all game, I'd be quite happy as we take a look at the head-to-head between these last two teams in the last few weeks. As we can see, Melee Creeps able to take a map off of Sneaky Golem when they finally came back into the mix after the Baroness Hotel had disbanded, with Sneaky Golem taking them down, getting their title back. But it's been some rough times. I mean, I wasn't here last week when they played, but maybe, Jake, if you were here, if you can break down what happened, if you can remember, between these two teams and how quickly it turned from a 2-0 for Sneaky Golem to a 2-0 for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the biggest difference was the fact that Melee Creeps felt like they had control of the game from the very beginning. And honestly, I think John's Bebop kind of soloed the game. I mean, that's obviously a crazy overstatement given the reality of a 6-on-6 game, but some of those hooks, man, were just backbreaking. You know, Sneaky Golem, I felt like they missed a lot of these key fights that in a game of Deadlock, you're really playing for. It's like, yeah, you know, you want to get that edge in the early game, but teams at this level, it comes down to those key engagements on mid boss. And a lot of the time, John's hooks were like preventing those engagements from taking place. They were getting a couple free kills and just transitioning straight to objectives, snowballing the game from there, and getting a huge lead off of kind of like one little play from an individual player. So I think that's something that Sneaky Golem are absolutely thinking of, especially going into this draft and thinking about their strategy for how they want to approach coming up with their composition.
Well, ZP, we did see Sneaky Golem, in particular against the Youngs, ban out specific comfort heroes. This time, they're starting off with a Victor instead, not going for anything comfort related when it comes to Bebop. However, there is a world we could see melee creeps take Bebop in top 3 if they want to lock it in, though we know Paradox is also going to be a very highly contested pick between these two teams.
I'll go a step further. I think they will take it in top 3, and for Sneaky Golem, their only way of denying it, I don't think they have to.
I think they're going to take it first.
But they do
I actually think they take it first.
Next 2 picks.
If I were them, I would take it first here, actually. I think it's that important. I think it's like Goober's second best hero on top of that. And I think because of that factor, it's going to be a super high prio contest. I think if you don't take it first, you don't get it. Okay, so they go Paradox. I think melee creeps very likely should grab this first too.
It's hard to say, though, because I think for Bebop, as good as it is, it's an even higher level priority to take in the first 2. Melee creeps have only taken it 3rd in all here. So
fair enough.
Sort of I wonder where the gamesmanship is here, because on one hand, if you're Sneaky Golem, you're going, okay, if we want to deny the Bebop, we can grab it with our 2 and 3. And Melee Creep so far is saying, well, we don't have to grab it until the very last part as we want to get our highest power picks. The question is, does Melee Creeps pick or like get hit with the power tax here and sacrifice what could be another premium hero like Infernus to secure the Bebop? I think perhaps they should, but in this case, I think they kind of want Sneaky Golem to prove that, okay, are you actually going to do that to begin with? They know they'll ban the Bebop. I don't know if they're convinced that they'll pick the Bebop.
I like getting the Infernus and the Shiv together, though. I think that gives you some good damage and kill threat onto Bebop, because Bebop, let's be honest, is not dodging those Shiv knives. He's not dodging the burns from Infernus, and you know, that big body can get ticked down real quick. And at the same time, if you're going to go with Shiv, I think Infernus is one of the best counters. So you kind of block pick your own counter there. And Sneaky Golem go with the Yamato, very early Yamato compared to what we've seen recently.
Yeah, I think over the course of the weekend, we saw AVG have some really good play on Yamato, going back to his like roots of playing Yamato and being fed over farm in particular. I also think it's kind of a contested pick for melee creep side, though I believe Scout was going to be on the Shiv, if I'm not mistaken, for the MC team here. Damn, they did it.
Yeah,
getting it 3rd is nice here. I mean, you get it a little bit later, and I think this is a pick that my suspicion is that as the series progresses, this might go even earlier. That's my thought.
Wait.
I think this is actually a critical hero for the
Do
the
you
2
ban
teams.
Geist if they don't take it, and then you force John on something else completely?
Potentially. I think, though, in terms of bans, the one thing I want to bring up that I think Melee Creeps does here that I would have recommended Sneaky Golem do if the Bebop came in 3rd for Melee Creeps and Sneaky Golem didn't go for the Bebop, I think you ban the Mo. I actually don't think you let the Mo go through here, because Sneaky Golem, Hydration, loves playing the Mo, and Mo also works incredibly well with Bebop. If you're Melee Creeps, you need to ban the Mo here. I actually think that is the #1 ban they need to do. Okay, they go for it.
Yeah, it's a good call out. I think it's a scary matchup for Holiday and Infernus, who rely on being able to abuse their mobility to last a lot longer in team fights. And if Mo just combos you, ints you down, and even Infernus, like, yeah, your ult theoretically can stun him, but oftentimes you get caught for even a couple seconds on Infernus, you are just not going to live to tell the tale. So taking away that mode means Sneaky Golem, the follow-up is going to be less obvious off these picks and swaps.
Oh, they
Bro, the mind games here are insane in this draft. The Bebop in top 3 for Sneaky Golem and the Geist ban. Are we going to see Warden out of John?
No. Warden is ass right now. You do not pick Warden. I actually think if you pick Warden at all, it is a throw. He got way too many nerfs. Like, it's a good point, though, is that you look at John's hero pool. I think he's. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh. Points on Sneaky Golem. I'm sorry, John. He should have went the Mirage. I was gonna say you go the Mirage here if you're John. That's his other.
I think the Death of Warden is overstated, frankly. Actually,
No.
I think Geist is an insane matchup against Warden because you have the uncontrolled damage. So Geist just swaps you, on your max HP. She swaps you and then just kills you. And so I think actually it is a potentially playable Warden game, especially into Yamato, right? Like, they're both heroes that have like a hard committal ultimate that they really need to fight around. but I think when it comes to like the one-on-one, generally I'll take Warden. If both heroes are popping their ultimates, I'd rather be the Warden. I'm going to outlast the Yamato and do a bunch of team damage outside of that as well.
Some new blood.
Damn, and they get Mina on top of this ZP. A pretty solid lineup so
these
far
are
for Sneaky Golem.
Calico Mina are. It's true. Like I wouldn't have minded the Warden, but I kind of wish it went like 6th pick. I do think, man, like seeing Calico Mina go, it's like, oh.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. In terms of priority, there is no universe on God's green earth with Calico still available and Yamato that Sneaky Golem is going to early pick a Warden. Like they're not going to throw AVG on Warden, even though it's been one of his favorite heroes. I think AVG. I'm trying to remember if I heard him on record or not recently talking about Warden, but in terms of actual picks, we haven't seen an AVG on Warden in a while, and just because of the consensus that Warden is kind of in dumpster right now. So I don't think Warden getting picked for Sneaky Golem was really a threat. You're 100% right, Jake. They could have grabbed the Warden later. However, EU is shaking its head at A because Doorman at 6 is definitely some high value.
I was gonna say that's kind of crazy to see Doorman go first pick, basically the entire way through EU, and then NA gets dropped into like a last pick. I mean, we see this happen though before with I think Infernus. I think like EU highly prioritized Infernus in the beginning of Deadlock, and NA didn't, and then it kind of swapped between the two. As Mirage gets picked in last, like this is, I don't know who I kind of favor in this one. Honestly, both teams are looking really good at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like getting this Doorman and Abrams this late is kind of wild, considering these are some super strong heroes. And I mean, altogether, I think this is going to be a really good game. I think the Bebop is a really big pickup for Sneaky Golem. I think that is sort of pivotal in terms of the playmaking potential. I think for melee creeps, yes, Saya on the holiday is a super big threat, but with Paradox and Bebop, you can get in with that lasso, but can you get out? Can you actually pull your target deep?
We got some sauce in the chat right now, which is specifically Vegas coming in saying it's a 6-on-5. Lord NM is off Mo. Vegas just firing shots across the bow at Lord NM, saying he's not going to perform without the Mo and Krill.
Bro, I
think
read a couple lines
think it's
down.
going to work from Vegas here.
I think he's going to be Doorman. So this is an opportunity. The gauntlet has been thrown down on Lord NM. If he can hang on the Doorman, he's standing up.
You ban your own one trick. That's definitely directed towards him.
That's
there's no ambiguity.
That is toxic. That's a little toxic. Yeah. Calling somebody a Mo and Krill one trick, that's devious.
Well, what's crazy is that the last, I think, 2 days, Lord NM has been actively playing Doorman on his stream.
I see him all the time in ranks playing Doorman, so I'm assuming he's going to be the Doorman here.
But in all of the games that I was watching him stream, when they're like not doing well, he's like, I'm sorry guys, I'm learning a new hero. Like every time, and that's pretty much every game. So we'll see how it's gonna work out as we do drop into our first map of the series. Remember, winner takes home $1,000, and loser, well, you got to come back next week, or at least beg ZP to come back next week to see if you can get another crack at it. So let's jump into this one. Sneaky Golem against melee creeps with Jake and ZP.
Jake, as I look at this here, Sneaky Golem, I was thinking, is like, you can have Goober play the Bebop. It's actually going to be completely fine. One of his best heroes. Draft-wise, I could see some of the vision for melee creeps, but I feel like Sneaky Golem, they did their homework. Like, they actually, the trolley weekend, it stung, but they learned. Because I look at the drafts between these two teams, and while I think there's some elements for melee creeps that are good, I think the way the lanes are going to work out, I think the ramp to late game is just going to be a lot more favorable for Sneaky Golem here.
We'll have to see. As we get into this, there's going to be some team fighting threat. It feels like I've been missing Warden. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big Warden enjoyer. It's a lot of fun to see, especially at the highest level, how they make use of that ultimate.
Look, I've been on Team Warden forever. It is my favorite character in the game. But even I recently had to look at it as like, nah, the nerfs have just, they've cut deep. I would love for John to just be the Warden Messiah with the absolute best build here, but I think it is truly going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
The laning for Warden though stays dominant. You can't take anything away from this guy on the lane. Absolute beast, killing creeps, slanging flasks. Everybody gets a flask, even if you don't want it, especially if you don't want them, you get one. And a nice big wave prio here, so opportunity for Warden, but Paradox, one of the better deep pushers in the early phase. This is a big guardian damage for this is a second wave. I mean, this is nice. This is nice from John. Put some respect on the Warden.
Also, monster rounds immediately, so nothing really changing for that part of the build. That's basically been like core item number 1 for Warden in the beginning, barring like the absolute most crunched in the first like wave level of harass.
These flasks, man, he's hitting multiple 2-hero flasks off the rip. And just continuing to pray for this heavy wave prio. Yamato, you see ABG starting to tangle with him though, in those close range trades. But when you take those flasks, you do less bullet damage, right? So it's a little bit scary to continue to trade with Warden. We've talked about how Yamato can do that with her slash, but Warden offers much the same utility.
I do wonder on the Warden build here, you know, in current day, you know, how quick you go QSR. I think it may be QSR second, and then it's just a wonder of like, do you go for other lane harass? Like, you know, we've seen Mystic Shot turn into a buy it on everyone at times when you're trying to get lane pressure, right? Like, do you get that Warden, or at this point, do you go still more like, no, I need like my stuff for late game? Because if he builds Warden the same way that's Bebop, like you can still go early Enchanters or early Battle Vest on Warden and have it be a pretty reasonable pickup, like as far as survivability goes.
It's an honor to be of service.
Yeah, I feel like Warden also has some crazy build variety because you can, I mean, early game's one thing, right? But I mean, later in the game, you can build completely different styles of Warden. We've seen Gun carry Warden. I think Spirit, you know, maxing that ultimate seems to be the best at the highest level, just because of the ridiculous power spike it gives you into team fight. When you have like a fully kitted Warden, majestic leaping into the back line. I mean, if your whole team is attacking at that moment, it is just absolutely devastating. And speaking of being devastated, man, this lane pressure is immense. Where's the D push? Melee creeps doing boxes. They're about to let a full wave crash on their tower. See what the strategy is for Johnson to deal with that. Meanwhile, on the side lane, man, Infernus kind of struggling under the weight of the pressure from this Calico. Sneaky Golem getting the lane setups that they want in this game.
This can be a little bit dangerous where, you know, as Mina, you want to apply pressure, but if your lane partner gets dunked like that, you start becoming more of a threat, where things can just kind of... And also, I've misread the lane. Yeah, I mean, in this case, Mina just applying plenty of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Mina, scary hero, right? Even when you get her low, she can heal back up. ABG under pressure in the mid lane, but giving as good as he's getting here. And Saya's forced back. They got to balance between trying to get as farmed as possible, doing these boxes, and then keeping the wave shove constantly. Which is nice for Saya, though. Getting that sewer box run early is always a nice little boost to souls.
Also, I love how item builds have gone up here, where even on Shiv is like, yeah, just get Mystic Shot early. Go for extra harass.
This is so nice for League. Being able to take this position on Mirage and just put the pressure down. And, you know, Bebop has no problem clearing the waves on his own. It's kind of a scary spot for Shiv. I wonder if he's going to buy some regen right now, because this is just going to get more and more painful. I don't see League really backing out of that side angle, and I don't know that they can trade with him.
19k, the 19k here so far, but you look at the Guardian situation. Left lane, under quite a bit of pressure here. That's the Bebop Mirage lane for Sneaky Golem. Where, you know, I think one of the X factors for this game is that, you know, how good is your Bebop going to be? Is your Bebop going to be a force of nature? You know, the level of variance on Bebop relative to other characters is quite high.
Yamato and Warden traded ults in mid. Now they're fighting with the scraps of the HP, low resources. Seems like both teams may be content to back off of this one. Seems like Paradox maybe got the upper hand here, but now Calico coming in with the movement buff. Unexpected, very early rotate off the back of the movement buff. Great timing there. Good tempo from Hydration, and the counter pressure is good from Abrams and Infernus, but are you really going to be able to get anything out of this? Calico's coming back soon.
Yeah, in this case, use Nox Nostra to just kind of solidify the lane a little bit while Calico is gone. Calico going to dive into the back. Return the Shadow. Active. Going to be used more for escape. Seismic Slam in from Scout. Scout dives back in. See if that was the right call here in a second. Maybe eating Love Bites for the trouble. But that early gank when the Guardians are still in contest, that's something that I feel like only a Calico can kind of make work mobility-wise right now, Jake. It's very rare to see that in pro play.
Yeah, and to pull it off with a minimal punish is really nice. The coordination, I actually like the use of Brocade of the ultimate there. Like, clearing the wave really is the highest priority right there, so you just don't take too much Guardian damage. And, I mean, even the Mina ult, like, yes, it's nice, it can be a powerful tool, but sometimes what you need is just wave clear. And the fact that you can deploy your ultimate for that at times at the right moment makes sense. It means they don't really get punished for getting that Calico kill mid.
I think the real punishment for the Calico kill was just the current status of the Guardian, where it ate pretty much an HP tax afterwards. But also, in terms of looking at here, Warden John got forced back for the full heal, and while the Warden is away, the rest of middle lane will play. Guardian taking down Saya, eating a chunk from the power slash. First Guardian of the game down. It goes the way of Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, this is nice for ABG and the Yamato. John looks like he's building into maybe a little bit of a gun spec here. That kinetic dash. You don't usually that's a pretty big indicator, right? Because you would, I think, go the Spirit dash if you wanted to build for the Warden ulti build. So maybe a gun Warden on the cards here. Maybe a little bit more consistency in this game. A little bit harder to just hard disengage from. Trap on the Yamato. I mean, she could ult this off if she wants to, but holding off for now. Yeah, wants to save that ultimate for an opportunity for real kills.
When you break down the item, well, I'll hold on the phone here. Tornado in. Warden M getting real low on the doorman. League able to dash back away, poking around Fish Cake. Goober in and over. League able to find Fish Cake towards the very end. The Jin's Mark doing the last bit of damage as Lord and M actually just 1 HP here, Jake. 1 HP and running. And Goober smelling a little bit of blood and water. Don't know if they'll be able to find it, but yeah, okay. They see the healing right. They see him far away. It goes, okay, I'll just take the Guardian. But
oh my god, that melee.
Jake, the Kinetic Dash, I feel like it's still kind of one of the more underbuilt items in the game for the amount of raw stats it gives you.
Yeah, I think it's a good call out. Pull deep under tower now. Rokane looks like the shielding tanks him up for the moment, but does he have another escape after that sanguine retreat? He may need it. Infernus looking to go chase and try to turn this around, try to get that burn online. This is turning into a brawl now on the right side lane. So many players coming into this fight from both teams. For now, just a 1-for-1 trade, but Calico still relatively low. Same for DMB.
Ooh, back behind the truck. Carbine gonna connect in between the Mirage and the Paradox. Nowhere for Scout to escape to. And after Scout goes down, this Guardian is just gonna get ripped to shreds, Jake.
Yeah, the power of the Mirage TP pretty early. Goober's defending the other side lane. Looks like Rokane went over to assist him in that defense. And it's a 3-for-0 in the Guardian takes here. Great opening to the game for a Sneaky Golem right now. Melee creeps countering with the DMB push on mid, but they're still both side lane Guardians up, and one of them's very healthy. So problems have been beginning to emerge here just in the early game for the melee creeps.
Yeah, and you take a look at how the late game may be turning out here. It's not ideal when the Yamato is at a pretty good spot in the game. And again, maybe it's a little bit critical. We'll see if the Gun Warden build that John is going with here will pass muster. But in terms of heroes that are going to carry your farm, if you had to go between an 8k Gun Warden and an 8k Yamato, you're going to take the Yamato every time.
Yeah, nice kill. Onto Rocker, though. Trying to take down John. He's relatively tanky on this Warden, though. Not the easiest kill. Dancing with the Mina. Risky with a threat of those quick bursts to finish her off. But Mina herself has to be a little bit careful, worried about her HP. Uses that unique movement tech. Of course, when Mina aims down sight, you get like that floaty movement tech with the umbrella, which allows you to do some kind of interesting strafe moves.
A little bit back and forth near the bridge. Scout and Hydration going to go their separate ways. So dust is settled here from some of the skirmishing. 2 Guardians still up for Sneaky Golem. No Guardians left up for melee creeps in turn. And now up to left middle. Maybe a little bit of an invade here once more from Rocker and AVG. Instead going off to the right-hand side, and we'll see how this contact turns out.
DMB getting what he can out of the map here. Getting caught into more fights than I think he would like here on the Infernus. Still has a bit of HP to work with, and he's gonna double down. Wants to turn this around on Hydration. Thinks he's bit off more than Hydration can really stand and fight. And DMB, that burn pays off. Good turnaround, good confidence there from the pause 1. A little bit of a risk, but this time comes in for a kill and puts DMB nearly on top of the net worth for his team.
Chasing Infernus with Flame Dash down the stairs in that instance is generally suicide. It is not the place to fight an Infernus. The Chow transformation forced out here. AVG on the chase down. Got 3 blue all around, trying to get in and around. Gets the parry. No way is AVG gonna get out. Still low HP. Chase down still happening. Not quite able to get away. DMB with the final shots towards the end. League, though, other end of the map, takes the fight to the doorman.
Oh, and this is a lot of walker pressure here being applied by Sneaky Golem. They want to open this first walker, and I don't know that the defense is coming. I mean, Abrams going back to base to heal, but I just don't see it for the creeps. This could be the first walker taken at just 11 minutes into the game. An incredible level of pace and tempo here for Sneaky Golem.
Yep, and it's a Trooper. I didn't quite catch a number, but the Trooper finishing off the walker at the very end. A soldier that will live on in legend. And now, Earn, when you go for the Earn pickup, it just barely dodged the hook. Saya clenching a little bit before the pickup.
Yeah, just a little scary, but read the hook. I mean, read the threat that it could be coming down. It's nice moves from Saya. Take this rotate over. Still, the drop off, much more difficult question, right? This is one where Sneaky Golem, they know you're coming. Do you still want that smoke? Do you still want to go for this fight? Very small soul lead has developed for Sneaky Golem, but I think that's largely a function of the extra objectives. And while Shiv's not really threading the Earn drop, there's a pretty big push from melee creeps here on that left side. So when you don't want to get caught in mid, though, is the Warden. Nice parry. That's probably going to keep him alive. John, great outplay in the mid. Takes the pressure, stays alive, continues to hold that mid lane, and looks like the fight on the left side is much better for melee creeps for that.
Warden M just getting isolated again. Meanwhile, Guardian here under pressure. In on the left, last Guardian to go here for Sneaky Golem. So melee creeps able to get that and going through the door on the escape. Goober, meanwhile, looking for Scout. Scout low HP, can't quite make it to the door. Lasered on down by Goober, who's quietly been having a pretty good game here so far. Jail out onto AVG, but no fall through after the binding word.
Earn drop here, covered it from the Paradox. And the control on the map that Sneaky Golem able to earn from that fight now pays its dividend. Solely is starting to open up now, nearly 10K. Guardian did go down though, so the flex slot is now back even. Although I guess you still have an extra one for that Walker drop the Sneaky Golem were able to get. I mean, I can't believe we lost a Walker 10 minutes into the game. That is really crazy between two teams at this level. But it shows the Sneaky Golem aren't afraid of bringing that pace. And League, very farmed. 4-1-1 on this Mirage. Pretty big gun investment. Honestly, they have quite a few players with strong gun investment. So the threat of taking towers, super real for the Sneaky Golem draft. And they have pretty great tempo to boot.
Also, the holiday build from Sai is a little bit interesting, where, you know, in the past, you'd see maybe an earlier Fleetfoot. In this case, you go Surge of Power for the same effect, and you throw it on your barrel, a little bit more extra burst damage, and the Slowing Hex, either to set up Lasso or make sure people don't get away post-Lasso. You know, a lot of that you have to think is itemized with hydration in mind.
Yeah, you definitely got to think so. The map, still pretty even, though. I mean, I feel that melee creeps are doing a really solid job of keeping control, right? They haven't yielded a significant amount of the map in terms of the camps available to farm. It doesn't feel like the lead is getting worse. If anything, with less objective mistakes, maybe that rate of expansion is slowing, but that right side Walker does start to look pretty tasty below half health. You can see melee creeps concentrating their players here. They know the threat of that push is very real.
Yeah, melee creeps going around the right. Also, John very ready to fight. Ult is good to go, though. The ult may not be as scary if he's full gun build. Checking the build after AVG, though. Shout transformation, cuts down Saya where he stands, goes through the door. The door is not shut, and says, Dorman, I'll use your door against you. And Lord M has to reflexively send Yamato into the Baroness and just dies on the outside. Can't even greet AVG on checkout.
Now Shiv in the sights, can't just hold this, and that beautiful parry as well, adding insult to injury. And this could be, there's a thought about going mid-boss. John's used his ultimate. Couldn't really come into that fight in a meaningful way. Maybe it'll just be buffs and farm. The safer choice here for Sneaky Golem as they look to expand this lead. And I mean, in fairness, you really don't want to throw away this advantage. This is the team that just defeated you in that big tournament in the last weekend. And instead, they just wisely increment that, right? Taking down the second Walker now on the right side lane. And now the map continues to close in on melee creeps.
You know what I feel like, Jake? I feel like the Bebop inflation is going to continue here, where Bebop got picked a little bit earlier in the draft, and now I feel like Bebop is going to be first 2 picks in the next game, the way this is going, if not banned outright, should Sneaky Golem win.
Oh, beautiful swap there. Catches the Holiday, denying Saya's initiation. Saya, though, really sweet moves to dance out of that one. Manages to avoid getting caught in the compromising position. DMB, though, sees the opportunity to strike. Mirage TP coming in. They're trying to bail out this Bebop, who's ticking down, but may have the HP to walk away from this one.
Yeah, just barely. If there was any chase down, Goober would have bit it, but instead, they had their hands full from Mirage, who TP'd in, knocks Nostra in from Arcane, looking to burn down Scout. Scout, it would just walk away after taking that League. So League ends up taking the fall for Goober, who was otherwise caught in off the Traveler. 1 pick here for melee creeps, and we'll see what they get from it. Right now, Jake, they're angling to try and get the right Walker.
You got to give credit to DMB, man. The initiation timings when he does commit on Synvertus have been really strong. Here comes Yamato walking in with the Shadow Transform. Looking for more now is the Bebop. Big catch here. Goober grabs one. Shib on the exit. Can't get out of that one. Shib falls further behind in the game. League coming back in off the TP. They're looking for more kills. That could lead into a mid-boss. Big swap on a DMB. This would be maybe the most impactful kill on the map. And DMB just on a sliver of HP trying to play his way out of this one.
Easier said than done, but once more, this has been the fan of DMB, the sewer rat, as it were, continually able to use the tunnels to escape. That's probably like the third time this game, but it's not the only one down and dirty. Scout just taken down by 3. So still a rough turn of events for melee creeps, and okay, it was looking like early controls. Maybe we're gonna go to AVG. AVG instead sees a low HP DMB, looks to fall through, gets a power strike. The spirit shielding was used, but now it's gone, and so is DMB.
The loot delivery. DMB comes out of the teleporter, out of the frying pan, into the fire. Yamato doesn't have Shadow Transform, so Fishcake sees a chance to punish, but he's forced to consider threatening the mid-boss. I mean, surely he's executable, right?
Yeah, he is. Killing
there
Golem.
It is. Oh, but just when the rejuve came in! Oh my god, that was pixel perfect. And now Yamato's going to turn this one right around on him, although hold on. Oh, that parry.
Wait!
This could be so damaging. This would be mental damage, but Yamato's tanky. She's surviving through it all. Shiv, the bloodletting too much. And he ticks out. Oh my god, that rejuve timing is absurd for ABG.
That feels bad for Fishcake, especially given the fact that Fishcake nearly turned the rematch instantly. But yeah, the timing just nothing but brutal. Speaking
Nice
of parries,
parry.
though, AVG just continues to whiff hands,
Counter parry.
but stays alive.
Yeah, the counter parry from Hydration protects ABG. And that also leads Scout to be overextended and caught. DMB, though, senses an opportunity here in the chaos, and maybe with ultimates deployed, resources starting to run low, and even an urn in play, you got to take your chances when you find them. And surely this is Hydration burning down. Instant concussive combustion. Is it too early? No, perfect timing there. Punishes Hydration, who's really low on CDs. Question is, though, does DMB want to stay committed into this one? He's the highest net worth player. Sneaky Golem bringing numbers to this one. You might have taken their crystals, but you have not taken down real players, real valuable bodies. And it's nearing a team wipe situation here, ZB.
You've taken down the Temu team. You haven't taken down the authentic, expensive, high-quality team is what you're really going on there. But also completely correct, as they get the rejuves, but they pay dearly in overall team pressure. 5 members of melee creeps end up falling. And you take a look at the map, it's not looking much better. Another walker falling thereafter. The lead ballooning now, Jake, to 30,000. And you take a look at melee creeps, and the win conditions have narrowed significantly. Also, I gotta say, observers, can we get a view of John? We haven't checked in on the John build in a while. I'm just curious where this Warden went to in the end.
Looks like Gun Warden. Okay.
All right.
Pretty standard,
Hunters
pretty
are.
default. Yeah, a lot of threat, I guess, in catching people off in these individual engagements. But speaking of catching people off, man, Goober is 4-0 and 10 on the Bebop. League 7-2 and 8. And I mean, these are really your late game gun carries for Sneaky Golem. They're having immaculate performances, exactly what you need in a game like this. DMB has been really scrappy on the Infernus, though. He's kept this one very interesting, has found these engage timings. And in fairness, you still haven't broken the base yet. So the toughest task still on the cards. That swap, though, on the Lord and M catches him silenced from the wall, as well as the slowing hex, but the pin in from Abrams is good, and that's one down for Sneaky Golem. Maybe the creeps getting a taste of this fight, and they're liking what they find. Great ultimate now from the Warden, trying to stick on this Bebop.
All right, John over and in. Remember, the main threat is the gun, not the ult. The ult really hasn't been powered up too much, and John just gets uppercut, sent down, taking a little bit of refuge here, down into the underground. The rest of the team up in front of him. 3 down from Sneaky Golem here so far. Melee creeps making their stand here, Jake. Let's see if they can get a few more. Hydration, though, in off the side, does flake over, finds John in the end. Sneaky Golem evening it out, and it's just Rokane and League up against DMB.
I like the way melee creeps are playing this one. They're keeping it so scrappy. It's just kind of impossible for now, at least, for Sneaky Golem to really find the backbreaking moment they're looking for. Still, pretty significant soul lead, right? We're talking a 30k soul gap. It's not exactly in stat check territory, ZP, but it's sort of getting there, right? You know, I kind of can't believe that melee creeps are stringing together these competitive fights, considering the soul deficit they're up against.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take scrappy fights. You have to look for anything that looks like your advantage if you want to bring this. Oh, no. The lasso. Not quite heading the holiday, instead just getting stuck there on the corner. League super
burning.
low, burns on down. Off the catch by Saya, but that's the way you start getting back into this. If you can escape without getting punished, and that is a big if right now as Saya gets caught on the back end side, Jake.
Yeah, ABG doesn't want to get back out of this one yet. And the hook is good onto the Warden. He has the urn. He wants to slip out of this one. It's such a valuable resource. Another hook denies the escape. Goober styling on him. 3 down for the melee creep. Sneaky Golem. This could be the backbreaking moment they've been looking for. Hydration grabs the urn. He's going to go dump that one in. But the kills feasting here are Goober and the rest of Sneaky Golem. Now it's just a matter of pushing into the base. Mid lane, a little bit against you, a little bit bad. And the spawn timer is low enough where melee creeps will be able to mount the defense. But the lead, it just feels like it keeps expanding.
The win conditions have just gotten so incredibly narrow here. I think melee creeps, in terms of finding fights that are potentially winnable, they've done a good job of it, Jake. But the issue is that when Sneaky Golem is this far ahead, you're not dealing with fights that you are in control of your own destiny of. You require Sneaky Golem to make mistakes on top of you finding good plays. And Sneaky Golem, they aren't making the mistakes that would be required for melee creeps to get back into this game right now.
Still, I feel like melee creeps have some more fight left in them. Like, they're still taking these engagements. They're not scared of coming out on the map and taking the trades when they see the opportunity. DMB has been the tip of the spear time and time again. And this Infernus, he still does damage. He still cooks. John Judd's ultimate, another story. You know, the Warden ultimate looks pretty sus when it comes. Basically, just some nice resistances when it comes to this build.
Honestly, it's just it's like the hazard lights on a car. You hear blink, 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 blink. It's not actually doing any damage at this point for Warden's ult. Like, because you haven't put anything into it spirit-wise. I mean, it has some base damage, but, you know, realistically, John is all gun, and a 20k gun Warden at this point versus Sneaky Golem is, you know, going to be opportunistic at best.
Melee creeps kind of intimate a push on this tower, but they don't end up committing for it. I think that's wise. I mean, the major rotate was coming in. Sneaky Golem absolutely would love to get a fight off, right? Mid boss is up in a minute. I think melee creeps know it. They kind of want to bring the mid boss into play. They kind of want to put some more stakes on this fight. When you're behind, you kind of want to start gambling. You want to start taking risks. And maybe the mid boss will be just that. Nonetheless, the lead pretty significant. And Sneaky Golem, they're not taking any big risks, right? They're playing this very patiently, riding this one out, waiting for that mid boss to come up until they really look for that decisive engagement.
Also, Saya just on the full utility run here, where both slowing Hex and Silence Wave. So really just focused on making plays in the holiday. And it's kind of the spot that you're in right now if you're Saya. You actually do need to get a pick here. And the team up with Abrams, this is just hanging on middle, going next person to show middle. Maybe we go for a lasso and a follow through. But if you don't get this pick, there's not a ton of way for Sneaky Golem to get back into this game.
It's interesting to see
melee creeps to get back into this game.
Like how passive Sneaky Golem are right now. Although Diviner's Kevlar on ABG is a big pickup, that's going to let him really do a lot more in terms of pushing this risk. Sneaky Golem now looking to get active here on the mid lane. Melee creeps already dropping low on a few players, and ABG coming in here like a nuclear missile here on the Yamato. Lasso is good on the Mina, but they don't have the follow-up damage. She gets the E-shift off. She should be okay out of this one. 2 down already for the creeps, and Sneaky Golem looking to finish this here. Yamato not even forced to pop Shadow Transform just yet. That's a real statement about the situation in this game. Mid-boss just spawned. Perfect timing here for Sneaky Golem. If they want to take it down, they're thinking about maybe looking for more kills. Yeah, okay, the mid-boss does come in. Outfire from Paradox. Surely you'll be able to clean this one up. No problem, considering the soul spot.
Okay, Lord NM, time to fight the slander in chat. Vegas is out here cooking you in the middle of Twitch chat as we speak. Do you get the Ido level steal against all odds? Right now, it's looking like there may not even be an attempt.
I don't even know if you go for it. It's so risky.
I mean, then again, at this point, you lose towards the rejuve anyways. As it turns out, okay, Lord NM is there, and he's dead.
Oh my God, where did he go, bro? Holy.
To the floor.
Bro went to a little nap in the Baroness Hotel there. It's not a free hotel. You don't just get a nap for it's not preschool, bro. You gotta pay rent.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't let Lord NM into the hotel. They kicked him out and put him in the middle of the mid-boss pit and said, take your nap there. I'm not sure, you know, the hotel had its own standards in the moment.
Dude, ABG is so tanky on this build, man. Like, good luck killing this Yamato. Absolutely disgusting build. Insane amounts of heal with that max power. So she actually didn't max the ultimate. It's a pretty interesting build. Prio'd both of his damaging skills. And now his transcendent cooldown. So the uptime on this Yamato and her ability to heal and sustain through these fights is going to be pretty crazy. Essentially a free earn drop for Sneaky Golem. And now it's starting to feel like rote memorization here. I mean, Sneaky Golem doing everything they need to progress this game. However, hey, Saya finding a good start to the fight. Swap misses. The hook is good. Where did he go? Just absolutely deleted by that damage. And Goober's getting active now on the Bebop, man. Coming in, just clicking heads with this laser. A hook as well. Doesn't even get to pull him in. I was already down on the Abrams.
Jake, it's called death by bomb there, and Saya just went boom in the end. So yeah, 3 down with rejuve into a hook just for good measure. Put the cop to bed. Well, John, not getting out of that one. And yeah, that is going to be GG. And Sneaky Golem, Jake, they're on the revenge tour after what was a rough weekend in the Trolley tournament. They did their draft homework. They came out swinging. And in terms of defending the crown here on Deadlock Night Shift, it's looking like map 1 will be theirs.
Last cannon purchase for John. This is the real last stand. I know these are the ultimates called last stand, but this is the real last stand when you buy glass cannon on Warden. See if it's enough. See if Lord and them can maybe find the hotel kidnap. DMB just already calls a GG. I mean, in fairness, 3 crystals, Yamato ultimate. I don't see any hope here for Melee Creeps. Mina ulting from the low ground in the pit. ABG just focused up doing work here on the patron, and the damage is just overwhelming. You can barely even get the crystals out. Sneaky Golem up 1-0 in the series.
Also, I just gotta do due deference here, taking a look at the public reaction. Vegas is leading an actual revolt against Lord NM in the chat. It is you got the war in game and you got the war in chat. Jason, you're gonna be a neutral arbiter. What did you see?
Lord and M, go home. You suck. Get out of here. I'm not going to be neutral. No, I'm just kidding. I think he did fairly well. I mean, he was definitely doing exceptional when it came to like souls. He definitely looked like he's been practicing quite a bit when it comes to his doorman. But, you know, beyond him, I think some struggles that we did see on the side of Melee Creeps was like in particular Fish Cake on the Shiv. It's not very often we see Shivs kind of fall behind and stay behind and not really be effective and have some sort of presence in these games. I almost feel like that 1v1 against AVG with the rejuve take for AVG at the last second kind of broke his spirits a little bit, because he just never got going in that game and he never had the opportunity to be a threat that we saw him just a few days prior.
Guys, I'm telling you, Bebop is going first pick. I swear to God, it's happening in this series. I think they should, honestly. I think it's so impactful. I think the reason is because both of these teams look like night and day different teams when they have the Bebop. They both have really strong individual comfort players on the role. It's very good right now in the meta, but also it allows you, I think with this NA style right now, the way teams are playing, I think the Bebop is actually a pretty crucial hero. There's a lot of these opportunities where teams are kind of dancing with each other, taking those FPS aim duels, and Bebop can allow you to just cut right through the center of that. And look at that timing. That timing is crazy. They literally just got the crystals after he pressed the ultimate, but before he connects.
Yeah, and to that point, like I kind of call out mid-game when we just saw how everything developed, especially with Goober on the Bebop. I think there was a bit of gamesmanship from Melee Creeps where they thought they could get Bebop towards the very end of the first round of the draft. That wasn't the case. Sneaky Golem said, we got ourselves a Goober. We're going to put Goober on the Bebop. So the net reaction here from Melee Creeps is probably going to prioritize Bebop even earlier in the draft, as you're mentioning. If I'm Sneaky Golem, though, I arguably get ahead of it. I almost feel like giving up the Victor is less of a pain than giving up the Bebop here if you can ban it. Assuming that you are first pick. If you're second pick, then you still kind of have to ban the Kelvin because giving up Kelvin is rough. And also that is...
Somebody get this,
had it out for Lord NM.
Somebody write this man a lullaby.
Every end until he faded away, man.
They're putting him to sleep in this game, man. And John had a rough game on the Warden, man. The Gun Warden is not it for me. I'm like, you know what? I know it's all in with the ultimate. I know when you have no ultimate on Spirit Warden, you're literally just a range creep. But I don't care, man. You got to rip it in with that Majestic Leap all in Spirit Warden and just full send in some of those team fights. But in fairness, the way the game is played right now, it's really hard to actually find that kind of a clean engage.
I think we know why Yodi's their manager and not a coach, because he said he's figured out the Gun Warden trust. Well, we trusted and it didn't work out too well, Yodi. So I don't know what you're gonna have to say about that one. But I do also wonder if we think about how the pick ban goes. Since Melee Creeps lost, they get choice of first ban or second ban. If you take second ban, then that means, sorry, if you take first ban, that means you could ban Victor. And if they don't ban Kelvin, you can sneak in Kelvin for your team.
Yes.
Or you could sneak in Bebop. So I feel like it's almost like a guarantee lock-in for them that they need to be taking this first ban here, ZP.
Yeah, I think that is a likely outcome. I mean, the other option is that you want to, go for a lesser commitment. You can take second and then go for Bebop second and then still get another premium pick. I think how you weigh the Bebop in the beginning is going to be pretty darn crucial into this next draft. Also, look, I want to give into the chat. The chat is just spamming Lord Nomo in a way that I've never seen the chat spam before. But the reality is that Melee Creeps did have a lot of their success on Lord NM on the Mo and Krill. And Melee Creeps is the one that banned the Mo and Krill because they didn't want to deal with a Bebop plus Mo combo. So you do wonder here, if you get the Bebop, do you also want to take, precautions, make sure you get the Mo early? And then are you giving up too much power in the draft if you prioritize Bebop and Mo that early in a draft?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. The thing is, the DMB didn't really get to show it in this game, but looking back on the event we just had this weekend, his Infernus was kind of insane. It was ridiculous to the point that he was able to like 1v1 anyone and would have 10,000 plus souls compared to everyone else on his team. But he wasn't gifted that opportunity this time. But do you prioritize his Infernus, which was one of the top picks we had, over the likes of the Bebop and Mo, as you're saying? Because you also had, again, Shiv be one of the highly invested heroes that they play. The Doorman wasn't necessarily it at the time, since it was Mo for Lord and M. But then also John just got so heavily targeted when it came to the bans, and you saw how it worked out. Like Jake, he just really wasn't effective on the Warden period in this game.
Yeah, it did fall flat this game. I do want to give credit where credit is due, though, man. DMB, I feel like almost single-handedly kept this game in play. Like, found some really nice moments to go in for initiation, like call the bluff, sneaky golem, go on him on the side lanes, and he actually turns around some of those fights. That actually keeps this game going, where this could have been a blowout like maybe 10 minutes earlier, but a lot of those fight backs able to like get rid of one of the early sets of rejuves, being able to like take some of those big traded fights. They don't become like dominant wins for Melee Creeps, but from the position they were in, the soul disadvantage they were in, it allows them to stay alive. So I would love to see them give DMB the Infernus again. I would just maybe rather see a Bebop go as well with it in that first two.
And on the Infernus note, ZPU and I talked about this, Jake, unfortunately wasn't there, that we feel like DMB has massively grown into a player. And I just wanted you to reiterate that for anyone who's watching today that I didn't get to catch us over the weekend. He has drastically improved as a player.
Yeah, I mean, the proof was in the pudding. When you looked at this last match and then also the trolley tournament over the weekend, I think if you go far enough back into Deadlock history, you could argue DMB was one of the weakest players on some of those early Hydra Nation teams. He was oftentimes getting picked early. Now he's turned into a player that's a very difficult pickoff, will farm very effectively, be a huge carry force in fights, as we saw, in Furnace, even in a losing game. So DMB's game sense is just radically improved in my mind over the last 6 months or so. And look, it's kind of evident that we're in the early parts of a game and players do level up over time. And I think DMB is definitely one of those cases.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out our first map in this series. Sneaky Golem now one match away from taking home the $1,000. I'd say slightly redeeming themselves over the course of the weekend. We'll be back after the break to see how this series plays out.
Be very quiet. He's sleeping.
I hope he's sleeping because he ain't moving. We also did just get an update, a celebrity update, apparently. After a positive interaction with the Deadlock community, Justin Bieber's posted on his Instagram story that he'll pledge 50 gifted sub to Twitch subscriptions for every kill low main got in map 1.
No
Which is
cap.
0. So thanks, Justin Bieber, for your support. But unfortunately, we didn't get any kills for him in that last game. And you know what comes around, what goes around comes around. After Lord M did a little bit of trash talking in his winter interview against Vegas, as Vegas has been all up in chat, making sure he receives it when he is down. But that is not Melee Creeps out, to be fair, ZP, as they still have one more chance here to take it to a map 3.
Look, regardless of the specifics, the number one thing that has come out of this is the term floor man. I was dying in the middle of the break of all the floor man spam. Now, what you've learned is that anytime you get a doorman in your game that isn't performing, that is dying a lot, yeah, exactly like that, just gotta get called the floor man. But a new term has been born today.
It's great. You know, in CS, we have these great little graffitis that are on in game for like individual plays in majors. And Deadlock,
we could get
we immortalize
like
it.
Get like a chalk outline in the sewer right there.
And that is going to be Lord of Them in his floor man. But you know what? Obviously, we give him some smack. I think Vegas is definitely right in doing so. But they still have a chance. They still, I think, as we were like theorizing before the break, is that we could see a massive shift up in our pick and bans here. And it looks like Melee Creeps will indeed be going for that first pick. So Jake, as we were talking about, if they go Victor, it's up to Sneaky Golem to take away Kelvin. If they don't take away Kelvin, or if they do take away Kelvin, then you could get that Bebop as a first pick.
Yeah, I'm assuming Kelvin and Victor are first ban. That's been remarkably stable today. Is that 100% so far? That those two, I mean, whichever order, have been first ban. So there's been no variance as far as that first ban. And typically, it's been the team with first pick who bans Victor. The team with second pick takes away Kelvin, because I think Kelvin is just a prize too big. I mean, there's going to come a point where someone's going to get Kelvin and be like, wait, we haven't played Kelvin in like a month. We don't know what to do. It's not going to look that good.
Yeah, I mean, you actually bring up a really good point, is that when a hero hits permaban status, at some point your actual practice on the hero just goes into the gun. Wait.
This is
they
too
ban
crazy.
the Bebop and say, take Kelvin. Okay, Bebop is good. Bebop's good, but you do realize Kelvin is Kelvin. Sneaky Golem may be a little bit too close to the sun here. That's wild.
No, this is wild, but honestly, respect, because I am pretty sure Bebop was going first this game. Like, I'm telling you, if they banned Kelvin, it was a first pick Bebop. And so we'll see if it comes back to bite them in the ass, if letting this Kelvin through is just like too big of a risk. But I actually think that this Bebop is really core to Melee Creep's strategy, and there's something to be said for Melee Creeps taking that crucial tool away from John.
But Saya's been vocal. He even said he doesn't play Kelvin. We saw him play it a few weeks back when Melee Creeps finally came back together to play in the night.
Is Saya the Kelvin player? I guess maybe, right?
He's the Kelvin player. Yeah. I mean, I remember I made a couple clips of him, the Formula 1 Kelvin, where he came in from mid lane to save Fish Cake while he was thrown into the Doorman ultimate with a frozen shelter to save his life. I mean, he plays it, but he doesn't play it actively. And it kind of is the opposite of like what kind of player Saya is.
It's not the easiest hero to pilot either, right? Like it does require you to have good time. I mean, the lane is pretty easy. I gotta say the lane is not that hard, right? The lane, let's be real, doesn't take a genius to press the frost beam on people in the lane and throw snowballs at them. But I think later in the game, like timing the dome, team fighting around it, and you know how you dome around objectives can be interesting. But I love the Infernus second pick. You got to give DMB his prio. He was doing big things for you last game. Put that respect on him. Give him the power pick early, and hey, maybe even this Calvin can enable him to new heights.
Okay, two things here. I think if you're melee creeps, you actually probably need to pick the Geist, because either Sneaky Golem is going to pick the Geist against you, or they are going to ban it. And if you want to protect John's hero pool, okay, there they go.
Great call.
They had to pick it here because I think Sneaky Golem may have picked it and then dropped a ban on top of it to just annihilate what remained of John's hero pool. So that was a hero pool protect pick coming in from melee creeps. Now for Sneaky Golem, here's what I'm wondering about. Are you petty enough? Do you buy into the own propaganda that's being thrown out by Vegas and chat and echoed by millions? Do you ban the Mo and Krill just because you believe that Lord NM on any hero other than Mo and Krill is good for you here, in the sense that it has been one of his big comfort heroes? That's what I'm curious about here.
That would be devious. That would be truly devious. I also wouldn't mind if they grab the Viscous for at some point in this draft, or maybe that's something that melee creeps might want to ban away.
You know, I have so many thoughts going through my head right now. As the wave.
All right,
Vegas,
the Lord
how much did you pay Sneaky Golem to do that?
The
How
Lord
much did you
Novo
pay?
accusations have been leveled.
None.
The jury is in
This feels like the
session.
biggest spike draft of all time from Sneaky Golem, by the way. It's like, we're taking your Bebop, we're taking your Mo, screw you, you're not beating us with these heroes again. This is what we've learned from the trophy tournament.
But so guys,
The
I want to bring
cost
it
is high. They give up Kelvin and Furnace. Like, that's expensive.
I want to bring up like one serious topic though about melee creeps as we look at it then. Is that I was very nitpicky of John in the past, like Bebop, Warden. If that's the only two heroes you can be known for, that's a big detriment to your team. But having like two players potentially, since the jury's still out, with Lord and Mo and Krill and John on his Bebop or Geist, do you really want to have to third pick a Geist in these matches because you need to protect John's hero pool? I feel like that's like a weak link within the team. What's your thoughts, ZP?
Yeah, I mean, it clearly hurts. And obviously, when you look at how Sneaky Golem is drafting, they are specifically going after that, because I think 100%, the Mo memes aside, they would have either picked Geist or picked Mo and banned the other if they had the opportunity. They just had to settle on banning Mo. And, you know, what I'm curious on here, okay, you could go, Lord NM played the Doorman, it wasn't very effective. You look at the comp for Sneaky Golem, if Doorman isn't picked up now by melee creeps, Sneaky Golem could go the Doorman here, and that put Lord NM on something like Lash, which I don't think is very good right now relative to other heroes. So, realistically, if I'm Sneaky Golem, I'm actually angling towards a Doorman pick in one of the final two.
I like Namina though. I think Sneaky Golem are kind of lacking in catch right now. It's pretty much just Paradox right now, and not an easy character to catch as Namina, right? Especially when she has the debuff remover, like that wall silence, not really going to do the job. You need some like hard stuns and lockdown. Maybe there's an Abrams still to be picked here for Sneaky Golem. Instead, they go with the Pocket for now. But I would love to see some sort of hard control, like team fight stunner for Sneaky Golem. They have a lot of damage and a lot of frontline. I'm just not seeing how they actually lock down these melee creeps players and deal the damage that they want to deal. Like DMB's Infernus feels like he could just kind of kite back infinitely based on the draft so far.
Well, I think we're also maybe seeing some weakness in melee creep side. If Saya has to play the Kelvin, you don't have a Holiday player, do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I've seen Scout in the past play Holiday, but you're lacking your catch if you pick up a Kelvin like this, if you force
Surely
the same player who does initiate to play support.
Because I think you do want a pickoff hero, right? Bebop's banned. I mean, Holiday just makes so much sense here. I feel like somebody else has to be able to play Kelvin, right? So you can let Saya still play.
I can tell you who. It's probably gonna be Lord NM on the Kelvin, given these hero pools, and Saya on
That's
the
a good
Mina.
point. That's a very good point.
Like, Lord NM has played Kelvin in the past. And in terms of what we've seen melee creeps play, I don't know if they have another go-to to play Mina, so I don't think it's going to be Sion Kelvin at all. I think it's Sion Mina, and it's going to be Lord NM on the Kelvin. Now, Lord NM on the Kelvin in the past was kind of like mixed. I don't remember it being particularly bad. I don't remember it being particularly good. I will say that just given the temperature of the community right now, when you're playing what is kind of the undisputed best hero in the game, there's going to be all the pressure in the world on you to have the best frozen shelters of your life, or the community is just going to point and laugh, maybe unjustifiably, by the way. Like, this is actually such a high pressure game for Lord NM if he's actually playing the Kelvin.
Bro, the Floorman emote is popping off. We've got Vegas, we've got Diplomat, Hypno, Naked, Crayon, Deathy, Leffa, all adding to their channel to be used. This is gonna live in infamy here, and well, poor Lord NM, he's never gonna live that one down. Maybe he could pop off in a game if they can take it to game 3 and he gets himself a doorman. But as we take a look at these compositions here, I mean, Sneaky Golem definitely want to get in your face with the 3 bruiser heroes. Jake, if you look at compositions alone, ignoring the teams, who would you kind of favor in this situation?
I think Kelvin puts it over the top for Melee Creeps. I think Infernus is going to cook this game. I think there's a lack of control for Infernus. I think he could really go crazy, and especially with Kelvin able to turn things around and isolate Shivs and Yamatos who you know think they can take that fight, but then you suddenly get blocked in like a 4-on-1, and even Shadow Transformation and even bloodletting from Shiv. There's just not enough when you're in those sort of like really tough scenarios. I think Saya could have a very big game on Mina as well due to the little bit lack of control. The draft came out here for Sneaky Golem. So honestly, I think Sneaky Golem may have cooked a little too hard with this draft, and I think Melee Creeps have the advantage. That being said, we got to see the Lord Nomo accusations. They've been leveled. It's time for Lord NM to step up to the plate and show us what he's got if he's on this Kelvin.
Well, let's see how it's going to break down here. Will we have a map 3, or will it end with Sneaky Golem taking home the $1,000? Let's find out with ZP and Jake.
Oh, it's a Saya. Okay, it is a Saya Kelvin, right? I think I just saw. I think it's a Lord of M Abrams.
Okay, yeah, that also in previous hero pools would make sense. Honestly, I'm kind of happy for that, just because the amount of pressure on Lord NM playing Kelvin would just be wild if that were the case. I do think, though, this is like, on paper, I agree that the Kelvin puts Melee Creeps over the top, but it's also something, I don't think they have a ton of comeback potential here, Jake. I think if they fall behind, especially when you're running things like Mina that want to be ahead, if Melee Creeps falls behind, their comeback potential, I think, actually gets a little bit limited just with the lack of playmakers. So they have to ensure that the early game is at least even, in my mind.
I see Infernus.
Definitely is important considering the stakes on this match, right? I think both of these teams want to show they have what it takes. A lot to prove here on the line for the top 2 dogs in North America. Shout out to our Twitch subs, our YouTube members, the good people in the YouTube chat. We don't forget about you, YouTube chat. We're around. Nobody's talking in the YouTube chat, but we know you're there. YouTube's for the TV watchers, though. Let's be real. Watching in the living room, feet up.
Yep.
Diet Coke in hand.
Of course. I mean, how else? And also, most importantly, in recent events, a bag of Trolley goes right with it. No sugar in the Diet Coke, but a little bit.
Dude, a bag of Trolley and a Diet Coke goes crazy. That goes hard. Deadly combo. And I mean, look at this lane pressure put on by Yamato and Paradox. Just that time bomb is just shoving this lane, making it really awkward. Maintaining this prio. They're not giving it up easy, man. AVG wants to just repeat last game, wants to keep that pressure on and force a crack in the Melee Creeps facade here.
And this lane is still really important too, where on one hand you have the early game power of Mina and Geist, but if for whatever reason it doesn't work out in your way, Scout's not going to have the power spike that we saw Saya have back in the challenging match. So this lane is really, really important to dictating the tempo of the rest of the game. But also, do we have a swap going on here?
What is going on here?
Yeah, full swap.
What the hell? Did they miss creeps from this? This is kind of some wild moves going on here. I guess not. They're showing up to defend this. They lost a bit of tower HP. This is a wild box run from Saya. Absolutely macroing like a demon right now on Kelvin.
The full box run. Although it's kind of interesting. I mean, box runs give you quite a bit of economy, but you also have to be really careful on the timing. I feel like one of the bigger differences between like Ascendant and Eternus right now is that at Ascendant, people just go like, I don't care about the stats in my lane. I box run, and it's just like, we've lost the Guardian. It's all, over. It's like you actually have to really time when to go on your box runs.
It's like the pin was good from Lord NM, but just under the Guardian. A little too scary to stay in for that one. Shiv Calico, of course, immense damage can be brought to bear by this lane, so the clapback is very real. DMB doesn't want to get into a tower diving situation this early on the Infernus. Oh, the denies. Painful.
Taking a look at HP. HP relatively even across the board right now. Maybe a little bit more Guardian pressure on the right-hand side in favor of melee creeps, but the early game, even relative to the last game, Jake, still kind of waiting for one side or the other to get an edge. In a way, though, too, the amount of box running going on, both teams kind of taking a little bit slow in the amount of pressure being applied, at least so far.
Oh, big dive in. Guy slow. Power slash. Good cleanup here. Love Bites, though, could turn this one around. Threat of the counter kill from the Mina, but maybe even she's bitten off a little more than she can chew. Paradox assisting Goober, putting a lot of pressure on in this mid lane.
That just developed spontaneously too. We were just looking at the HP. John was looking pretty good, and just like that, AVG and Goober connect to find significant pressure. Also, we didn't bring it up, but in terms of hero pool stuff, this is the first time we've seen Goober on the Paradox in a while. Usually it's been Rocker playing it, but when Sneaky Golem gets Shiv, it goes Prio over the Rocker instead.
I gotta say, they just annihilated mid lane. I mean, a 4-minute Guardian take at this level? Goober and AVG taking over. AVG is gonna be able to free farm this lane. I think he's fine to 1v2. And Goober can just roam, man. The buff's coming up in 30 seconds here. Side lanes are on notice, man. The roam threat from mid is super real right now.
Yeah, and Goober is one that will usually make the most of that opportunity. You leave AVG in middle in all likelihood, and you know, based on how Goober is moving right now, wait, is this the 2-for? Is this the 4-man slam? Potentially heading over to the right-hand side. Maybe more of a swap right now. 3 of them just grouping together in the middle lanes, and instead it's gonna be Goober coming back in the mid.
And just buff secured. So buffs went 1-to-1 here. And I mean, that Kelvin lane is not really one you would love to rotate to, right? The frozen shelter can make your rotation kind of irrelevant. They just clean somebody up while you're stuck outside the frozen shelter. But here comes Goober. Wants to put some pressure on DMB. DMB has ultimate online, so does Abrams, so this is not a free fight by any means, but it's a very high impact kill. If you can get it all, DMB is in big trouble. You try to burst him down before the ultimate pops, and they're able to get it done. Doesn't have the burns online. Swap as well into Lord and M, puts him on the low ground. He's not able to get out of that one. Beautiful play from Goober. The roam is good, and this could turn into a pretty quick Guardian, although a lot of pressure on the mid lane as well. Actually, not really, man. AVG's just shrugging it off. This Yamato is going to be huge. I mean, the space he has on the map right now is pretty scary.
Look at the rotation here. Yamato says Paradox take mid, and it starts an earlier rotation for AVG off the left-hand side with Shadow Transformation up. Really smart rotation to keep mid covered while AVG gets to apply more pressure to left. And none of this would be possible, Jake, without both Paradox and Yamato winning mid as heavy as they did in the beginning.
Abrams taking a big risk, just maybe trying to die for this tower, but the execution is good. Rocker just chops his head right off. I mean, I think that's a worthwhile trade at this place in the game, though. Dying on the Abrams, getting the reset. You still have that Guardian up in your lane. So it does equalize in the objective sense. But Sneaky Golem, I mean, this is a moderate lead, but we're very early in the game to have a 4K soul lead. I mean, this is pre-Sinners. And so the question is, when these ultimates come back online, when Sinners spawn in just over a minute, are you really able to hold it down in melee creeps and protect objectives like your doubles, like your Sinners?
I see Mirage.
League piling on the other side, able to get one in the middle. Now, take a look, AVG, force Shadow Transformation, 2 enemies about. Gets a backup here from Rocane on the pocket, and it's enough between the Shadow Transformation and Rocane coming in to cause the retreat on the left-hand side. 33k to 29k, and Jake, this is a tenuous period of the map where things really could start going awry for melee creeps if they can't find something to equalize.
Yeah, and I mean, he's fully set up to really snowball the farm here on AVG's Yamato. Has gone for the monster rounds. Here's Goober showing up, helping to roam into this lane. Trying to pressure this Guardian, but the counter rotation is coming in, actually, and Yamato has no Shadow Transformer. I think has just overestimated her power. Saya, foot on the gas pedal here, chases forward, takes down one, and they're looking for more now. Mina's here, looking to get in, knocks Nos for cooldown in just a few seconds. Infernus could be on the menu next.
There's no rotations coming in to help here either. This is a pretty good fight here for melee creeps, enough to get the Guardian, and if the defenders have any sort of misplay here, punish on that too, and it looks like the misplay may have happened. Goober caught by the charge at the end. Lord NM striking deep with a little bit of help from the Mina in the back.
Yeah, finding that kill is nice. DMB's still going to be there to catch the wave and, take all this farm, so they're not going to be too upset about that. Majestic Leap, though, is online for this pocket, and he's getting 3 stacks on Kelvin, so you got to be a little bit scary, but the threat of the frozen shelter makes Saya just too big of a problem to really take the fight, too.
Jake, as I look at this here, I feel like the win condition for melee creeps, their initiation isn't going to be as good. I mean, yeah, later game, you make it Fam Strike on Abrams, and you'll go from there. You're running Kelvin. You've gotten Kelvin for the first time in a long time. I think you need to be pretty aggressive about urn control. And to the same note, I think if you're Sneaky Golem, you don't really want melee creeps to get both control of the urn and the ability to force urn with dome up. That is a bad combination. You need the contest urn pickup if you're Sneaky Golem in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of getting Kelvin in this draft, right? It could be a great way for melee creeps to get right back into the game, getting that essentially guaranteed earn turn in with the Kelvin Dome. ABG just content to jungle it up right now. Seems like everyone, there's a lot of sinners on the map. Both teams, I think, are generally going to get their half of the map. So not enough of an advantage for Sneaky Golem to press it and really take control and explode this lead. It's not enough of a lead, really, I think, either to lead you to do much in terms of changing your game. But I think you're right, DP, to highlight, you know, when that urn spawns, even control of mid-boss for those mid-boss boxes, as we see that fight starting to take place in lower. Shiv looking to get the chase down. Goober as well over the top. They have the slowing X, but do they have the catch? Yes, they do. Beautiful swap by Goober. Great catch onto this Billy. And the Kelvin Ultimate's keeping this in contest, but do you have what it takes to continue this fight, melee creeps? Billy's still low. Billy down.
Yeah, you end up losing the dome there on top of it. Not able to save Fish Cake. See if the rest of the fight goes out well. Kelvin at full HP in on the chase down. Throws the grenade towards the end. AVG, though, able to walk it off. And if you're Sneaky Golem, you're really loving that here, Jake, because not only did you get the pick off, not only did you survive the dome, but now you have this window of time where you might be able to run earn without having to worry about dome at all.
Yeah, definitely a nice moment.
Okay.
It's going to slow down the threat of an earn take. Like, you could do this earn, but you don't have Frozen Shelter to guarantee it. So there's an opportunity to contest. Still, Sneaky Golem have options. They could just elect to trade the opposite side Guardian. I think that'd be a very reasonable decision, though. DMB look to make that defense, and DMB's doing all right on the Souls League, though, kind of leading the game here on the Mirage. Definitely someone who, if he really wants to push, puts his foot on the gas, it's going to be a problem to defend it.
Well, if you're Saya, you could just wait for dome, or they could just rush forward. This is a little bit riskier. Forced off here at the beginning, still waiting for the dome cooldown. It's nearly there, but it's not there just yet. Goes for the shot onto Pocket. Pocket, meanwhile, over in, drops the Affliction. Sneaky Golem going for the full contest, but the dome has arrived. League takes down Fish Cake, though, before it arrives. Earn frozen out. Kelvin again shot by it in his own dome. Tornado comes out, able to dodge.
Oh, melee creeps in trouble.
Is just under pressure from all ends, out of tools, out of life. Saya gonna fall here towards the end. At least you would think. Saya right now still alive. A little bit
where did
more
he go?
evasion
Legend
here.
Juke.
Buying a bit of time, but finally goes down.
Dude, we got freaking wallet hacks, and I can't even see where he went on hydration screen. So, you know what? All right, put some respect on the jukes from Saya, but it's still not enough. Way too many players around. That earn drop is going to be good for Sneaky Golem. DMB, though, says, hey, you can take objective on one side of the map. Guess what I'm doing on the other? He's got a movement buff as well, so he's not going to be easy catching. He's going to stick around. He wants to finish this one off, keeping that burn going on the Walker. Rotates away, but Goober is here to catch and has that swap. Doesn't even need it, though. They get that cleanup on the DMB, but I think DMB takes those, man, all day, man. Take that Walker, cost you a player's life, but the wave is so bad, it's not even going to be that easy to clear the Guardian in response.
Well, also, you talk about, like, appropriating souls onto the heroes that need it. DMB got a massive percentage of the Walker by being the only one that was there, so you really do love that if you're in Furnace. I mean, not only the greater objective of the Walker, but also you yourself getting a greater share. I mean, it's pretty good all around. The problem for melee creeps is that the overall end of the game right now is a little bit rougher in terms of souls, and you know, as is that threat of getting worse. Kelvin, under a little bit of pressure, just gonna ice path up to the rooftops.
Couple knives in him. You gotta put some respect on Shib, man. Those knives do start to add up. Although Rocker has not really invested into Spirit just yet. I assume he will at some point in the game, but oh, beautiful swap from Goober, man. The awareness is so clean. Doesn't have that silence wall, it seems skilled just yet, but they just have John dead to rights. The swap only delays the inevitable, and that's a long cooldown ult to expend. Meanwhile, DMB's saying, hey, run it back, baby. You can push if you want. You can do whatever you want, man. I'm just gonna keep sieging your walkers down, burn them down one after the other. He's got to be a little bit scared of Pocket, though. That Affliction could be a death sentence, and I don't know that you really want to die again. I mean, there's a threat of a mid-boss take, so I think it's wise for him to back off here. It still pulls a nice rotate.
DMB right now has the body of an Furnace player, but the soul of a McGinnis player, the way he's had to play this game here so far. But Lord NM caught out, taken down. Sai, meanwhile, dropping another frozen shelter for a bit of safety off in the mid lane. So one pick on the Lord NM, but another Walker for in danger here for Sneaky Golem, as DMB may be looking to go back in sooner rather than later.
Nice burn into Calico. Takes more than half her HP off. Not insignificant for a hero that kind of relies on sustaining some of these fights. And DMB continues to escalate the farm. Capacitor on the cards. I assume that'll be his next buy. Go see his options here. And almost has that max gas as well. And that could be scary, man. The max Infernus gas plus capacitor is probably just about the highest DPS you can get at the game in that net worth.
Also, in terms of team fighting, if you're able to just get a walk at them team fight, not set up by an early pick with Goober, and not your entire team getting hit by frogs, between this pretty well farmed Infernus and Saya on the Kelvin, the team fighting for melee creeps is genuinely scary here, Jake.
Shiv pinged out, opportunity now to catch more. He's able to outplay this one. Looks like he's dashed up to the high ground. So maybe play out of this one, but I don't think you can handle the damage that TMB has. Okay, maybe the mobility is enough, but you can see, I mean, that Shiv is going to cook for like a third of his health off just one burn.
I see paradise.
TMB though out of this one, man. The threat of the rotate, way too real. Both teams bringing in numbers, and waves are actually pretty strong for melee creeps, so this is a moment where they're likely to want to get into an engagement.
Oh, they're going to go in there right now. Shout transformation forced out immediately, I think, off the parry. Lord at M already gets one pick. Frozen Shelter going to be dropped. And
quick full heal.
Go out. That doesn't quite get the catch.
It doesn't catch Yamato, but they might still have her, and they have everyone back up to full HP. So this Yamato kill could portend a mid boss. I think there's something to be said for the DMB's raw damage. Only a parry would save him, but he just can't find it. And okay, maybe it's just another earn run. I mean, maybe they creeps. Hey, this is textbook Kelvin gameplay, man. Like, come team fight us with the Kelvin Dome and come try and defend your objectives. We're just gonna run earns. Getting those Walker sieges is really nice. And now DMB is threatening it again on the right side lane. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna just give up the earn, or are you gonna give up the Walker? He's putting them to the test.
I feel like you need to push an objective if you're Seeking Golem here, because I don't think you want to fight the earn at earn turn. And they're gonna go for it. They know they're split, but earn.
They're trying to defend the objective, man. Oh, Affliction. Big on 3. That could be enough for a team fight here. Frozen Shelter not online. So this fight looks pretty scary for the melee creeps. DMB's down elsewhere on the map, and oh, you cannot afford to get team wiped with mid-boss sub ZP.
This would be brutal timing, and from Rokane's point of view, those 3 people are alone. Even with 3 people being low right here, the only thing stopping Seeking Golem, I think, from slamming mid, even just off one pick and the Affliction, Jake, is just the status of the lanes. Mid lane, not in as good of a spot. Left lane also pushed in pretty severely. So the lane control has been kind of rough for Seeking Golem and taking advantage of some of the opportunities that they've had here. But 95k to 92k, and Infernus at 18. This is a tough equation right now for Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, their lead feels like it hasn't grown whatsoever in quite a long time. Melee creeps have equalized things pretty well with some of these split objective pressures. The value domes from Saya have been very on point here on this Kelvin. And you're starting to get a little scared about fighting for Sneaky Golem, and that's not where you want to be when you're hoping to make this a decisive game too.
John going for a little bit of creep clearance down in the underground. And yeah, as we look at things now, 100k to 98k. If you're melee creeps, I truly think here, Jake, you kind of avoid going too ridiculous here and try and focus more on team fights. Like, you can just chill, take your jungle, and if you can avoid the gank attempts coming in from Sneaky Golem, you just fight next turn.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just run earns. Wait and run earns. Now a pin catches in on the ship. Some big damage on him. The slowing hex as well. Working some risky melees in on him on top of that, and the slow comes in from Kelvin. They're trying to hunt this ship down. The bloodletting is going to be pretty severe in terms of the damage coming in on him, and now Goober was looking to get a trade-off, but may have bitten off more than he can chew. A nice wall bounce out is good, but he's chained by the Billy. Still, DMB is already down, so this might be a fight that Sneaky Golem actually want to double down into, and the moves are good right now from Goober. Not good enough, though. Scout does find that finishing kill.
Comes at a bit of a trade as John and DMB. Well, John is down, DMB was already down, so 1 for 1. But you look for Sneaky Golem, they're looking to get their first walker of the game. Flux slot would be certainly welcome at this point. It doesn't look like too many are getting rotated over to the right, and even if they were starting to rotate, this walker is getting burned down fast, but they may be able to get the cleanup. Even if the walker goes down, melee creeps, they want to be able to fight. They have the dome ready to go. Are they going to be able to get a catch? Right now, they're looking for League, who's going for Traveler, ends up getting bashed, but does get out just in the nick of time.
So low on League, man. He's like 1 HP. Very clutch. I mean, he doesn't have that much tankiness, right? He's kind of a glass cannon and all, but the item itself on this Mirage, but he's also pretty far ahead of the game. 24k souls. That would have been a monster kill to find for melee creep. So League is going to be counting his blessings that he got out of that one.
was on knife's edge. If that was Traveler was even a half second later, he probably goes down with Fishcake right on his heels. But we get Fishcake now the one being hunted off on the right-hand side. Plenty of damage coming in, and the fall-through is there from Rocker. Now one pick off. Sneaky Golem still looking pretty healthy. On the hunt for more. They would love to take this fight in middle, and that's exactly what they're doing here and now. Saya, super low. May have to pop the dome just to stay alive. Has to do the dome in danger just barely enough, but gets bursted through the dome. DMB going wild. The ground is fire, and so is DMB. Walks on forward. Hits everyone. Gets the shots right on after. Huge plays from DMB, and this could turn real bad for the melee creeps.
Oh, Yamato wants a bite of this one and has the ultimate as well. Not scared to continue this chase down. Threat now to go towards the mid boss. DMB is down. That's not just your carry, that's also arguably your best tool for contesting mid boss in this game with that Infernus ultimate. Sneaky Golem making a beeline for it. But see melee creeps forcing them to continue to deal with this fight, and big dash in from Lord NM hits on everybody, getting that massive heal there from the Cursed Book. Now goes over the top here to slam down. I don't know if he's gonna have any targets left on this, but that fight looked terrible for the melee creeps and they pulled it back.
Yeah, and a big part of that is that even under pressure, DMB was able to do enough to just keep melee creeps slightly above water. What was looking to be a pretty one-sided fight at the beginning. They still lose Scout towards the very end. Sneaky Golem's still pretty happy with where they've gone, but man, oh man, this 125k to 113k, it's right on the precipice right now, Jake. And don't forget, Sneaky Golem taking map number 1. They would be defending their throne should they win this map.
Yeah, they're looking to do just that. I mean, they're up 1-0. It feels like they've had definitely the edge in this series, but yeah, favorite earn turn in kind of puts this almost back towards even here for melee creeps, especially if DMB spends the whole time just farming up here on this left side lane uncontested. That would be amazing for this Infernus's game. John, meanwhile, has quietly assumed just the same soul count as DMB right now. So there's a double threat really in this core matchup, and League is going to be public enemy number 1. It's an attempt at the mid boss. DMB's already here to threaten the contest, though.
And he has combustion. Sneaky Golem, though, don't quite care. They don't pull off the mid boss. The rejuve is coming on down. Concussive combustion in from DMB. Gonna hop on over the frozen shelter towards the very end after 2 crystals. Hit by Sneaky Golem. Slows it down a little bit from the fall through from melee creeps. Final crystal going away to Sneaky Golem. And melee creeps lose both Saya, DMB, and Lord NM, one after the other. 2 rejuve crystals are taken in turn, but a much better trade so far for Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, and the catch on the Mina is good as well. They do take out that 3rd crystal, so at least you won't have those rejuves to continue to push into the base, but everyone's wiped off the map for melee creeps. Complete free reign for Sneaky Golem to continue to progress this game. They might go for the urn. They might look for walkers. I mean, kind of the cursed apple is their oyster.
Alrighty. So melee creeps, the champion of the NA Trolley Tournament. We're looking to take the throne of Night Shift here tonight, Jake, but it may be out of reach. Sneaky Golem's adaptations.
Oof.
Looking
Scary.
pretty good here so far, and melee creeps just struggling to find a way back once more. But, one difference between last game and this game here, Jake, they got a Kelvin.
True. Makes the potential for some of these comeback team fights very real, but Saya, I think, showing maybe little inexperience on the Kelvin there. That late dome, allowing 2 of the crystals to go, it felt like already melee creeps kind of had to accept that they weren't really going to win that team fight once they were unable to contest those first 2 crystals, and they stopped some of the damage by cleaning up the crystals, but soul lead wise, it really ballooned from that engagement.
So 155 to 122, and melee creeps now. This is where also part of their comp, it's kind of, on the upside, okay, you got a Kelvin. On the downside, they don't have great pick potential. A lot of their pick potential comes from Fishcake and Lord NM just kind of being frontline and making plays off that. But when you're really behind in souls, it's not as effective, Jake.
This is looking to be a team fight. League TP's in. Mina's out of this one, so melee creeps are at a 65 disadvantage and a massive soul deficit, but they've already gauged Rokane. Pocket is down. See if he's done enough with the affliction to continue this fight. DMB, the heavy melee, the risk taken from hydration. This time it pays off. Shiv finds one, execute, reset, looking for more, chasing down. No mid boss, but it's just Lord NM just cut down at range. Goober gets that finishing blow. And yes,
Also on top
Scout
of it,
did push the lane, but I mean, that's pretty devastating now.
you only get Rocane from your pickoff opportunity, and you get bursted so hard that Saya can't drop Dome. I mean, Saya may have gotten hit with a Silence Wave or some form of disable in the middle of it, but either way, not the sort of fight you want. Still down 30k. And now, in terms of taxes that you're going to pay, well, Melee Creeps had one walker left, Jake, and that's certainly going to go to the wayside.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take the Walker. They're taking the base Guardians at the same time. E-Shift online for Scout, though. That's a pretty big pickup on the Mina. I think it does kind of open your game up to really push the risk profile to kind of go even further beyond. There's a lot of jungle on the map to clear, though, and Mina not in any trouble here with the E-Shift. She's just being patient, playing her way out of this one. But there's a lot of jungle to clear, and if Sneaky Golem is able to farm up all of that, this is going to get to stat check territory, ZP. And I mean, League's already 35k souls. He hasn't died in quite a long while. I mean, the last time it came even close was that risky Traveler out he pulled, but he lived through that one, and he might just live through the end of this game, ZP. I mean, Ricochet Siphon Bullets is so good. This is so gross, man. He's going to be so tanky in these fights, and he does insane damage. I imagine Crippling is likely up next, and that's a gun you don't want to be on the other side of, man. This Mirage sometimes can be slow to farm, but in this game, he is topping the charts.
But the other problem, too, is that how do you easily isolate the Mirage here with the comp that you're running? Effectively, you would need Lord NM to, land a Phantom Strike charge or, maybe a Billy initiation, but either way, they don't really have your most common tools for dealing with Mirage. League is just going to be able to kind of send them back with impunity. Maybe you run into a little bit of trouble, you tornado out. It's difficult to actually lock him down with the comp that Melee Creeps are using, and even trying to go for Earn Turn in with Kelvin this far down, that is far from an easy endeavor.
Looks like they're actually catching Sneaky Golem, diving in, sensing an opportunity to end this game. DMP's already down. One of your key fighting heroes. Now Mina getting in, uses that Sanguine Retreat, has to back out of this engagement. The base guard is going to protect you for now with the help of that backdoor protection, but losing the Infernus, I mean, that is painful, right? This is one of your key sources of defensive damage, one of your key threats to actually turn around a fight, and for now, Sneaky Golem just going to get a free set of base guardians. Looking over as well to the Mina, who's in the site. Scout should be able to play his way out of this one, but the map is so dark and scary right now for Melee Creeps, man. You come out, you die, you come out, you die. It's just Sneaky Golem, full control.
That Earn may as well not exist right now, Jake. I'm looking at here, it just feels like something that's not going to get turned in by Melee Creeps under any circumstances. How Sneaky Golem is playing, they are waiting for the attempt to just end the game, and all right, Melee Creeps, they're looking for it. Are they going to be able to manage to turn it in? They go for the Dome here on top. Okay, they use the Dome. Is there going to be a punish on top? That's the question. You use your big team fight tool to get the Earn. What do you pay in turn? And are they going to be able to get out? Right now, it's actually looking like a reasonable escape here, but Melee Creeps, does it work out in their favor? And Jake, they got one over, but here's the only problem. They don't have Dome now for a while into the next fight, and the Sneaky Golem just force it with no Dome.
I mean, going just off the Dome is pretty painful, so I think Melee Creeps actually just get out of that one. The problem is, yes, you get the Earn, right? That's a pretty reasonable amount of souls. I think it's, what, the third or fourth Earn in this game? It's meaningful. But look at the split on the map from Sneaky Golem. In the end, Melee Creeps, the only way you win this game is by getting out of the map and contesting this farm. If you let Sneaky Golem just split and farm the entire map, like, the lead is going to balloon. I don't care about your comeback mechanics, right? If you're not doing a single jungle camp, you are in serious trouble. DMB shows himself on one side wave. See what the response is for Sneaky Golem. For now, they're just playing it patient, not forcing anything. Rocker scouting things out, but just happy to clear the jungle, clear the waves. Mid boss at 20, so maybe no one wants to take that risk. And reaching that point where, I mean, you could like instantly do the mid boss for Sneaky Golem, and they do have Yamato. So there's an argument to be made for them just full sending the mid boss if it's up. Or you can make it roar and kind of bait the fight out. So it's a very challenging point to play strategically for Melee Creeps. That being said, hey,
ladder.
I think 30k sold out
Kelvin and some of the chaos that can happen even as far ahead as you are.
Yeah, true.
Making the mid boss roar and then going for the fight after, where Kelvin can't do Rejuvenator shenanigans, is good. But okay, the fight may just taking place now. DMB already low in and of the fight, able to back out a little bit. Billy with the chain gang into the frozen shelter. Is this the fight you need? Lord and M fish kick still go down frozen shelter. No, Sneaky Golem, the stats are just too damn high, and the fall through coming in shortly. John, Scout, DMB, the only survivors, but not for long. The Carbine takes down Scout. And now straight down the middle go the rest of Sneaky Golem. The throne, Jake, about to be defended perhaps as we see John just one of the lone people left in the sewer by mid-boss.
A Geist kill would be really big right now. I mean, he is half with swap, but this is 1v6. It's just not going to be enough, even a swap. So John thinking about a steal, but just feel like it's not happening this game, man. A Geist with no stuns, like you're at this level of play, it's not happening. And they're pushing the base while taking mid, which is quite risky. I think Melee Creeps have a good chance to get some kills on the defense here. Like, Shiv is low. If you come into this, DMB has Leash. I don't think you're going to be able to get out of this one on Shiv, and should be able to get the crystal in time. League's TPing in. This is going to get crazy now. Melee Creeps, see if they want to chase this one out. Explosion, dodge, it seems. Shiv should be dying to the bloodlet here. Maybe? Yes, eventually is going to tick out, but League is just walking forward. The Terminator right now.
So much HP and damage.
I mean, hey, they get out of that with one crystal. Still, I think, you know, it's going to be, now there's a target, right? If you're able to burst down the Shiv, he doesn't have access to that reju. Just a little bit scary. Sneak, I'm going to go back, clear the waves, get the buffs, and then I think go for the death blow here. Maybe after an urn as well.
I mean, there's a world where Sneaky Golem could have already finished this out, but I think they are being methodical, which is honestly the right way to go about this here. I think sometimes people goes like, just finish the game. It's like, well, you could finish the game with an 80% chance of it going well, but if you play smart and go out of your way to choke out the game, you're upping your odds to like 95%, right? Which is why a team is ahead of Sneaky Golem in this case will still slow play it a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a great call out. But looking for a comeback here is Melee Creeps. They're going to go out and make a decisive move on the map. Shiv revealing his position by holding this urn, and here he comes. Phantom Strike in on the Abrams. Lord and M instantly attacking into this guy. Billy grabs the chain. Do they have the damage, though? This is a Shiv, remember. Extremely tanky, though. He does not have the E-Shiv. Big Affliction looks like it came in over the top. Is the Kelvin done enough? It doesn't seem like it. Melee Creeps HP still dropping. Rocker survived that initiation and lived to fight another day. DMB now in the sights and instantly bursted down Yamato through the map. Surely she'll be back on the map soon. The Shadow Form being stalled out, typing, and now urn picked up, but I don't think it even matters, man. Melee Creeps on their last legs in this game. Hydration running at warp speed, Mach 3, straight down the gut into this base.
Well, Melee Creeps came in here hoping for a promotion here in North American Night Shift, and you may be king of the gummies, but in this case, Sneaky Golem, they did their homework. They did their adaptation. Second stage Patron coming in, and this time around, Jake, with 2 Rejuve crystals left in the game, we got a manner pause as AVG is defending Lord NM's honors, saying, chat, you are horrible.
Damn, chat, you just gonna take that from AVG? AVG just, guys, everyone in Twitch chat is E6. Type yes if you're E6 in Twitch chat. We all know everyone in chat's E6. No question. All 2,000 of you.
Well, he has an I, because I'm I6. Man, Sneaky Golem, they defend their title here in the Night Shift. They couldn't win when it came to the Trolley Open, but you know what? They came back in flying colors, and you can definitely tell, gentlemen, that they for sure had a game plan this time around with the focus bands over on John, with forcing Lord and M off of Mo and Krill and onto the floor, Doorman, and then eventually the Abrams.
Come on.
But Sneaky Golem, like, you have to give them some respect, because I think it was very easy for them to tilt after the Trolley Open, and they came back looking like a completely different team.
Definitely. I mean, this was resurgent. They really, I think, came very prepared for Melee Creeps as an opponent and reasserted themselves as top dogs in NA. They're going to be, I think, hankering for their next shot at a big tourney to take them on in the grand finals. For now, though, they remain our champions here in North America. And it's a well-deserved win, right? You can't say they didn't earn this one. Goober in game 1 on the Bebop, man, that was a monster game. Just absolutely took it over. And then game 2, it was just almost across the board from Sneaky Golem, right? So many players having big contributions, taking the team fights into Kelvin. I mean, Melee Creeps made it difficult at times, but I mean, Sneaky Golem just played with so much confidence and poise in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the game plan change up from the beginning, and also it needs to be said, in terms of prioritization in the draft, giving up Kelvin is absurdly risky. It is definitely a maneuver that has backfired many a time, especially in recent memory, but they decided getting rid of the Bebop is more important, and that calculation ended up being true for Sneaky Golem, but that takes a lot to actually make that call in draft.
I think we have every single Eternus 6 player in NA in EU and in Asia and Oceania, because we had so many yeses being hit in chat to your comment, Jake, about saying yes in chat if you are a turn of 6. But I want to kind of ask you a hard-hitting question here, ZP. Is, do you think, oh, this is gonna sound weird, do you think Sneaky Golem legitimately beat Melee Creep in a sense of, do you think they just beat them like mechanically in how the game's played, or was this game kind of won in the draft?
I mean, it's both. I think it's all kind of one and the same, where you can be like, oh, is this like the honest win, or do you just take out our strengths? The reality is, in Deadlock, you have to be a well-rounded team. If you only have one method of which you can win and be the superior team, and other people figure that out, you're not going to be a top team for very long. I mean, it's just how the game goes. You have to have depth as a team. You have to be able to cover your holes. And if Sneaky Golem is able to go in there and see, hey, you're actually weak if we do this particular play, and Sneaky Golem doesn't have the same weaknesses, Sneaky Golem is the better team.
Get out of my head, Jake.
Jason, stop it.
It's like 5 a.m. here, man.
You need some help.
I need some help for sure. I
both need help. I'm caught on it. Just please.
That's confirmed. That is confirmed. I think though, with the addition of Ranger and Rocker into the team, Sneaky Golem played the draft phase extremely well. And I think again, it showed holes in the Melee Creeps camp of like what they need to protect and what they need to think about of adapting their style later on. And I wonder if this is maybe something that Sneaky Golem kind of knew, well, Hydra Nation kind of knew in the past when it came to specific players, that they knew they had these weaknesses. Like John. I mean, he hasn't shown us much past Bebop and past Geist. His Warden just didn't really do much, whether that was because he didn't have the opportunity to do so, or it just doesn't play out well in this kind of gameplay. But they definitely have like two things that need to be fixed around, and some rosters being flushed out between the squad.
Look, I'll defend John the Warden note just by saying is that he was and probably still is one of the best Wardens in the game. I just think, as I called back in the draft phase, I think trying to make Warden work right now is really difficult. It is a really good hero in his pool, but Warden didn't even bring a swimsuit. I mean, that's just kind of where it's at. I think Warden needs buffs before John can kind of come in here and say like, yeah, I want to play the Warden again.
Yeah, and it didn't work out, but I do wonder, Jake, like I'm assuming since you're also E6, you've met up against him over in rank. Do you think he has any additional depth beyond these 3 heroes?
Look, I mean, honestly, I think all these top players, we have some fun, and like I don't think there's really hard feelings about like, you know, having some fun typing smack talk in chat, but realistically, like Lord and M is one of the best players in Deadlock right now, right? Like anybody who's, you know, top 100 in the leaderboard is insanely good at the game right now. And we have our fun, and it's like part of the show, you know, to like kind of talk smack, but I'm sure a lot of them are working on other heroes. Remember, Deadlock is so new. I mean, this kind of takes me back to like Overwatch back in the day, where like people had these like, you know, when we were playing competitively, playing pro back in the day, people had like their 2 or 3, 4 best heroes they're really good at, and then they didn't play much outside of that. Where now in the modern game, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years later in Overwatch, the best players kind of play everything. It's like pretty universal. And I think Deadlock will likely see that too, where we'll see more and more players expanding their hero pools over time, over different patches, different opportunities. And at the same time, the hero roster will expand around them as well. So yeah. Look, I just think it's so early in the game. I think it's understandable. In the end, like this game isn't like full-time professional for anybody yet. So I just appreciate the players showing us what they got and putting up quite the show for us. I mean, I just love to see the big plays. And yes, maybe the hero pool is an issue, but hey, that's where the draft comes in. If you can't draft around it, right? Sneaky Golem took the L in that $5,000 prize pool match there. And that one, this win is nice, but I don't think it's going to take away that sting until they win a few more night shifts back to back.
Yeah, and I mean, they at least got 5K for themselves, right? So Melee Creeps can be happy about that, but it is the 1K for Sneaky Golem that's going to be important for today. Let's quickly take a look here at maybe our hero priority from the event today. And see if there's been any big changes from what we've had in the prior weeks. We had Yamato going up there towards 6. We had Infernus highly prioritized. Poor Victor, man, and Kelvin, they just want to play the game here at this point.
The ridiculous thing to me when I look at this is that I think back to other elements of the meta in Deadlock, and I think you have to go really far back to find elements where one hero was permabanned for as long as Kelvin has been, let alone having basically 2 permaban heroes at the same time. And I would say, oh, Kelvin got picked once. Well, that was clearly special Bebop influenced circumstances. The other interesting thing to me is that you had Mo significantly on the rise here, you know, basically because Mo was getting paired with Bebop a whole lot. Holiday is back, and then some. And I feel like this was always going to be the case because Holiday's kit is just overwhelmingly strong. And people did the pro player thing where you overreact to a nerf, and then you just kind of look back and it's like, actually, Hero kind of good. And, you know, Jake, you're a veteran of a lot of Dota related patch changes, and it's very, you know, you can tell the game has some Dota DNA in it because the same thing happened in Dota over and over again where people would overreact to nerfs and be like, no, actually Hero's still good.
I mean, there's like 100 items, man. Like, this game is so complicated. There's no question in my mind that there are still, to this day, right now, undiscovered builds on heroes that people aren't really playing, that actually make them work, that could make them effective, that could fit into the right team style, but maybe that isn't even developed yet. So this is just a beautiful moment in Deadlock where we get to see the experimentation, the learning, the development patch after patch. I mean, in Furnace, after some nerfs, was untouched for like 2 weeks. And it wasn't an actual patch change that brought him back in. It was people figuring out, okay, this is the build, this is the style that you want to make him good. And now he's like tier 1 going first phase almost every game, even in both NA and EU. A couple of interesting questions for me, though, is that we're not seeing much Doorman at all in NA. I mean, if it goes, it's like 6th pick, it's a flex pick, whereas it seems like a super high prio in EU. And then Grey Talon untouched this week. Crazy. That one kind of blew me away. I'm not super surprised by anything else in terms of high or low priority, but GT has felt pretty powerful when we've seen them come in. So I'm surprised to see that down to 0.
I kind of wish actually within that graphic we had like an EU portion and an NA portion to really hammer home the discrepancies between the two regions and what's prioritized as picks, because bans obviously expanded across the entire regions as a whole. Pretty much taking a Victor and Kelvin. Let's take a quick look at our match stats from this last game as well before we do round up the show and of course have our interview. You can see here, League, I do wonder, I mean, you can obviously tell from every match they play, they purposely feed him so many souls. And obviously when he had the Ricochet online towards the end with the Siphon Bolts, as you pointed out, Jake, of course, with the crippling headshots, he was just a beast ready to feast.
Yeah, I mean, this is a textbook pause 1 game where you get all the farm and to be deathless, like that death stat is honestly the most important stat when it comes to position 1, right? Like the fact that you're getting farmed, almost a foregone conclusion at this level. And as you said, the team putting that priority on you, but his kill participation is insanely high and he's deathless. And that just is such a problem for the opponent. It means he's getting further and further and further ahead at many points in this game. Like if you're able to find those kills on League, that's a big bag of souls going back the way of melee creeps, starting to equalize things. But League prevented that constantly. And the discipline to have that in a winning game is a huge asset for Sneaky Golem, and I think one that is going to continue to pay dividends. So I'm excited to see more from League. This guy is great to watch, really clinical Mirage play in this game.
Any thoughts, DP?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what got brought up there. I also think for me, it was kind of nice seeing Hydration off Mo duty for a time. Hydration, I feel like, has been stuck in Mo jail for a long period of time for a lot of recent Sneaky Golem drafts. Seeing Hydration getting the, stretch their legs a little bit, get on Calco, get a little bit more active than recent times is pretty good. And, for someone that's usually been stuck filling holes on the team, going, okay, I guess I'll play the Mo. I guess I'll, even do something, along the lines of like a Page. Hydration actually getting to play a more impact hero, I mean, was nice.
All right, let's move on to our MVP of this series. And I think we all agree, all of us here on the show, not to mention all of you at home, the real MVP going to be coming through as Goober here on his Paradox. And I think we did see him play it once within the Trolley Open, but it's definitely been a hero that we've seen him and Rocker both be able to play to an extremely high level here, Jake.
I mean, I feel like game 1 on the Bebop was the real, like, super dominant, undeniable MVP performance where he just ran through them this game, man. Absolutely smoked the game, out of control from a very early point and super active. And then game 2 on the Paradox was a hero that we haven't necessarily seen him play all that much, but he still looked fantastic, dominated his lane, went on to be insanely active and snowball the game. I mean, this guy is really, I think, kind of the only one playing this super active style with this wide hero pool. Like, if we're going to criticize some players for their hero pools, we got to also praise the ones who are kind of doing it no matter what in the ban phase. I think there was a time where, his name's Goober, right? So people were thinking, oh, this guy's see a Viscous one trick, he's picking it every game. And I mean, this is the Paradox game is, I think, definitely a testament to the fact that that's not the case at all. And he's here to play here at the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, Goober, even in the very beginning, back when I think he was playing for TF2 Boomers, was his original debut and more prolific competitive Deadlock. And even back then, it was kind of like, ooh, Goober, the viscous one trick. And then Goober actually would come in and play something like Haze and be the most effective player on the entire team on the Haze. So I feel like Goober, while at times has gotten hit with the one trick allegations, I don't even think going back to the beginning they've been true. I think Goober is just inherently an incredibly mechanically skilled player. And I'm surprised it actually took this long for him to finally get picked up by one of the top 2 teams. I think it was a long time coming and easily one of the best parts of Sneaky Golem now.
You know, he's truly a man of the people. The first DLNS that he won back with Sneaky Golem, he took his earnings to go to A's and be like, hey, can you make me a Viscous Bebop skin? Goobop.
The skin is crazy, actually.
And then he released it to all of his viewers over on his stream as well, so they can play with the Goobop. And then to be a further man of the people, he said, you know, Jason Cap, let's go stream together and go play ranked together. So that's how I'm going to do my training art to catch up to you, Jake, to take you on the next game night when that happens, when I'm
Good
finally
luck,
back from
Goober.
Amsterdam.
I hope you've been lifting, bro. I hope your back is strong.
You know, if you think about it, I'm actually helping him. Like,
That's
you have
true.
to carry dead weights in your game so you can
what's
become
the
even better.
Naruto where the guy has the ankle weights and like he's super
no,
cool and
whoa.
a tough fighter?
Whoa, shut up. Did you just say Naruto with the ankle weights? You're talking about Dragon Ball Z, bro. How dare he, ZP? Get his
Okay,
ass.
well, they also do it in Naruto, bro.
Wait.
They
In
also,
terms of
all right,
weight
all
training,
right.
Rock Lee was also one of the big ones in Naruto.
okay,
that's what I'm
Took
saying.
Inspiration
I'll make
from
my exit.
DBZ.
So I'm saying-
DBZ's not the only anime that do weight training, man. Educate yourself.
I'm saying Goober's Rock Lee and Justin is the ankle weights. That's a power combo, you know. That's in
You
a
just call me
sense.
Justin?
When I oh, no.
Okay,
I
I'm
thought
back.
you were gone.
That was
I thought you
your
were
mess up.
gone.
I can come back in if you're
That
gonna
was
say
my-
Justin.
that was
this
my
evil
beat.
Justin's here. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, it's gonna be him taking off the ankle weights, coming into the first land, and he's gonna stomp 1v6 in every single match. But before we do, like, close out the show here, we're having a little bit of fun. We got to bring in even more fun. My king. And of course, one of the players from Sneaky Gold. We got AVG join us once again here on the show. It seems like you always get sent to do the interviews, man. When are you going to get out of it and make other teammates do this?
They just don't want to do it, and I like doing it, so here we are.
Is it because you like talking to me? Is that it?
I mean, I'm honestly, I'm glad you're here, because usually you're actually not here, but, you know, I'm happy that you're here this time.
Okay. Well, let's get into the questions here. And honestly, I think the easiest and I think the most interesting one is, how has the team handled the loss over in the Trolley Open? And what have you guys been working on the last couple of days? Because you guys looked like night and day here today.
Yeah, so losing Trolley, obviously that was not in the books. But the reality is we didn't play up to the standard that we would like to play. And the thing is, this team is meant for the long haul, and we want to get better and better. And had we lost today, that wouldn't have caused, you know, obviously at the end of the day, whenever you lose, you're going to be really upset. And when we lost Trolley, I was like crying myself to sleep. But the reality is, like, we want to get better, and we have our sights set on like continuing to compete when the game is bigger and bigger. And we're just really happy that we get to compete at the end of the day. I'm just glad that there's a team like Melee Creeps in the game that can consistently challenge us and give us things to think about, and have, like, make me have to VOD review 2 hours in the morning and like write out a fucking like an essay or whatever, right? Like, it's just, you know, it's fun. It's great to have such good competition. And when we play bad like that, it only makes you want to play better the next time, even if it sucks in the moment, you know?
On that note,
What do you got?
one of the big things seemed to be the draft. Who was it that came in and was basically the draft? Was it a team thing, or was it one individual that said, "Look, I've looked at the footage. We need to do this in the draft"? Because to me, that was the biggest difference from tonight to Trolley on the weekend. Is that you guys had a very different approach to the draft, especially in taking away what Melee Creeps was good at.
Yeah, I mean, it's a multi-day process, because we've been talking about, like, you know, why we lost when we lost Trolley, and we've been discussing it back and forth. But on the day of the tournaments or whatnot, usually the person drafting, or rather the person always drafting, is Rocker, so he's the one clicking the buttons and stuff. And then he will prompt the team, and we kind of all will give opinions. And then it's kind of like Ranger is like the phone in a friend coach, basically, because he's the coach. Like, he just comes in and he gives a little opinion or two. And then final say is usually me or Rocker. So Rocker will ask me, like, what do you think? And then I'll respond. And then if he thinks it's correct as well, then we go forward with it. But it is really a team thing, in my opinion.
I like the structure and the point about, the collective, sometimes different people, different perspective, I guess, on especially regarding their characters or characters they know really well, how they fit into the draft. I'm curious though, today you guys, I feel like you guys played really like a fast tempo style, like you were playing to really push the advantages to kind of corral the opponent in base. But also at times when you were in the lead, you were actually kind of playing more on like your half of the map and kind of slowing the game down and maybe like waiting for a mid boss to spawn or something like that. But I guess talk me through like the team comms, how you decide how to position on the map like that, to think, do we want to be forward, do we want to be back?
I'm glad you asked this question because earlier we were having a conversation and Ranger was like, we need to play around our identity as a team. And he's like, Melee Creeps is like playing around their identity and we're not playing around our identity. And then we're just like, what even is our identity? Like, we don't have an identity. We're just like trying to do what we think is best. And we decided to kind of like, what we did today is like our decision on what we want to call our identity, basically, which is like, we want to play fast tempo. And taking you into the comms, the early game is run mostly by Rocker, like 90% by Rocker, and then everybody else is kind of just chiming in. Sometimes, you know, it gets a little hectic and people don't listen, but it's mostly him calling the early game, and he's the one calling like the aggro style where we want to press the advantage. And then when it comes to the mid game where we have a lead, 20-30k lead, I'm always the one calling like the big like play back, you know, like do this, like play around this side, play around this objective. I think I'm one of the best players in the game at like taking you from a winning position to winning the game. And yeah, so when that time comes, I like basically like just increase my volume in the comms by a lot, and I just kind of tell everybody what we want to do direction wise, and I think that works really well. Of course, around the entire game, like Goober is making comms with like, oh, let's look here, can I look here? It's really like Goober, Rocane, League, Hydration will always ask a question like, can I do this? And then Rocker will say yes or no in the early to mid game, and then in the late game I'll say yes or no, basically. And then like at that point when we're just like fighting, it's like everyone's just calling, you know.
So you said you're making the calls when you're like 20-30k in the lead, so I guess
Yes.
you're awfully quiet on Sunday, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
sorry, I just had to get
No. It's true. It's true. Usually when we're in a bad position, I don't really have anything to say because I like to let my pick players make calls from those positions. What I'm really good at calling is like from the winning position, because from that position, it's more team oriented and doesn't require like it doesn't require like individual hero plays to get back into the game, like a random swap or something. With a random swap or something, it's just up to the guy doing the swapping, you know? Like it's like Goober or
You're killing me, man. I wasn't expecting like a legitimate answer. I was just trying to have a little laugh at your expense. My real question though was going to be more about, I think you talked about your identity as a team, right?
Yeah.
I think we've seen the team bring you back to an older identity of when you were in Melee Creeps and we saw them have success, because you're playing more of these like brawler heroes where they on purpose feed you farm. Thinking back to your Yamato we had when you were playing the Trolley Open, and then your Yamato today, it seems like, you know, if you could take tower early on, they leave you in lane to get farm. Is this a change in style that they're having you play as well, or is this just a simple adaptation?
So if we're so basically pre-game every time we talk about who's basically gonna get like the farm split. League is like prio 1, so he's always just gonna have the most farm. It's like DMB on the enemy team, or on the Melee Creeps, sorry. When I was on Melee Creeps, I was kind of like the carry, with like Poshy Pop and John being like the backup carries. Like John's like the crash carry, who like just randomly comes to a team fight and like kills everybody with Warden, and then Poshy Pop is like the reliable fail-safe carry. And I'm kind of playing a similar position right now, but the difference is that at the moment I'm basically like, in those 2 games that we just played, I'm basically just a lane merchant. I'm winning my lane, and then I'm just like leveraging the position to make space for my teammates, which is what I think this team needs me to do. Now, listen, if you're asking me personally, I love playing high econ, and I would very gladly, you know, play like a Warden and like have 50k gold and like roll up into a team fight and crush everybody. But that's just not what this team needs right now. And Yamato and like Shiv and these characters, they're like frontline bait yourself for your teammates carries, and I'm happy to play those for my teammates right now, because I think that League, Rocane, especially like as carries, are extremely talented, and being put in the correct position, they are like always able to deliver. So yeah.
So that kind of leads me to a quicker question, perhaps, but one where, you know, I've done my research on it and, you know, asking about hero strength, and, you know, particularly, you know, talking to friends in EU, it was like, hey, what do you guys think about Warden? And the general response is like, Warden is not good right now. And I mean, a lot of people saying that in NA, but obviously you yourself have done a ton of Warden, and we saw like an attempt at making Warden viable by John tonight, where instead of going Spirit build, where the ult got nerfed a lot, you know, he tried to basically make the gun build work. As one of the foremost enjoyers of Warden in NA, I guess two things here. One, is Warden still viable with the other power picks in the meta at the moment? And two, did you guys see it as a win when you got John on the Warden in the draft?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, you guys are asking really good questions, so I'm really happy to answer this. Listen, Warden is my favorite hero, so I'm inclined to say that of course he's viable, but the reality is he needs about like a 10 to 15%, just like some kind of a 10 to 15% overall buff for him to be picked again. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I personally love Warden. So like when we need that pocket pick in the bottom, like I'm so down to play Warden, and I will gladly play Warden. And like I personally think the way that I play him is like so just like I hate to ego, but it's just so flawless that even though he sucks, I can make him work. But with that being said, when we got John on Warden, yes, we were definitely smiling ear to ear, or grinning, whatever the expression is, because he's gonna play Gun Warden, and that is some not that good, you know.
I feel like you wanted to say something else there.
I did want to say something else, but I'm gonna keep it, you know.
Family show.
It's just not that good. Yeah, that Gun Warden stuff, in my opinion, is not that good.
I was saying the same thing on the show. I was saying, hey, go, just you got to just hit the ult build, man. I know,
Yeah.
You know, without the ultimate, you're a potato, but you just have to do it. You got to make that all work, make it sing. I got nothing more to say, man. Just congrats on the win. This is a big win for you guys to come back really strong after that trolley tournament and you know, reclaim that title here in Night Shift. And we're just really happy to have you guys week to week. So thanks for coming in the interview. Appreciate the insightful answers to all of our questions.
I have one final thing to say, if that's okay.
Go for it.
No. It's nothing bad. I've decided to leave. That part of me behind me. I've decided that our new opposition is actually Europe, because I'm looking at the chat and I just see like, the awesome epic Europe finals are done. Let's watch the toddlers on the play yard fighting now. Like what even is that? Like we're out here, you know, hustling. But anyways, listen, like I hope there's a LAN and Melee Creeps and Sneaky Golem are gonna take top 2 again. So we're gonna beat EU. That's all I got. Also, yeah, GG's to, you know, those guys in Melee Creeps are really good.
The last like 2 months, it's been us only talking about NA, because EU's been a little bit boring with just buffing George Abrahams every week. At least in NA, we're seeing some mix-ups and we're seeing some new talent come to the top.
Yeah, I heard Pottery Pop is making a new team, by the way. You guys should be on the lookout for that.
Heard. Say less.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, ABG, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Yeah,
go
thanks, guys.
celebrate. Go buy yourself something nice to eat. I wish I was there in Toronto or near you as well.
All right, thanks, guys. Take it easy.
All right, well, that wraps up our match here with Sneaky going with the 2-0. I was kind of hoping for a 3-mapper, to be honest, but as you heard AVG say, and it kind of confirmed what we thought, the second they saw John on Warden, they were grinning from ear to ear, knowing this is going to be a relatively easy game for them. And to be fair, the work they put in made it into an easy game, Jake.
Yeah, it was a great show from them, man. Really looking rock solid after we were kind of worried. We thought, hey, maybe this is a victory lap for the Melee Creeps, but Sneaky Golem came in with a significantly different draft, a really well-developed strategy, great flexibility from across the board on a lot of their players, and a solid game plan to boot. So hats off to them. Congrats as well, of course, to our EU winners. I mean, this has been a pretty great night shift, if I do say so myself.
Not to mention ZP, right after the show finishes, we also do have the graveyard shift with Saya. I'm hoping he's in a good mood, even though they just lost 2-0, but he's always a pleasure to talk to, and it was always so insightful about the game.
Yeah, I think Saya's going to be a good sport about things. I mean, look, easy come, easy go. The reality is for Melee Creeps is that, okay, they may have lost today, but, you know, they did have that big tournament win just a few days ago for an even bigger prize pool. So, you know, I think your Melee Creeps, you know, tonight's a little bit bitter because you thought you're going to win it all, but on the same note, you're still pretty well and up over the last week. So I think Saya's still going to be in good spirits.
Well, hopefully it's not bitter because you ran out of trolley gummies, ZP, because we do have one more event coming up this weekend. We concluded things with North America with Melee Creeps winning 2-0 up against Sneaky Golem in the finals, but we have EU to show us what they've got with 70 teams signed up in an open qualifier that ZP and Killinger have to spend their entire Friday going through until we have only 4 teams to join our 4 invited on Saturday. Can you quickly tell us, ZP, who are our 4 invited teams for everyone out there who doesn't know?
That's right. The 4 invited teams for EU, it's going to be Buff Enjoyers at number 1 because, of course, they have to be at number 1 with recent performance. Abraham's at number 2, who are on the rise after winning Night Shift here tonight. Number 3 is going to be the return of some of the one-win players you used to see, not under the one-win banner anymore, but under the banner of Mel Team. And number 4 is going to be Lotos, one of the best teams in EU, of course, that we've seen week after week. Those teams will automatically go on to Saturday group stage play. And in qualifier day, it's going to be a lot of the untapped talent in EU, where a lot of the smart money is on Fearless Furies, our number 1 seed in the qualifiers, going all the way and becoming one of the 8 teams for Saturday group stage play. A lot of cool storylines yet to develop in EU, and it's all going down this weekend.
And if you guys are interested in checking out the qualifiers, there won't be any official matches broadcasted, but you can make sure to show some love to your favorite players who will be participating in it, or maybe some other streamers out there who will be covering some of the matches. But for myself, for the other casters, for production, and for the players, thank you as well in the audience. You guys have made these shows so fun week in and week out. I think we got something like 300 subs today. You got to see my sweet Ninja Turtle pants, and we'll see what's going to happen next time. Make sure to tune in on Saturday at 4 p.m. CE, or 1 p.m. CES. 1 p.m. EDT. So difficult for me to remember, and we'll be bringing you some more Deadlock action then. He's still sleeping.
Good night.